This man is going to die in 30 days.
Oh no!
At least that's what the doctor told him. Don't panic, but you're going to die. He even tried going to other hospitals, but the result was always the same. He had a terminal illness and would soon be a few feet under the ground. To pass the time, he always gamed and smoked a bucket of cigarettes a day. But the way things were going, that wasn't going to last much longer. So he decided to start a new game in the RPG Lunatic. This time he decided to pick the most broken skills and grab two at once, which resulted in a penalty. Mana Sensitivity Genius and Swordsmanship Combat Genius. Both skills combined gave him a terminal illness. The guy thought if he has this disease in real life, his character in the game should have it too. But that's when the spell backfired on the caster. He didn't expect that he'd suddenly end up taking over the character's role in the game. To make it worse, the character whose body he took over is a villain, tangled up with the devil and Beelzebub. Just so you get an idea of what I'm talking about, he walks through the mansion and bumps into a maid, knocks all her plates down, and instead of screaming like the original character would, he forgives her with that "I'm kind but I'm dangerous" smile, leaving all the servants panicking, thinking he's possessed. And they're not wrong. He really did possess this body.
Not bad, not bad.
Soon the encounter with the hot redhead is coming. This cheerful, good-looking girl was the one responsible for this character's death in the game's story. She herself accused him of walking hand in hand with Satan and drove a sword through his chest. In this timeline, the water tower-headed guy wants to avoid that whole situation, but little does he know what's actually gonna happen is a sausage sliding into a bun. Gonna lie down on the green grass completely barefoot. Gonna make the duck scream till it passes out. I think you guys already get it, right? So let's go back to when he hit play on the game. But in that moment, everything changes. His body reacts strangely, and he feels like his death has come early, with unbearable pain. He collapses, thinking he never had a good life, when a window opens, syncing his character to his real self and showing configuration complete. Then a white-haired person wakes up, instantly recognizing the room. He checks his reflection and realizes right away that he has become his character, Nox von Rehamfer. That boy belongs to the third family branch, tied to the Dark Families, a house deeply linked to the worst group in that world, the Lunatics. He's also the youngest of the 5 Rehamfer siblings. For generations, this family has produced great talents in magic and swordsmanship, but Nox was the one exception. That's why his whole family looked down on him for having no talent. In the game, he signs a contract with the devil to gain power, and becomes a villain. Now the protagonist wonders if this is all a dream, but then his stats appear. He immediately complains because they're terrible, especially his stamina, which is only 2. That's because of his negative trait, terminal illness, which affects the character too. He had made that character almost like a way to share his loneliness with a game. Now though, he's in real danger, and right then a message appears. It greets him by his real name. He can't understand how it knows the name his parents gave him, a name he doesn't even remember. So he wonders if it knows his past too. The sender cheerfully says it's been a long time since they last met. It says he did very well these past 2 years and deserved to be here, then welcomes him back. The protagonist understands none of it. Now living as Nox, he's told his old world wasn't real, which sounds ridiculous. Still, the computer insists it wants to help him, but can't explain more yet. Shaken, he tries to make sense of it when the machine gives him an order. Enroll in Eladon, a huge famous academy where he must grow stronger and move closer to the main story, where it promises he'll find the truth. That only rattles him more, and he tries to understand everything while looking at his reflection. The face of the final boss from Lunatic, a man doomed to die in the end. That will definitely happen if he follows the main story. Still, if all this is real, it may be his only chance to get his memories back. So he decides to go straight into the main story, search for a link to his memories, and survive. Clenching his fist, he says with determination that he'll become the greatest villain. He smiles at that change, remembering how a year ago, after learning about his illness, life became a cruel countdown filled with medicine and constant fear of death. Now, in this new world, a place he knows better than his own room, he decides to begin by asking the system for the date. It shows February 4th, 1812. Relieved to know the date, he's set on avoiding his death. He confidently opens the door to leave his room, and his negative traits activate, hitting him with intense pain from that one simple move. His first problem is clear. This body is incredibly weak. Annoyed, he walks through the mansion until he bumps into a young maid, knocking her down and making her drop every plate. She and the other servants panic, worried about how Nox will react. Even while hurting, he looks down at the maid and recognizes her from the game as Lona De Niro. Embarrassed, she drops to her knees and quickly apologizes. Nox brushes her off as a minor character and a gossip, though he's surprised someone so nosy looks this cute. Leaning into his villain role, the protagonist steps closer with a wide smile, forgives her, and warns her not to let it happen again, which terrifies the whole staff, and confirms he really is playing the villain. The servants mention they're shocked to see him up so early, and things get even stranger when Nox says he's going to the gym and taking Lona with him. That makes the maid feel like she's in danger. On the way, she even imagines getting hit with a wooden sword, while the protagonist thinks about how he was always close to death and how now he finally has a chance to survive. He says out loud that it's impossible, which scares the confused maid even more. He goes back to thinking, remembering he played this game 27 times, so he knows every hidden item. He stops to open the skill window thinking about the game's huge fandom. People love it because of all the possible stat builds, including categories like Super Gifted or Genius, which let you grow fast but are limited to 1. If you go over that, you get a penalty, just like he did. He's a genius in martial arts and mana detection, which boosts his magical sense, but he also has to deal with serious penalties, a lifespan of just 1 year, weakness that makes him faint often, slow stat growth, and constantly cold hands and feet. Lona De Niro stays close while he thinks through how to fix all of it, and they finally reach the training room. He pauses there, looking oddly sad, which the maid notices. In the end, Nox opens the door with his first goal in mind: break free from the curse of weakness. Determined, he starts training, swinging his sword, then collapses after making fewer than 10 moves. His weakness wins for now, so he rests until he can sit up again and notice how well kept the weapons are. Weapons mean everything to the Reinheffer family, shown by their silver shield, and the house is remembered by one saying, "The home of darkness and the sword." That comes from their signature skill, Vision Swordsmanship, which gives a sword the dark attributes so it can cut down enemies. Just like the legendary Black Victor, the Supreme Conqueror, whose sword is passed down from one chosen family member to the next. Nox knows he'll never inherit it, so he focuses on the advantage he really has: money. His family is so rich they don't care what the youngest son does or how much he spends. After all, his character is a spoiled brat who always gets what he wants. With that in mind, he stands up just as the maid comes to say his request is ready. As he steps closer with the wooden sword, the protagonist calls her over. She fears he'll hit her, but instead she only gets a whisper in her ear. That makes her react loudly, because what he asked for will cost a lot of money. Nox tries to persuade her with a kind smile, then backs it up with a threat to make sure she obeys. Frightened, she agrees and leaves. MC is left alone as he pours himself tea, thinking that if he gets everything he needs, he can end his weakness. But then he feels someone behind him calling, "Lord Nox." He recognizes him as Lord Rodwell, the butler in charge of the house, who serves his father, the family head, Theodore von Rienhofer. That presence makes him nervous, and he starts shaking while trying to think of how to handle the situation. Luckily, the butler is only there to pass on a message: he must attend dinner tonight. That's bad timing for the protagonist, and acting like a spoiled child, he tries to get out of it. But the butler explains that they have a guest, a young lady from the Steeliner family, coming for a lesson in chivalry, so his father will be angry if his youngest son doesn't show up. With no other choice, he decides to go. Even so, the butler's gaze stays fixed on him, saying he's acting very strangely. Confused, the protagonist asks why, and Rodwell says it's because he never cared about holding a sword or training before. The new Nox coldly warns him not to use that as an excuse to drag him to his father. His family does not care what he does. With that, he leaves, and the butler apologizes. Still, he remains suspicious. After that, the protagonist heads back to his room, still shaking, scared they will figure out he is possessed. But what worries him most is the red-headed girl getting closer, the pride of the Stelliner family, and a whole new problem. On top of that, things get worse because of his twin brothers, Hartz and Alan, who are annoyed by their little brother showing up so boldly. They tease him with a rumor that he insulted a poor butler and a maid. Nox tries to stay calm even though he feels guilty over insults he never even said. Then a maid cuts in and announces the arrival of the other guests. Theodore von Rienhofer, his father, walks in, and behind him comes Talia von Stelliner. The red-headed girl enters with a bright, cheerful smile. His father announces she will stay as a guest while she takes lessons in knighthood. Nox watches it all, knowing this is the woman who will one day drive a sword into his heart. The game's antagonist, named Talia. Theodore von Rienhofer is stunned to see Nox actually show up to the banquet. Even the redhead notices, since she did not expect him there either. And so the banquet begins. Tension fills the table as the twins and him trade looks. The brothers tell their father it is time to decide who will go to Eladin Academy. Their father knows they are right, so he starts thinking. Nox, meanwhile, remembers that the academy is the center of the game, where the story follows cadets fighting demons, so he has to get in while also keeping the main story on track. To do that, he needs allies. Theodore von Rienhofer says every noble family only gets 3 spots at the academy, and his family has already used 2, so only 1 place is left. They will settle it with the family's usual method, a duel. Nox puts himself forward, shocking everyone. Seeing that, Theodore von Rienhofer sets the fight for 1 month later in the training hall. The twins push the protagonist to give up, saying his condition means he has already lost. Calm and polished, the protagonist answers that they can only say that after they actually beat him. All this happens while he drinks wine and boldly declares that he will be the one to enter the academy. That shocks his father, enrages the twins, and catches Talia's attention. She watches him with a wide smile, which scares the protagonist because getting close to her is the last thing he wants. And so night falls and Rodwell reports Nox's sudden change. The head of the house says he would not have believed it if he had not seen it himself, even wondering if MC might be possessed. Even so, true or not, he is intrigued and decides to wait and see where this leads. Meanwhile, Nox starts preparing by running while the servants watch and doubt him. He cannot understand why he keeps hearing those comments, but he keeps training and slowly raises his stamina, only to 0.1. That worries him because his sword genius skill only activates at 4 stamina, which is already hard for a normal player. For someone cursed like him, it is almost impossible. And he has to do it in less than a month, so his growth needs to speed up fast, even though the curse blocks his progress. That just makes him train twice as hard, running until he nearly drops, while also dealing with the low health caused by his limited time. He will worry about that later. For now, he has to keep training. Then Lona De Niro arrives with what he ordered. The protagonist's happy, slightly villain-like mood returns as he moves toward the items the maid brought, mostly poisons except for one, the growth scroll. He tells her that even poisons depend on how they are used, and he is about to prove it by drinking a bottle of three-headed serpent poison. That panics her. Half dizzy, the protagonist watches his health go up while a countdown starts. Worried, Lona De Niro wants to fetch the butler, but Nox stops her, telling her to calm down as he bites into a golem core like it is an apple. That scares the maid even more. The core works fast, which makes Nox grin because it cancels out the poison's effects, triggering hidden peace. The golem core raises the user's defense by turning their body to stone, but when it is taken with three-headed serpent poison, the poison gets weakened, making part of his weakness fade. So he keeps experimenting in front of a worried maid who thinks her master is about to die. Instead, the opposite happens, and the protagonist starts taking off his clothes in front of her. She watches with narrowed eyes, her face turning red, as he pours fairy spring water over himself in a strangely dramatic way. That also removes the golem core's effect, giving him hidden peace again. A huge smile spreads across his face, especially when he gains the growth benefit skill, which doubles his growth speed. Now he only needs to use the stamina boost scroll, which also doubles his rate of growth, stopping the curse for now. At last he can level up. Lona De Niro, meanwhile, thinks his earlier weird posing must have meant the poison was messing with his brain. He lets that comment slide because he is too happy about his success. Still worried, the maid asks what he will do now. He gives a simple answer, run. So he starts training again, with his loyal maid beside him. From a distance, Talia and her attendant Emma watch him. Annoyed, the redhead sees Nox as a weak fool who never should have accepted the duel. Emma tells her not to insult him since he is the son of the owner of the house, but Talia keeps complaining. To her, the protagonist is just running around like an idiot, instead of training with a sword. Even though the household's knights offered to train him, she thinks he is only heading for a brutal beating. Without understanding why she cares so much, she suddenly heads over to speak to Nox, who is resting on the ground with his maid passed out behind him. Talia greets him with a big smile, and Nox, as cold as possible, asks what she wants. Caught off guard, Talia takes in his icy tone and guesses her beauty may have made him nervous. He ignores that completely. Her mood changes, and she seriously tells him he will not win the duel if he refuses to train with a sword. Then the redhead offers to help him beat his older brothers. The protagonist rejects her at once in a cold voice and walks away, leaving Talia furious over how he treated her when she was only trying to help. She storms off with a shove. Lona De Niro watches her master keep getting on women's bad side while Nox stands there confused and gets called a rascal by the maid. Then the protagonist decides to check Talia's stats. They are impressive. She controls fire, has high charm and strong traits like heroic admiration, honesty, and sword genius. Her neutral trait is an undeveloped inferiority complex, but the protagonist barely cares about that. He focuses on her amazing stamina of 5, higher than an ordinary grown man's, and while she is not the strongest sword genius, she is still far above the lower tier. She also has the fire attribute, which will evolve in the future into a powerful white flame that will burn Nox alive. In other words, the protagonist himself. Sadly, he cannot change that too much, because it would affect the game's story, so keeping his distance from his future killer is safer. Meanwhile, Talia walks sadly down the hall, remembering how her teachers praised how quickly she learned and called her a talent worthy of her family. That brings back another memory, how she has always seen her older sister as someone beyond her reach. The thought fills her with sadness, and she grips her sword, wondering if she can really become a worthy knight. In that world, being a knight means living simply, avoiding greed, fighting for justice, and mastering many sword techniques. With that in mind, she thinks about Nox again. He has no chance against people who have trained for years. Then the day of training arrives, and Nox and Alan stand in the arena before everyone watching, especially Priscilla, the twins' mother, but not the protagonists. Theodore von Rienhofer is there too, along with Rodwell, and Theodore von Rienhofer asks him the hard question of who he thinks will win. Rodwell says Alan will win, and he is surprised that Theodore von Rienhofer seems to think otherwise. Even if Nox is acting differently, he would still need far more practice and training to win. Without either one, the only way he could pull it off would be with unbelievable natural talent, and they doubt Nox has that or anyone else. But Theodore von Rienhofer still has faith. MC is a Rikeen Hafer, and he believes the boy may have talent great enough to rival true masters. He remembers that the day before, even after all his effort, he only reached 3.8 stamina before collapsing to rest. His favorite maid complained that she was exhausted from running with him, but the protagonist, wearing a big smile, said it would not be fun if she did not do it with him, making the maid pout. Training kept going, but his curiosity got the better of him, so he checked Lona De Niro's abilities. With the same training as him, she already has 4.5 stamina. That makes Nox stop in frustration at how unfair this family's bloodline is. Lona De Niro catches up and tells him he should rest, since the duel is the next day. And that brings us back to the present, where Alan tells his little brother to give up before he gets hit so hard it impresses Talia. Looking at Alan, the protagonist sees he has 8.0 health and a huge desire to show off, so a normal strategy will not work. The tension rises when the referee says the loser must accept the result without argument. If Nox loses, he loses his last chance to recover his memories, and in 1 year everything will be over. With that, the referee starts the fight. Nox charges straight in, but when Alan swings at him, the protagonist dodges by throwing himself to the ground. Then he blocks, taking a hard hit that drives him back. His brother wastes no time, he keeps attacking while Nox does nothing but defend. MC knows one mistake will cost him everything. Then his health rises by 0.1. He only needs one more point to unlock his skill. Nox tells himself he can do this. Alan looks at him like he's crazy and decides to put him in his place. Theodore von Rienhofer's first wife watches calmly. Sure, he has no chance. If he loses, her son will be the one sent to the academy, and later become head of the family. Theodore von Rienhofer, meanwhile, feels disappointed by how pathetic Nox looks out there. Even Rodwell suggests stopping the fight before the protagonist gets badly hurt. Still, the protagonist stays trapped in the pressure, enduring the blows and admitting his brother is fairly talented, just nowhere near the best, especially Garen von Rienhofer, the master of the Black Sword, whose enemies are so terrified they surrender. Right when Theodore von Rienhofer stands to stop the match, Nox feels his health go up by another 0.1. The change rushes through his whole body. At that moment, his skill activates, and he smiles as sparks start to crackle around him. Right in front of his stunned father, Nox activates Genius Time, creating a huge shield of light around himself, like an aura. Everything around him starts moving in slow motion. Now fully set, he grips his sword and swings to knock his brother's weapon away. Alan can't believe what just happened. With a confident look, Nox says he'll win this fight. Alan's sword goes flying, and he grabs his injured wrist as MC walks toward him without fear. But inside, Nox knows he can't relax, because this skill only lasts 5 minutes. He has to finish the fight before time runs out. So he switches to an arrogant tone and tells his brother he's been holding back this whole time, but now he's bored so they can come at him 2 against 1. That works for him, since if he doesn't beat both in 5 minutes, he loses, and Nox formally asks Theodore to make it official. Rodwell and Talia have no idea what he's doing, while his father watches with growing interest, seeing he still has more tricks. He allows the 2-on-1 match despite his wife's complaints. Then the fight begins. Hartz von Rienhofer draws his sword and stands beside Alan, both furious at being embarrassed in front of their father, and ready to strike. Nox waits for them with a wide, confident grin. The twins rush in with everything they have, but the protagonist blocks them with ease while the brothers try to line up their attacks. He moves fast, dodging and guarding, when the system tells him his dark sword skill has increased. Feeling sure of himself, he moves so fast he vanishes from the twins' sight, and all they feel is a hard strike on their arms. Nox appears in the middle of the arena. Everyone is shocked, even Talia. When MC looks at his opponents again, their faces have changed completely. They're hesitant, even starting to argue with each other. Nox uses that opening to keep pressing the attack, forcing them back. He thinks that even though this fight matters a lot, he's actually having fun. Under the stunned stares of everyone there, one of the twins stumbles back and drops beside his brother. Both are down with no way to stand, and right then Nox's skill runs out. Still, he calmly says the fight is over, and asks for the result, declaring him the winner. The twins' mother is furious, but the brothers can only accept the outcome. Theodore von Rienhofer and his son share a look of respect. After a bow, Nox turns to leave the arena, but Talia, desperate, runs after him. Once they're out of everyone's sight, Nox suddenly collapses from exhaustion, coughing up blood from overusing his power. He explains that the skill is temporary, but it permanently costs him 2 days of life. It's both a good and bad buff, though he's glad it didn't happen sooner, or his academy admission would have been at risk. Then Talia's voice gets closer, full of worry, asking if he was hurt in the fight. Nox realizes his plan might be in danger, and asks her not to tell his father. Instead, the girl actually congratulates him for winning, while fighting at such a disadvantage in that weak body. Flustered, she says she judged him wrong, blushing as she steps closer and remembers watching an apparent fool train for a month with a wooden sword. Now that she saw him win, she believes he has hidden talent and wants to know how to awaken her own. But after seeing him after the fight and noticing that lonely look in his eyes, she realizes Nox isn't useless at all. He's someone who truly struggles to win. Now honestly worried, Talia wants to understand him, but before she can touch him, Nox smacks her hand away and yells at her not to touch him. Joe John, the real him, admits to himself that as a terminally ill guy who only obsessed over games, he's terrible with girls, especially with a character who will burn him alive in the future. But Talia doesn't get mad. Feeling awful, she apologizes, which shocks him. He listens as she says she finally understands that all those endurance drills were meant to fight against the weakness he was born with. So she's sorry for thinking he was just acting useless. Confused, Nox doesn't know what to say. He sees her as a girl with a knight's honesty and a lot of pride, so admitting she was wrong must be hard. All he says is to keep the bleeding a secret. She agrees, watching him leave. Nox tells her it's a promise, and that only makes her blush more. Meanwhile, Theodore von Rienhofer is proud of his son's talent. He talks with Rodwell, who is still confused about why the protagonist let himself get beaten early on, but he also believes that the skill the protagonist used to win would be enough to place him among the best young swordmasters. Theodor von Reinhafer nods, thinking MC is still hiding things, and sends his butler to watch him without interfering. He wonders to himself whether his son could become the next heir to the Black Sword. It's a title he hopes to settle before his remaining time runs out, so he gives Rodwell the job of finding out. Back in his room, Nox realizes that even though this world is real now, the game system still works the same. For winning his first fight, he gets a reward, 3 free points. Those would have been perfect for skipping a month of training, but now he doesn't need them for stamina. He puts them into luck instead, the one stat you can't train, and the most important one in the game. Then he decides it's time to test it. Using a kind of magical gotcha machine, he spins it, hoping his boosted luck will give him an advanced skill. The prize comes as a scroll, which can be normal rank for low skills, silver for mid-level, gold for high level, and beyond that an iridescent color. He wishes for an advanced level or better, and his luck comes through, giving him a gold scroll that grants the skill Awe of the Supreme Sovereign. Against enemies with lower stats than his, it gives them a 20% debuff. With that settled, he only needs to choose how to use his single-use skill voucher. He thinks about saving it for the gathering of all the family siblings. He figures the Eladin Academy graduation has already happened, and remembers Grion von Reinhafer, the family's second son, who will also cause trouble in his search for an important family relic. The only good news is that he no longer has to worry about Talia, trusting she won't break her promise. There should be no reason for her to come near him, or so he thinks for a few hours, until she shows up again and confronts him, wanting to know how he got so strong so fast. But Nox brushes her off and walks past, saying she already saw him secretly training all month. That embarrasses her, but she still won't give up. She keeps asking him to teach her, and he remembers something from Talia's character profile. She wants recognition from her sister, so he looks at her and says that before asking him, she should think about how talented she already is. That leaves her speechless, not knowing how to comfort someone. Nox gives her a bright look and says she shouldn't compare herself to other people. That leaves her blushing. As he keeps walking, still nervous that Talia might follow, he realizes it would be bad if she saw him searching for the family relic. From a distance, he spots his father with the whole family gathered at the famous stable, known for raising the best horses. His father has brought them there to choose the horse companion that will stay with them for life. In this world, horses are treated as sacred partners, lifelong companions, and they're also needed for riding classes at the academy, and for the later part of the game, which involves large wars, where a reliable mount matters more than costly teleport magic. That makes everything feel way too real. Wanting the best horse, Nox is rewarded by his father for winning the duel, getting to choose first. He enters the stable and sees many fine horses, then walks to a dark gray horse. That's his choice, and it surprises everyone. Even his father offers him another chance, hinting that he may be making a mistake. But after checking the horse's stats, Nox realizes it has a high rank. The horse belongs to the Obsidian class, making it extremely rare and a great pick, even for his father. Except it has a negative trait called expected death, which means it only has 2 days left to live. Even so, Nox sticks with that horse, confident his knowledge can save it. To Theodor von Reinhafer, this is a terrible choice, and he assumes his son is projecting himself onto the horse. He sees it as pathetic and disappointing, warning Nox not to regret it before walking away. The twins are shocked that he doesn't stay to see their choices. Rodwell tells Nox he needs to name the horse, and he calls it Carl, the name he used when he was a player. The two of them end up in the protagonist's room, because they need to do something no one else can see. But when Nox looks into the horse's eyes, he sees that same spark, the will to live. So he starts his plan by calling for Lona, who had been secretly listening from afar. Outside his room, Lona De Niro sneaks in and clumsily ends up on the floor again. Nox is only mildly surprised, wondering why the maid is always falling over. What matters now is the horse. He tells her to look after it. She gets annoyed since cleaning his room is supposed to be her only job, but he talks her into it. In his head, though, MC knows what happens next might hit her hard, especially if she gets attached to the horse. 3 days later, Lona De Niro runs in crying and yells at Nox. Carl is dead. The protagonist looks at her, feeling a little bad because she worked so hard to care for the horse. He does feel sorry for her, but still tells her to calm down because she is distracting him. She keeps sobbing that Carl is gone, and Nox calmly says he will bring him back. That makes Lona De Niro think he has lost it again. He just tells her to stand behind him, while he pulls out a scroll and pours mana into it, forming a large purple rune on the floor. When the glow fades, Lona De Niro is shocked that he can use mana at all, and starts thinking this might be illegal. Nox tells her to stay quiet, unless she wants Carl to die a second time because of her. She obeys while the protagonist focuses, knowing he still has not unlocked his genius-level mana detection skill. He also remembers that this really is illegal. Anyone under 15 is banned from learning to use mana. The only exception is the Imperial family, since they become much better at magic by learning so young. Even so, Nox can only pour in as much mana as he can, until he finally adds the bonus from his one-time use skill, triggering black magic to use the book's ability, the Book of the Undead Necronomicon. With it, he can revive Carl. In this world, there are 2 kinds of undead, One's raised by black magic or dark mana, and one's revived in a special way that brings them back far stronger. Either way, the undead stay loyal to their master forever. The problem is that only the Marvas, the dark mage family, should be able to revive and control the undead. Nox's family is dark rank too, but they can only become knights, so he should not be able to use this power at all. Still, with his one-time bonus, MC manages to activate Necromicon. Dark energy starts wrapping around them. The pressure crushes Nox and blood spills from his mouth. That terrifies Lona De Niro. He is close now, but his mana is running out. It looks like he might collapse. Then after being covered by shadows, Carl rises. He lets out a thunderous neigh, and in front of Nox stands an imposing horse, now with a fiery mane. The skill worked. Lona De Niro rushes over in worry, while Nox checks Carl's traits and sees the negative one is gone. Satisfied, he tells the horse that he is his master now. At that moment, Lona De Niro throws herself at both of them, upset at Nox for using mana so recklessly and at Carl for making her worry. That kicks off a silly argument between the maid and the zombie horse. Now pleased, Nox turns to his next move, finding the piece. A few days later, under cover of night, he goes looking for it. Using his map, he quickly finds a glowing rock and keeps moving toward his family's special item, which seems to be a ring. He needs it to fight against his time limit, so he presses on until he reaches a place he is afraid to enter. In theory, this is his real world now, not a game anymore. As he reads the warning sign, he realizes he is about to step into a cursed forest where he could die. Still, the protagonist enters the forest of the missing girl, where he must clear it or die. The place is forbidden because of its thick fog, which can confuse anyone, no matter how skilled they are. But the real danger is not the fog, it is the monsters. If an adult fights them, there is no reward, and the difficulty goes up, making the battles much harder. Nox remembers that in the game he died many times before figuring it out, rating it 2.5 stars out of 5. In his past life, he only kept doing it to learn what items the area could give. Luckily, that knowledge is perfect for dealing with his terminal illness. So he starts by lighting a huge torch, then takes his first step. He follows the smoke, or rather he heads the opposite way. That is how he begins searching deeper inside, until he senses something and tells it to stop hiding. Quick 10-second note for anyone who still is not subscribed, go subscribe. It is a tiny click that helps me a lot. From now on, I will be uploading twice as many videos as usual, so it is worth subscribing. Now back to the video. When no one answers, he swings his sword. But first we rewind a bit. Talia is still upset that her charm did not work on Nox, and she cannot stop thinking about it. Emma is seriously worried about that obsession because she could get blamed too. Talia tells her she will not lose her job, but that does not calm Emma at all. Emma then reflects that Talia is so respected she could have become the family's next archmother, if not for her sister. Even so, that is no reason to be reckless, and Emma knows there is nothing she can do. She assumes Talia gave up and went to sleep, but when she reaches the room it is empty and she starts shaking, afraid Talia went after the protagonist, so she wakes the whole staff to search for her. Back in the forest, Nox stops before attacking and realizes who has been following him, asking what she is doing there. Before she can answer, Nox steps in front of her to protect her from a huge gray wolf. In a forest full of them, the red-haired girl realizes all she has is a dagger. At first the wolves do not notice them. They only start signaling to each other, and then Nox charges the closest one and kills it with ease. That stuns Talia. Keeping a hard tone, he asks why she followed him. He had expected his brothers, not her. Still playing the innocent girl, Talia claims she was only out for a night walk. Nox is not buying it, so he decides to leave her there. Panicked, Talia grabs his arm and admits she could not stop thinking about how strong he had suddenly become. When she saw him sneak out of the mansion, she followed him into the forest without thinking. That relieves Nox, since it tells him 3 things. Talia thinks well of him, she does not want him dead, and she is still just a child who does not understand how dangerous this is. She should never have followed someone into a forest like this, but since she is a main character, he cannot leave her behind. So hiding it behind his usual arrogance, Nox tells Talia he is not helping her for her sake. He just does not want the family name stained if something happens to her. That leaves her embarrassed. He assumes that much coldness will make her back off instead, but she only looks grateful, which catches him off guard. He is about to say something important when suddenly hundreds of wolves appear and ruin the moment. Scared, Talia clings tightly to the protagonist, but he lets her stay close because he knows she will only get in the way if she panics. Even with this delay, he knows he has to stick to his plan. He also knows the main story has not started yet, so this is still part of the prologue. There is no final boss here, just an evolved gray wolf. The elite gray wolf. Even if he knows what is coming, that does not make it easy. The wolves lunge at him, but his sword meets them head-on. He does not back down, fully aware they are not going to stop. He keeps telling himself he is still a pathetic weakling. Meanwhile, Talia watches in awe. After seeing how many wolves he has beaten, she starts thinking he still has not shown all the power he used in the gym fight. She can tell the protagonist sees her as a burden, since all she can do is push wolves back with fire. The fight keeps going until the elite gray wolf arrives. Back outside the forest, a search party is looking for the children and finds their tracks leading inside. The staff is horrified that they really entered the forest. Emma wants to rush in for Talia, but Rodwell stops her. Even the Renhaffer family has never cleared that forest. The butler admits that as one of the strongest dark families in the South, saying they cannot clear a forest would sound like incompetence, so they never made it public. They also never told the town that only children can enter and clear it. He cannot understand why Nox went in. He does not believe a mind-controlling monster lured him, or that he followed someone else through the barrier. Given how carefully he seems to have entered, Rodwell concludes the protagonist went in on purpose. That means Rodwell has to admit Nox is no longer the frail young master he once was. If the children are getting out alive, it will be because the young master uses all his wisdom. Hearing that, Emma drops to her knees in tears, thinking she caused Talia's death. Meanwhile, Talia is still in the forest, now holding her dagger to fight. At least seeing her stay focused helps Nox relax a little. He warns her not to attack unless she has to. Even so, the protagonist knows Talia might still be useful, since killing a gray wolf is not that hard, and she has learned to defend herself well. But he still cannot trust her to guard his back, so he needs to clear the area fast. He activates his skill Genius Hour, but a wolf wastes no time and charges straight at him, only for Nox to cut it down in one clean strike. That makes the other wolves pause, until the elite wolf sends more of its pack to surround him. Nox starts slicing through them with ease, but one slips through his blind spot and races for his back. He has no time to react. Then MC sees a dagger stab through the wolf at the last second. It is Talia, shouting for him to be careful. Perched above, she remembers Nox's warning to run if things got dangerous, something she bravely refused to do. The protagonist is left stunned. He looks up as she asks if he is all right, still shaken herself. After she saves him, Nox stares at Talia until he senses another enemy, then kills it in one clean move. He knows better than to relax, so he tells Talia he is fine. That helps her calm down, but he feels he just showed his weakest side and tries to refocus. Then his hands start shaking. The debuff is kicking in, and he still has to deal with the elite wolf. It keeps moving closer, step by step, hunting him carefully, until, with its eyes locked on him, without looking away, it bursts forward at full speed. Nox braces and faces it, head-on, but the wolf suddenly changes course at the last second and slips past his side, cutting his arm before vanishing again into the thick forest. Talia gets worried, and Nox is just as tense. This is far tougher than the game ever made it seem. The wolf is smart and caught him off guard. The elite beast not only commands the others, it also uses the forest to its advantage. Now he knows he has to get serious, read its next move, and strike first. He throws out an attack, but the wolf dodges with ease. Then he realizes that was the trap. It forced an opening. He is off balance, and the pain in his body gets so bad from the debuff that he coughs up blood. He cannot react in time and watches the wolf's huge fangs rush toward him. In that moment, he knows he got too confident from clearing this game so many times before. He really thought he could handle anything, which was stupid for someone like him. Luckily, just before the wolf tears into his face, a dagger drives into its eye. Startled, Nox sees that Talia has given him the opening he needed, so he lunges and pierces the elite wolf. He kills it, but with no strength left, Nox cannot pull his sword free, and collapses to the ground, coughing blood as Talia watches in alarm. Then she quickly jumps down from the tree to help him. He looks at her with a faint smile and starts thanking her for saving him, but stops halfway when he remembers she will one day kill him, so he puts his cold mask back on. With tears in her eyes, she keeps asking if he is okay because of his wound. When he says he is fine, Talia finally relaxes, until she feels something on her arm. It is a spider, and she clearly has a huge fear of them, so she lets out a loud scream. Nox snaps alert, thinking another monster showed up, but instead he sees Talia throw herself into his arms. Terrified, she says there is a spider, clinging even tighter to an awkward Nox. He is stunned by how scared she is of spiders, and wonders why she followed him into the forest, if something that small frightens her. So he pulls her off and tells the redhead he is losing faith in her as a knight. Talia pouts and shoves him, and once she calms down, Nox coughs up blood again. He pretends he is fine because he cannot tell her the truth, but deep down he is grateful for her help in keeping him alive. While he recovers, he tells her they need to leave the forest as dawn starts to brighten outside. Emma is still crying for Talia, and Rodwell is also worried about the trouble this will cause between the families, on top of the shame he already carries for never being able to clear that forest. Then everyone is shocked when the fog starts to lift. At the same time, a huge wave of shining mana rises up in front of everyone there, making it clear the forest has been cleared. To everyone's surprise, Nox and Talia walk out of the forest. Rodwell smiles, realizing the order of succession has just shifted in his favor. Nox sees the gathered knights and assumes they were really worried about Talia, who is quickly pulled into a tight hug from Emma. Rodwell steps up too and says the protagonist's family was worried as well. That makes MC think this dark family must be softening, if they care about someone as useless as him. Emma keeps crying in Talia's arms until her mood turns from relief to anger. She lifts Talia with one hand and says she will punish her, reminding her of the family rules. From a distance, Nox notices how strong that maid is and remembers the absent-minded Lona. Emma says the real scolding will go to Talia's father, then thanks him for protecting her. He replies that he was never trying to save Talia, which makes her feel like a burden, but then the protagonist tells her she had taken care of herself just fine. Later, while resting after everything that happened, he turns to what matters most, the hidden item. It is an accessory, the reward he got for clearing the forest. This ring boosts his stamina and mana, and its special effect is huge. It gives him part of the life force of the enemies he defeats. The stronger the enemy, the more he gains. With it, he hopes to stretch out his life, though not by much since it only steals small amounts of energy. Beating his illness will still be hard, but at least now he has a tiny bit of hope to keep fighting. When he puts the ring on, he calls for Lona, who had been spying on him outside the room. She stumbles in like always, thinking Nox can somehow see through walls, and when he sees her dumbfounded look, he smacks her lightly. Then he says they should have an arm wrestling match. She agrees and even bets a pay cut. The maid stays calm and gets ready, but he beats her easily. Right away she panics, begging him not to cut her pay. But Lona loves gossip, and Nox's reputation is already bad, so that kind of thing does not matter much to him. He grins over his win until karma hits back. His negative trait activates, leaving him with a fractured wrist and the flu. That makes him change his mind about Lona's salary, and instead he just asks for some ice. She quickly notices Nox is sick, but he tells her he only needs rest. Meanwhile, something inside the system seems to be watching him, aware of who he really is. And just like that, 6 months pass. Even with Carl and the ring in his hands, 2 hidden items, he still has not been able to use them because he is being punished. He thinks the punishment is unfair, since clearing the forest should have earned a reward. Even Lona agreed, but she could not speak against the patriarch. Nox reminds her that he is the one who controls her pay, while the maid keeps complaining. As MC feels time slipping away, and hears how few days he has left, he decides to go talk to his father. Just then, Rodwell arrives to tell him Theodore von Rienhofer is asking for him. A flashback shows Theodore von Rienhofer as a young man, standing on a battlefield after a terrible massacre, while hundreds of flying demons closed in. The patriarch raised his dark sword and attacked in fury. That disastrous day still haunts Theodore von Rienhofer, and he seems to sink deeper into darkness until he opens his eyes, remembering that someday one of his children must learn to wield the black sword. It has to be someone with pure talent, and soon, because that person will also have to send him to the next world. But those thoughts are cut off by his butler, who tells him Nox will arrive soon. The patriarch is annoyed by the delay, but he also thinks about his son's feat in clearing the forest, something even he could never figure out how to do, so it deserved a reward. Still, the vassals objected and ordered an investigation into him, which confirmed that he was the one who cleared the forest. Soon after, Nox arrives, greeting him respectfully. Without wasting time, the patriarch says the protagonist's actions were wrong. Even so, it is his duty to reward those who deserve it, so Nox may ask for one favor. MC is confused because he has never seen Theodore von Rienhofer offer a reward before, so he fears it might be a trap. Theodore makes it clear that Nox can ask for anything, though if it is too extreme, he will rethink the offer. He says he will not ask for anything strange, but he does need time to think. Theodore agrees and dismisses him. The next day, at the mansion gate, Talia says goodbye to Nox, telling him she will see him again at the academy. He tries to ignore her, but Talia keeps repeating it, sticking to the same game. Then Rodwell tells him he should answer the young lady. Instead of being nice, Nox says he will only see her again if she becomes a real knight and stops being afraid of spiders. Talia hits him, annoyed, and says she will see him again as a complete knight, telling him to get ready, which Nox takes as a death threat. Then Emma cuts in to thank him for saving Talia. The protagonist, still acting cold, says he never meant to save her and tells them to leave already. As the carriage pulls away, Nox feels a little nostalgic. He is starting to like this new life, which only reminds him he has 146 days left to live it, so there is no time to rest. A few days later, Lona tells Nox he needs to hire new staff, just as Rodwell arrives to introduce an assistant sent from Eladin Academy for him. She will be his exclusive maid, Lobila. Nox recognizes her when he sees her profile. Her stats are excellent. She is a support genius, but the downside is that she is two-faced, a skilled liar and a spy. Her current job is to keep watch over Nox under his father's orders. Then he thinks about how he only has 140 days left. Time is moving way too fast. Even though he has improved his stats, he is now very close to entering the academy. While Lona fixes his clothes, she asks if he is nervous about school life. He only thinks he is glad he will finally get away from her. Lona fake cries and says she will miss him, but cheers up when he says he will not cut her pay. That annoys him, but he has no time to scare her, because if he does not raise his stats, he will not survive the academy. He thinks about how he is about to face the best cadets in the country, and he has to stay alive to reach the next part of the story, while also keeping up his villain role. After Lobila arrives, he knows she will be watching him now. Nox remembers that Theodore von Rienhofer rose so high not just because of his sword skill, but also because of his habit of trusting no one. Then we see Lobila kneeling before the imposing patriarch, who tells her he expects a lot from this mission. If she succeeds, she will gain a strong place in her family's line of succession. Lobila swears to help Nox with all her heart, but when she feels Theodore von Rienhofer's aura, she realizes he does not want her to help MC. He wants her to watch him and report everything he does. And so Lobila remembers how Theodore von Rienhofer made that perfectly clear. She must never forget who her real master is. After leaving the room, Lobila tries to steady herself while staring at a locket with a photo of a couple inside. She swears she will not hesitate. Meanwhile, Nox rests, fully aware a spy is nearby and that Theodor von Renhofer may suspect his body has been possessed. That kind of thing is common in this world, and he also knows that in the original story, Baal, the first demon, is the one who truly takes over Nox's body. As for Lobilla, he knows she's the problem, even if she isn't important to the main plot. Still, she carries a tragic past. She was once meant to become the next head of her family, until her parents were killed by her uncle, which cost her place in the line of succession and forced her to flee, ending up as a maid for the Renhofer family. Lobilla looks sweet and cheerful on the outside, but inside she's falling apart. She's close to becoming a broken character who makes just one major choice before the main story starts, ending her own life. That leaves the protagonist stuck, wondering if saving her is really worth it when she's supposed to die, and helping her could put him in even more danger. The next day, Nox makes his choice and takes both maids out to hunt monsters in the territory. Lona de Nero tries to get out of it by pretending she's sick. Lobilla agrees right away. Lona de Nero tries to tell her not to obey so fast, but Lobilla stays calm, even though Nox knows any normal maid would be scared of hunting monsters, and the order itself is ridiculous. Even with her hands shaking, Lobilla still agrees at once. He messes with Lona de Nero a little, saying fake illnesses won't save her, or he'll dock her pay. With no way out, Lona de Nero tearfully asks if she needs a bow or a sword. Nox smiles, enjoying himself, until the blonde maid cuts in to ask if she can report the trip to Rodwell. He has no choice but to allow it, since his top priority now is raising his life expectancy. So they head out and spend the next few days in the forest that has gone back to being normal. Nox spends that time killing the creatures in the area, wiping out everything there. After a long hunt, he manages to extend his life by about 2 hours, which makes him think the plan is working. Then Lobilla interrupts, offering him water and asking if he's tired after just an hour of hunting. That disappoints him, because wasting that much time and failing to trigger his skill means he only gained 1 extra hour. On top of that, the number of enemies is limited, and during those hunting days, he has already wiped out all the wolves, their bodies now being found by Lona de Nero as she walks around. With that, he realizes his plan is falling apart. To him, having no monsters left is bad news, which makes the maids think he's a little weird. With no better option, he decides to go back to the mansion. Lobilla quickly says she'll prepare his bath. He thanks her, and she smiles. Then Lona de Nero tries to be helpful too, but Nox isn't interested. Instead, he focuses on Lobilla and asks a simple question. Who do you serve? That leaves her frozen. She doesn't know how to answer, and Nox makes it clear that no matter how great or beautiful a sword is, if he can't use it, he won't hesitate to throw it away. The maid's hesitation tells him all he needs to know. She tries to explain herself, but he has no more questions. At least she didn't lie to him. Lobilla keeps trembling, but he tells her it doesn't matter who she serves. He'll still treat her as one of his people and help her if she needs it. That leaves the maid kneeling on the floor, head lowered. That night in the maid's room, Lona de Nero complains about their master. Lobilla plays along, while thinking that ever since joining this family, she's heard about how much Nox changed. She can't understand how someone could change so quickly. She's also shocked by how he climbed the ranks in the family, unlike her who was thrown to the bottom even though she was the rightful heir. Gripping her locket tightly, she thinks over what Nox told her. Even so, she still doesn't understand what he meant, and she also believes she isn't worthy of serving that family. With her own relatives still hunting her to finish ruining her life, she knows they'll fire her soon. Even with all that, she keeps up her cheerful act and walks in where the rest of the staff are. They all seem to know her situation, and while she stays composed, she can feel their looks full of contempt, until Lona de Nero shows up, loud as always, to get her. Lobilla thinks Lona de Nero either doesn't know what's going on, or just doesn't care. Either way, that noisy maid is making a mistake by acting like this around her. Lona de Nero doesn't seem to care at all. She grabs Lobilla's hand and starts pulling her along. The blonde follows with a faint smile and dull eyes, thinking both Lona de Nero and Nox are just being foolish. From his room, the protagonist reads the letter accusing Lobilla's father of many crimes he knows are fake. It's probably the same letter Theo already got. Knowing that, he realizes he can't help, even if he wants to, because it could trigger a butterfly effect across the rest of the game. Sometime later, Lona de Nero and Lobilla hide in the bushes and watch Nox hunt wolves. Lona de Nero notices that her master has changed a lot since that day, showing absolutely no mercy, and that worries Lobilla. Nox, meanwhile, is getting anxious because even after killing so many monsters, the area's random boss still hasn't shown up. It only appears when few monsters are left, and he needs to beat it to raise his stats. He thinks it won't appear again. Then something shoots past at top speed. It's exactly what he was waiting for, a giant elite hornet. It's fast but not too much for him, and he starts fighting it as the creature pushes him back. Still confident, Nox waits for the next strike. Right before it lands, Lobilla throws herself in front of the huge stinger, taking the hit and ending up badly wounded. The protagonist stares in shock. He can't understand why she stepped in when the attack wasn't even going to hit him. He rushes to her, stunned by her courage, because very few people would jump in front of a monster to save someone else. He knows he has to get her back to the mansion, while Lobilla lies on the ground with a deep wound in her chest, thinking Nox's concern is fake and that he's just another person trying to use her. Still, she's confused because the protagonist's voice shakes with anger. At the same time, Theo finishes reading the letter about Lobila's father's crimes, and Rodwell confirms the report. The patriarch thinks his goal with the blonde maid was always to use her to gain control of the Lobila family through her. But now his piece is about to lose everything, since the letter strips away all her rights as a direct descendant. That ruins his plan, so he asks Rodwell what they should do with her. Rodwell says sending a maid with no family name along with Knox to the academy would damage his reputation. And right then, they're interrupted by a servant reporting that MC came back with a maid in critical condition from a wound and poisoning, and that he used a very expensive antidote without permission. Rodwell realizes it was Mandrake potion, which really is extremely costly. That makes Theodore von Rienhofer think his son has grown attached to the maid, and he worries about what those feelings might bring. Meanwhile, she slowly wakes up with blurry vision, hearing Lona De Niro crying and yelling nearby. The worried maid stays by her side, and the blonde, still confused, asks about Knox, remembering when she was hurt. Lona De Niro explains they brought her there, and he used a powerful antidote on her. She can't even say its name right, but he argued with the doctor and even threatened him to get it. To her, that proves their master still has a good side. Confused, Lobila wonders why he would do all that for her, if he was only using her. She gets up to find him, but Lona De Niro has been told to watch over her, so she begs her to rest. Instead, Lobila stands, pulls out her suitcase, and starts packing, thinking she doesn't deserve to stay anywhere. She takes the photos of her parents from the locket and leaves them with a letter for Knox, thanking him for saving her and repaying him for the antidote he used, along with the locket. Then, while sneaking out, she tries to run away, but runs into the protagonist, who asks where she's going. Here, we jump back a little to Knox's argument with the doctor, who says he can't use the antidote without the patriarch's approval. Knox tells him to give it to her anyway and says he'll deal with Theo himself. So they administer the antidote, and the protagonist leaves, watched by a very shocked Lona De Niro. He orders her to tell him at once when the blonde maid wakes up. When he meets Theo, the man already knows Knox came because of the maid. The protagonist gets ready for the talk by activating his acting master skill and using his gift with words to ask for the wish Theo promised him earlier. Theo then agrees to his request. Knox, a little shaken as the effect of his skill fades, then asks his father more personally to stop messing with his mind. Back in the present, he presses her again, asking where she was going. Trembling, she thanks him for what he did but says she has to leave. He asks why she's trying to leave this place. The blonde admits that from the start, the patriarch ordered her to spy on him, so she deceived him and then breaks down crying. The protagonist barely reacts. She repeats in panic that she tricked him. Seeing her like this, Knox recognizes Lobila's true self, a girl who still refuses to give up even in the darkest times. So he tells her that deception is normal in this house, but points out that she did commit a serious offense against him and now wants to leave without paying for it. She doesn't understand. So Knox explains she'll stay there even without her family name because he doesn't care about her bloodline. He wants her talent and wants her to assist him until she's paid back that betrayal. Relief washes over her. Her face brightens and she bursts into tears, finally understanding her master and choosing to stay with him until the end. She remembers his earlier question about who she would serve, and now, smiling through tears, she knows the answer. Knox smiles too and says he already knew. The next day, Lona De Niro is, as always, gossiping about the protagonist, when Knox walks in and tells Lona De Niro that if she is going to gossip, she should at least do it behind his back. Caught red-handed, she quickly turns to Lobia and tells her to get some rest while she runs off to wash clothes. MC can only think about how troublesome Lona De Niro is. Then he talks to Lobia and tells her that in just 2 months they will head to Illidan. She says all the preparations are already done, and Knox notices she is no longer forcing a smile, she is done pretending. Because of that, he trusts that even if they are pushed into a corner together, neither of them will betray the other, and they share a genuine smile. Still, Lobila is not fully at ease because new rumors about Knox are spreading. That worries him since it means they are somehow worse than the old ones, which he thought was impossible. The maid explains that some people think he kept her as his servant because he likes her. Knox relaxes when he hears that is all, since he does not see it as serious, though he still apologizes for dragging her into it. She says she only mentioned it because it might make him uncomfortable. He stays calm, saying that with a reputation as a spoiled, useless fool, no rumor can really hurt him. He tries to brush off the next one too, but then threatens to fire her if she is not honest. So she finally reveals the biggest rumor, that he is a pervert. That one actually embarrasses Knox. Even so, he figures his reputation is improving, going from useless to a capable, badly behaved noble, which is not helpful for his role as the game's villain, the one who is supposed to make the hero shine. So he has to stick to his plan. After dropping the rumor talk, he asks her to help him study magic before entering the academy. That shocks her, since she knows it is illegal, but she agrees anyway after seeing how shameless and carefree her master is acting. So she decides to look for books he can learn from, which cheers up Knox. A moment later, he is distracted by the noise outside the house, where the servants are rushing to prepare for the welcome of the second son of the Grin von Rieger family, an important event for Knox, who thinks this could help him live longer. He tells his maid that he is going on a distant mission, and she looks at him with concern. Then we move to dinner, where Theodore von Rainifer and Grin von Rainifer are talking. Nox is there too, and while looking at his brother's ability sheet, he notices effective tension, quick and careful thinking, plus ugly traits like lust, materialism, hypocrisy, looking down on others, and being an opportunistic aristocrat. To Nox, he is someone with a polished image but a rotten core. His bad traits stand out, but he knows he still has to watch out for his social, political, and gambling skills, since those are what helped him graduate from the academy with ease, a place few people enter and only half finish. While Theodore von Rainifer speaks with Grin von Rainifer about his trip to Chaders, the older brother confirms he was assigned a hunting mission for monsters in neutral zone territory, along the border of Taj Line, an undeveloped desert used as a frontier. It is barren and full of monsters, and this is the mission Grin von Rainifer received from the Archeheim Empire to become a knight. A monster wave had to be dealt with there, a dangerous mission for Grin von Rainifer, though it seems easy for him. Theodore von Rainifer, meanwhile, is only worried that he might fail and stain the family name. Nox watches in silence, remembering that this mission is crucial to the story. It is a side plot tied to several major storylines, so he decides to step in and asks his older brother to take him along. Grin von Rainifer explains that there will be monsters and bandits, but Nox does not care. Surprised, his brother brings up the recent things he has heard about the protagonist. That puts the hero on alert. He needs to be careful around precise tension, which lets Grin read people's intentions. That leads into an interrogation about everything Nox has done since beating the twins. How he cleared the forest with Talia and took in a teenager with no family. MC answers it all with nothing but a big smile. Theodore von Rainifer ends the exchange when he cuts in and firmly orders Grin von Rainifer to take Nox on the mission. He says it is an order, and promises to provide whatever they need for the mission. That leaves him uneasy, because he suspects his father is planning something. Grin von Rainifer cuts off his thoughts, ready to go after him, when Lobila appears by accident, spilling wine on Nox's jacket. That makes Grin von Rainifer let him go, and the protagonist heads back to his room. As he leaves, he tells his brother he will see him in 3 days for the mission, getting out of the situation for now. Nox thanks the maid, and she just says her master has a talent for getting into trouble, then admits she is worried about the mission. He tells her not to worry, but the one who is really worried, very worried, is Lona De Niro, who greets Nox with a loud yell about the mission. He stays calm, but the other maids join in with their concern because Chatter is full of monsters and bandits. Inside, MC is thrilled since this should extend his life, though he still acts calm on the outside. He tells them he will go alone, but the blonde cuts him off, saying that as his personal maid she has to make sure he stays safe. She does not care if she gets hurt because she knows she has to protect Nox, who is supposed to be very sick. Then she starts listing everything that makes him feel useless, reminding him how weak he is, how forgetful, and apparently not even good at keeping his own things clean. Little details he ignored while playing the game because they were never part of the gameplay. Those details never mattered in the game, and on top of that, if he died, the blonde maid would be in danger too. So he agrees, on one condition: she has to learn how to use a sword. She accepts, and even mentions she has gotten close to the horse, which annoys Lona De Niro, who demands to know how. She spent part of her pay winning it over with top-grade sugar cubes, so Lona De Niro calls the horse a greedy beast, just like its owner. Nox flicks her on the head, then tells her that she will stay behind. Right then, Rodwell interrupts to say Theodore von Rainhafer sent him a book. Nox decides to go see him, thinking Theodore von Rainhafer is up to something. Once there, his father hands him a sword, though he doubts Nox can even lift it. The moment he sees it, he is shocked. It is the first sword of the family head, an item that never appeared in the game. After 25 virtual playthroughs, he had never found it. That leaves him confused and unsure if he should take it. Theodore von Rainhafer notices and explains that this is the sword the first family head used his whole life. Confused, Nox asks what kind of test this is. The answer is simple: he just has to lift the sword. The protagonist agrees and grabs it right away. At once, the sword starts sucking in his pure magic, changes color, and turns into a black sword. That is exactly what Theodore von Rainhafer wanted to happen, because the blade absorbs the wielder's magic and multiplies it to make the sword far stronger. With that, Nox realizes it is a dangerous weapon to use. Then his eyes widen when a warning appears. It says his magic is draining so fast that even his ability is starting to go wild. Now he knows something terrible will happen if his magic runs out. But Theodore von Rainhafer tells him that if he wants the sword, he has to hold it for at least 10 minutes. He also tells him the sword is called Stormbringer. The blade keeps draining his power, while the system explains that its traits let it absorb the wielder's magic and strengthen it, and that it can take even more from enemies it defeats. When Nox's magic runs dry, it starts feeding on his life force and strength, cutting down his remaining lifespan second by second. Terror hits him, and he tries to drop the sword before it kills him, but his hands will not respond. Nox curses Theodore von Rainhafer, who keeps watching with a hard stare, thinking about how this sword drives its wielders to ruin in exchange for power equal to that pain. It was the weapon of the first patriarch who founded the family. Since then, none of his descendants had been able to use it. Most people collapsed just from touching it. Even Theodore himself lasted only 1 hour. So he knows that if Nox can endure 10 minutes, he can claim it, raising the chance that the family's most useless member might actually possess talent equal to the 3 emperors of the sword. making him a possible next patriarch and the one destined to end his life. As Theodore watches, Nox, full of hatred and exhaustion, drives the sword into the ground, completely drained. Theodore von Reinhofer is satisfied, acknowledging Nox's power and telling him the sword is now his. MC, however, is left weak and angry over losing more of his lifespan. Luckily, the next 3 days pass fast, and then he sets out for Chatter with a caravan of knights led by Grain riding beside Lobila, who seems happy to carry all their luggage in a subspace bag his father gave him. She is also carrying the sword, and Nox keeps watching Grain, who is hauling several items from Theodore von Reinhofer, which he assumes are payment for bringing him along. The caravan stops when an argument breaks out among the guides who seem lost. Grain walks over, annoyed because he specifically hired the knight Ram to guide them. Ram all but confirms they are lost. Nox notices and steps in with a confident smile, offering to find the way. Grain clearly does not believe he can, since Nox has never even left the mansion. But if the protagonist fails, he will only embarrass himself, so Grain lets him try. Later, after camp is set, Grain yells at the guides for being outdone by a child who has never left home, demanding to know how he did it. His shouting echoes through the camp and reaches Nox, who calmly thinks it was easy because he memorized the route from the game. But for the blonde, Nox's explanation is that he followed tracks from the furry monster whose habitat lies to the south. The maid worries about being near a creature that is half owl and half bear, but MC assures her they are safe as long as there is fire. Later, many people in the squad start saying the younger brother is surpassing the older one. When Grain hears that, he talks to his butler Schultz. Together, they come up with a way to test Nox's strength. To do that, the butler pulls out a mysterious bag. He says the plan will make his night miserable. Then the two of them leave and head to their tent to sleep. But Nox stays awake instead, sitting there with his sword, listening to the sounds of the forest until he decides it's time. He leaves the blonde maid behind, and when he steps outside, he finds that 4 tents are marked with ogre pheromones mixed into the dirt. That scent, of course, drew the ogres in. What would scare his brother looks like nothing more than health bars to Nox as he charges his dark sword. The blade responds perfectly, and the ogres rush him. Moving fast, he leaps up and attacks from above, bringing down one ogre right away. The others charge too, but he cuts them down just as quickly, noticing how useful the sword is, even if he worries it might drain all his mana. Even so, he keeps going, jumps again and dives at another ogre, finishing it with 1 slash. Now fully confident, he sees only one left. Terrified, it tries to run, so Nox calls for Car. It appears at once, mane blazing, and carries Nox at full speed straight in to crush the last ogre. That fight earns him 9 more hours of life. Then she comes out of the tent, worried, even though Nox had told her to stay inside. After seeing the mess, the maid suggests warning the others. The protagonist tells her no one else is in danger, because Grain used pheromones to lure the ogres here. That makes the maid guess he was trying to keep MC under control, and MC agrees. His older brother was probably testing him, but he doesn't care about dirty tricks. Instead, he collects some blood from the ogres, since that's another way to draw in more of them. They're human-like enough to come looking for revenge. Farther away, the rest of the camp sleeps peacefully, until Grain is jolted awake by the loud alarm of a mana detector that senses nearby monsters. It makes no sense to him, they haven't even entered the forest yet, so he assumes it's broken. Then his frightened butler runs in, saying they need to evacuate. Both of them rush out of the tent, only to find the camp overrun by ogres. Grain can only stare in horror until dawn finally comes. By morning, ogres are dead everywhere, and many people are hurt, so they have to regroup somewhere else. Grain keeps scolding his butler for marking the wrong tent and bringing the ogres onto them, but the man swears he made no mistake. Meanwhile, Nox calmly gets ready to eat with his maid. She says she can't eat with him because of protocol, but he talks her into it by saying she shouldn't stay far away if dozens of ogres show up like they did at Grain's camp. She looks at him like he's shameless, and Nox tells her she should get used to it. At the same time, Grain orders everyone to pack up. While eating, the protagonist notices the tents still stained with ogre blood. She sees it too and asks if he'll help when more ogres come. Nox has no plan to do that, but he can't say it out loud because he actually wants more ogres to come so he can keep raising his lifespan. When he finishes eating, he watches the sun rise with a big smile and tells his maid to look, while elsewhere an ogre walks through the forest and gets torn apart with ease by a complete stranger. That's how the second day of the journey begins. Nox rides along while tapping the ground with a stick, checking the terrain. Then his brother comes over and asks what they should do about the ogres. Nox says the best answer is to get out of the forest fast and avoid trouble. Grain doesn't seem convinced. Still, MC wins the soldiers over, and they start admiring him and speaking well of him. Then one of them asks why he keeps hitting the ground, and Nox answers with a grin. At any moment that monster will show up. Right then, everything starts to shake. From the ground, a huge worm bursts out, the malformed dragon Nox was expecting. This was exactly what he wanted. It has a high level, no magic, just raw power, and it's more dangerous than a dozen ogres put together, a tough enemy he wanted to face. Even so, he can't let the squad know he summoned it by hitting the ground, so his battle plan is to hide. The soldiers are shocked by that choice, but Nox would rather let his enemies fight each other, since his plan depended on the ogres following them. And right on cue they appear, trapping everyone in a terrible spot. That scares the maid, but Nox calms her down, saying the two enemy groups will clash because the worm feeds mainly on ogres, and the ogres only came for revenge. And sure enough, the worm starts devouring the ogres. They fight back and charge it while everyone else stays hidden. Grain can't understand how Nox knew all this. The maid, still shaken, then sees him start throwing rocks at the ogres. He can't really explain it, because landing even one hit on the ogres lets him steal part of the worm's kill experience and raise his stats a little. That earns him 8 more hours of life. Still, the whole thing ends so fast. Nox can hardly believe it, and neither can the rest of the group. Grain thinks that even after using the ogres they still lost, so he sees no chance of winning and starts to pull back. But Nox orders the squad to attack. The plan is simple: fire arrows and throw spears into the worm's mouth, and the soldiers obey. They distract the monster while the protagonist activates the Genie Hour skill and feels time slow down. He runs through the arrows, slashes the worm, circles over it, then comes back and keeps cutting again and again. He lands on the ground with a huge smile as the giant bursts apart. He gains 10 more days of life, bringing him to 122 days, and his endurance rises to 5. The weakling's curse disappears, along with his growth blessing. Suddenly, everyone starts congratulating him, and he politely thanks them for their help. They praise him again, but everything changes when the ground starts shaking again. Another worm appears, catching Nox off guard and making everyone panic as they rush back into position. Before anyone can react, someone appears at incredible speed and cuts the worm in half with one move. Nox recognizes him and wonders why he's here. The newcomer introduces himself with a bright smile, leaving everyone stunned. He's the Sword Genius, the strongest character in Inner Lunatic, one of the Sword Emperors alongside Theodore, and a student of Paracelsus. His name is Paracelsus, and with that same smile, he waits for the nobles to thank him for saving them. To Nox, that attitude makes his hatred of nobles obvious. Right away, Schultz feels his master has been insulted, but the boy with the monocle only introduces himself as a mercenary. Nox keeps watching in silence, thinking he understands the man's hatred for nobles. His only concern is that they weren't supposed to meet until the academy. He has no idea how to respond to that. Even so, the journey continues with the mercenary, who turns out to be heading to Chaders too. Nox keeps some distance and listens, guessing the monocled man is on some mission before enrolling at the academy. Meanwhile, his older brother sees how confident the mercenary is and offers him a job to help with the hunt, but he isn't interested. He does admit he's curious about both brothers, since they're sons of the sword master. That sounds rude to Grain's butler, who confronts him, but Grain stops him and tells the mercenary he'll think about it. In truth, he only means to downplay Nox. Sometime later, they arrive in Chaders. To MC, the place looks far more empty than it did in the game. A small girl, dirty and starving, asks for food. Grain acts arrogant, Nox just looks away, uneasy, while Paracelsus watches her with concern. Then his face shifts to surprise when a man appears before them. It's Tegan, the town's head of security, and he welcomes the two brothers. From a distance, Paracelsus watches them with curiosity. Even if they're strong swordsmen and can handle a giant worm with skill, they're still sheltered nobles, which makes them a disappointment, especially in a city that is barely hanging on. The knights running it are clearly embezzling funds just to fill their own bellies, causing the town's famine. Tegan shows them where they'll stay for the night and says he'll give them their mission the next day. Everyone starts settling in. Then Paracelsus approaches Grain to turn down his offer and stick to his own plan, wishing him luck. That annoys the older brother, who sees him as nothing but an irritating commoner. The mercenary just says goodbye and remarks that rumors always follow the capable. Nox watches from afar, feeling sure he'll see him again very soon. When night falls, he gets ready to sleep in his room. From the window, he notices several small children gathered around a fire, so he ends up going down to bring them food. He knows he can't do much, but it feels like the kindness of his real self. Watching the children cry with joy while they eat, he decides he wants to build a world where they don't have to beg for food, but first he has to survive. From a distance, someone watches him hand out bread. It's the blonde maid, and she feels glad to see her master only acts cold. Deep down, he really isn't. The next day, as they tour the village, Tegan explains that every winter, they ask the imperial family for help to protect what little is left. The place clearly needs repairs. Nox listens, remembering that when the first wave comes, this whole place gets wiped out. Since it's a side story, he can choose whether to save it or not without changing the main plot. Still, he always saves it, because the town will matter a lot later. Tegan keeps explaining how monster sightings are increasing, which Nox knows could help him later too. The real problem is news of a griffin. Everyone knows that makes things worse, and even the protagonist remembers it was a monster meant to scare players away, not beat them, the so-called king of the desert. For Nox, though, it's the next target. They reach the dry stretch connecting the neutral zone to Tajlin, and MC studies the area. Then he asks Tegan why a griffin would be in a place so far from its natural habitat. The town guards break into a cold sweat and say nothing. That makes Nox realize who the traitor might be. With that, a new side mission begins. Its goal is clear: cut out the rotten part of the town. Back in the village, Schultz is furious over the humiliation Nox caused him in front of his master, and he wants payback. When he spots the maid coming closer, he steps in and blocks her path. Then he grabs her by the arm. She asks if he has a problem, and he says he does because of Nox. He lost his master's trust. Now he plans to have his fun with her. With a twisted grin, he starts groping her. She wants to fight back but stops when she remembers it could bring trouble to her master and his family. So she gives up and cries until an attack suddenly strikes. To her shock, a voice asks what problem he has with her and says he'll pay for it, however she wants. Nox is completely furious. Schultz, totally confused, tries to threaten him, saying Grain will never ignore this. That only makes him angrier. For that threat, he cuts off his arm in one move. Even then, Schultz keeps yelling that Nox won't get away with it, and the family will punish him. The protagonist stays calm and with a cruel edge says he still doesn't know his place, then drives his sword into his back. The maid watches in worry, already thinking about what will happen when Grain finds out. And right then, Grain arrives with his group behind him, clearly angry. He sees what Nox did and starts confronting him. But after the clash, he asks for an explanation. MC says his butler tried to force himself on his maid, something no master should let pass. Grain refuses to accept that because she's just a commoner. That one word sets Nox off. A dark aura pours out of him, and his glare terrifies his brother and everyone in the room. That finally ends the whole mess. Nox says his father can punish him if he wants, but only after the mission is over. His brother gives in. He leaves with his maid while Grain still can't understand how his brother became so strong. Later outside the inn, Nox sees Lobelia still shaken by what happened, thinking it will split the squad even more. She wonders who they'll follow, him or his brother. But Nox ignores that and walks up to his maid to tell her that as the maid of the family's useless younger son, he orders her never to bow her head anywhere. Back at the inn, the soldiers celebrate with beer while Grain, still upset in his room, realizes Nox is a real problem. Now that he no longer has someone he trusts, he wonders who to give the mission to, especially since he thinks the sword the protagonist carries belonged to their father. His thoughts are cut off by Ron, the guide, who reports that things are under control and that Nox is nothing like the rumors said. Grain also distrusts Ron when he sees that a man who only read books did better than a trained soldier in the field, and he wonders if Ron can really be trusted, but decides to use him until after the monster wave. So he orders him to clean the area and keep watch on Nox, who is calmly with his maid collecting potions and getting ready to go find a new ally, the town's only really cool character, Alina, the potion expert. He looks for her through a dark tunnel underground. The maid doubts a potion expert would live in a place like that, but Nox knows she has her reasons, and that this is also a secret route in the town. It gives him his only chance to recruit Alina before she gets another master. Still, that doesn't ease the maid's doubts until they finally see a light. Inside a room, they find Alina completely drunk. She's so wasted that when the pair walk in and Nox introduces himself with his best smile, she just freaks out. That behavior disappoints Lobelia. After the first scare, and once MC says he's a noble, the girl calms down and listens to his offer. Nox checks her stats. Alina is a half-elf, 21 years old, with wood as her main element. She's a genius with huge growth potential, great at potions and crafting, and blessed in production. But her biggest flaw is that she loves alcohol way too much. That annoys Nox, though he also thinks that's perfect for a loser like him, which is exactly why he wants to recruit her. Poor Alina is still nervous and keeps apologizing. After a short debate with the maid about whether recruiting her is a good idea, Nox decides to ask her to come with him, offering her whatever she needs, but she refuses, saying she still has something to do there. Nox asks if it's because of her friend May. Startled, she stands up and asks how he knows. Calmly, he tells her May will be executed soon, but if she accepts his offer, he might be able to save her. Then, with a look full of mischief, he asks if she's changed her mind. Alina starts thinking about Nox's offer and about her only friend, a girl who fought against injustice and even called out the guard captain for stealing the funds the Empire sent. Alina has suffered ever since she failed to save her back then, and she doubts she can save her alone even with Nox helping. Still, she knows she won't be able to ignore this for long. Meanwhile, the soldiers enjoy the good wine, especially Goron and his group. They aren't real knights at all, they're just con artists and bandits who fooled Gran and planned to kidnap him for ransom. Still, one of them worries that messing with such a dangerous dark family is a bad idea. After some arguing about how they could be in serious trouble, their leader calms them down, saying they'll soon have a life of luxury, then goes back to drinking. Suddenly the whole place goes dark. The bandits instantly go on alert, but before they can react, their leader feels liquid splash across his face. He doesn't realize that in the darkness, one of his men has already lost his head, literally. Trying to regroup, he moves and finds another one already finished off. Nox appears behind the leader in a rage. Completely thrown off, the man attacks, but he dodges with ease, calling them rats. Even though they outnumber him, the bandits somehow make it look like they're the ones at a disadvantage. Nox already knows their crimes, their deal with Tegan, how they act, and their plan to trick his brother. Even while fighting, they try to bargain, saying he could gain a better place in the family if he just looks the other way instead of getting involved. Then the men rush him, but he beats them down easily. With a confident smile, Nox knows he can't hide his killing intent anymore. That annoys him, and when two more attack together, he slips past them. Then, with smooth, precise moves, he sends them flying. Nox stands there without effort in front of Ron, who realizes in frustration that he never knew the boy's true power, so Ron decides to fight with everything he has before dying. He sets his stance and releases a huge blue aura. Nox waits as Ron and one of his men attack with a giant mana slash called the Southern Sword. Cut of Chaders. The protagonist sees it coming and feels annoyed by how foolish his enemies are. With one simple swing of his sword, he breaks the bandits' ultimate move apart. They can't believe it, especially the man on the ground who finally comes to, only for Nox to kill him. Now MC walks forward like a force of nature toward Ron, mocking how stupid the bandits were to ask what he wanted, because he had already gotten it. Nox smiles as his eyes flash, his purple aura shimmering. He has learned the technique behind Chaders' sword, and with that, he closes his eyes and thinks about what it means to be a genius. In his mind, he's taken to a white space where he sees his reflection and wonders whether a genius is just someone special or someone who can reach a level no one else can. Looking at his reflection, he remembers that ever since risking his life, he's kept asking himself what it really means to be a genius. He touches the reflection and it shatters, revealing the darkness behind him. That pleases him. Back in the fight, Nox unleashes the Chaders' sword slash, tearing through every bandit in its path. They try to run, looking to their captain for help, but he's on his knees watching Nox master a technique that took him 10 years to learn. As he watches he come toward him, he jumps back and screams that if Nox kills him, Taigen will take revenge. The protagonist enjoys hearing that because he knows there are no witnesses here. Ron still hopes some bandits survived, but MC coldly says this is just murder. Then, with a cruel smile, he adds that if no one lives to tell the tale, it becomes simple extermination. Ron stares blankly. Grinning wide, Nox says that's what the world will believe and thrusts his sword forward. Somewhere else, Mei is chained to a wall, being abused by Taigen, who is angry because she won't work or let herself be sold. Even hurt, she still smiles and says she'll never obey men like him. Taigen grabs her face and shuts her up, making it clear that she has no other choices. People as lowly as her can only fight from the ground. When she spits at him, Taigen freezes for a second, then flies into a rage and beats her hard, threatening to sell her to a dark mage. The girl, whose eyes show no fear, remembers failing a lesson and being told she had no talent for mixing potions. To her, that had been the last try. It proved she had no talent at all, failing at alchemy, swordsmanship, and everything else. Unlike Lena, who was praised by her teacher, even at a young age. That teacher called her a genius. Mei always saw Lena as someone who didn't belong in a place like that, someone who shined brightly. Even so, Lena always came looking for her to play, so Mei was always jealous of her. Yet that smile of her friends always moved her. That's exactly why she chose to sacrifice herself instead, because her friend would do more for the world than she ever could. Having accepted that, she tells Taigen she doesn't care about fighting from the ground, because that's how she's lived all her life, and what happens after she dies doesn't matter. She even mocks him by sticking out her tongue, and Taigen keeps hitting her, hurting Mei more until a voice interrupts them. It's Nox. He tells the girl to stop hurting herself, or she'll make Lana sad if she leaves here dead. Taigen turns and smiles, but Nox tells him that by order of the Imperial family, he will be executed because the bandits' force has already been wiped out, and he should surrender. The corrupt soldier treats it like a minor setback. He accepts the situation and realizes he came alone. That only makes the corrupt guard feel insulted by the noble. Then he sees that confident grin on his enemy's face. Furious, he draws his sword and calls for his men, ordering them to kill Nox. They rush him at once. The protagonist simply waits, closes his eyes, and activates his skill. Hour of the Genius. The gears start turning and the soldiers slow down. With a 5-minute timer running, the protagonist moves through the soldiers, cutting them down with ease. In less than a second, by the second mark, he is already in front of the cell where Taigen was. Taigen is still stuck in his attack stance through seconds 3, 4, and 5. Nox steps into the cell and gently touches the prisoner's face, ending the skill. He still has 4 minutes and 55 seconds left. He gives Mei a potion, and through her blurred vision, she can only ask who he is. He introduces himself and promises that when she wakes up again, everything will be over. Taigen, shocked to see his soldiers gone, tries to move but falls, slamming hard into the ground. Nox tells him they were simply too weak. When Taigen turns around, he sees the slaughter Nox caused, and he is told he will not die so easily. Broken without his legs, and facing the protagonist's terrifying presence, the corrupt soldier is overwhelmed by fear and disbelief that he lost to a brat. Nox, meanwhile, starts wondering again what it really means to be a genius, returning in his mind to the broken mirror. Now he sees a shadow wrapping around what is left of the humiliated Taigen, ready to finish him. As he looks his enemy in the face, he realizes that question belongs to the real Yua-chan, not to Nox, the genius character. With that answer, he moves to wipe out his enemy. Right before the strike, Taigen sees his death and remembers how he once was, Shader's strongest mercenary, inspired by his father, the city leader everyone admired. But in those memories, he was really just a violent man hurting a woman. He asks his son why he thinks people follow him. Young Taigen, still innocent then, does not know. His father grabs his head hard while still holding the woman by the hair and says, "It is because of strength. With enough power you can do whatever you want and get away with it. That was the law of the strongest in the Empire's border towns." The boy asks if that means he is the strongest on the continent. His father changes completely, letting go of the child and the woman, admitting that even he is nobody on the continent. because there are swordsmen far stronger than him and even children Tegan's age who are already geniuses. His father says he is still alive only because he chose not to fight them. Back in the present, Tegan is a corrupt soldier who ignored that warning. Now, seeing an unreachable genius standing before him, he finally understands why he is dying. He takes the final stab, lets out his last breath, and Nox watches with cold eyes. On the secret path, Alina feels sad until she hears Lavilla's voice. She is surprised to see May there beside her, wearing a big smile. The drunken elf bursts into tears and throws herself at her friend, who comforts her. She thinks about how selfish she was for trying to do everything alone and leaving her friend behind. Lavilla watches them happily until Elena asks where Nox is, so she can thank him. Lavilla only says that her master is busy having an honest talk with his brother, though inside she is deeply worried. She knows Nox did not want a peaceful conversation. At that moment, Grin is sitting there, waiting for Ron to report in. Instead, MC arrives and asks to talk. His brother turns him down at first, but then he notices the red stains on Nox's clothes, along with his look and murderous aura. So he agrees, but first the story jumps back in time. At the mansion of Rehanfer, Rodwell reads Nox's letter. In short, he asks for permission to wipe out the corruption in Shaders, and requests a reward for doing it. After thinking it over, he finally admits to Rodwell that the bandits in Tegan are dangerous. Not even Graham could handle them. So Theodore von Ranhafer grants Nox authority over the area if he can remove the corruption. Still, he knows Ron's bandits are dangerous, so victory seems unlikely. That is why Nox added that if he failed, he would be willing to give up his rights as the youngest son of the Rodwell family. He asks whether his resignation would be accepted. Theodore von Ranhafer is genuinely pleased to see that confidence to cleanse the city and take it, making this the perfect chance to see what his son can do in ruling a territory. Rodwell understands and starts the paperwork so the Empire will grant them Shaders, leaving Theodore von Ranhafer to wonder what his son is really planning. Back in town, Graham hears that his own subordinates plan to betray him. Angry at the traitors and at Nox's skill, he starts to fear him. Still, he knows he has to stay calm, because if he fails this mission, he will never become a knight, so he accepts the offer. Nox says he does not want much, just control of his troops. Graham agrees right away, feeling that his life depends on the protagonist anyway. In return, he asks MC to guarantee his life and give him credit for the victory. Nox agrees, and since there are 2 requests, he asks for one more thing. In the end, his brother also gives up his mine. Later, back in Lena's lab, she reads Nox's requests, including a metallizing potion and a corrosive one. Half the elves, along with Miega, admit they have never made them, but it can be done. That makes Lavilla happy, though even as a mage, she still asks her master why he wants to kill the griffin. The other girls feel the same. They do not want to lose their hero for nothing. He says that if it were impossible, he would not try. Inside, he knows everyone would be in danger if he died, so he understands their worry. That is why he keeps quiet about what he really wants from the battle, and tells them not to ask any more questions. Lavilla and the rest agree, though they still do not look convinced. Even Nox admits to himself that beating the griffin this early in the game is something he has never done. Then he starts explaining the plan to the girls, and they listen closely to every part of it until he finishes and asks if they understood. They all say yes, and now all they can do is get ready. It will be hard, but the reward could be huge. Later, while feeding Carl, he keeps thinking that beating the griffin is the only way to survive. Then the winds change. From above, Nox sees a huge wave of monsters coming. Behind him stand all the defenders, from Lena and her friend to Grain and the soldiers. As their leader, Nox tells them to be ready. There will not be another chance. Everyone answers that they are ready to fight. Hearing that, the protagonist feels something strange, like he truly has become MC, the top strategist standing before the troops. Lavilla comes over and warns him again about the danger, but he cuts her off with total confidence, telling her to trust her master. He is not going to die. That leaves her speechless. Then he jumps off the wall. As he does, he thinks the moment he really changed was when he made that promise, one he can never keep, because he is terminally ill. Even so, he charges at the monsters and throws a small purple sphere. It hits a steel monster directly, which starts to melt, and he kills it easily. That boosts his sword skill stats. He thinks that without that promise he might have let himself die, but now a whole horde is charging straight at him. He calls them his stepping stones to gain more life and tears through them without fear. With a wide grin, he crushes them, thinking that if he wins, he can stay in this game longer than he ever could in real life. He can barely hold back his excitement when he sees a huge shape appear in the sky. To him, this is a victory. At last, that battle has come. He takes his stance as the giant bird closes in, and while Nox smiles, everyone else is terrified. He moves first, shredding several monsters with ease. From a distance, Lena is amazed that a human can fight like that. May is stunned too. His movements are so fast she cannot even follow them. She starts wondering what kind of family the Rehanfer are. Lavilla jumps in, saying they are a line of sword masters who fight among themselves to decide the next heir. Excited, she adds that young Nox is the most talented of them all. Grain hears that and gets a pounding headache, while she wonders why the protagonist never clears up the rumors. At that point, May realizes the stories about him are false. She figures he has his own reasons for letting people think he is useless. Even if she does not fully get it, Still, she asks them to keep it that way, to keep secret the fact that their master is truly capable. Lena understands and full of excitement, promises to keep her lips sealed. That warm mood vanishes when the griffin's roar shakes the area, filling Grain and the troops with fear. The griffin lands before Nox. Watching from afar, Grain decides he really is insane. The fight starts as the bird attacks. MC dodges and rushes in, trying to land a slash, but the monster is faster and avoids it by taking flight. His older brother, meanwhile, sticks to the plan and orders the troops to fire the griffin with crossbows once it gets close to the walls. That makes Grain feel a little more confident. Then, when the griffin rises into the air and comes within range of the weapons, Grain gives the order to fire. The giant bird takes a direct hit that tears a hole through its wing, sending it crashing down. Nox watches, knowing the only way to beat the griffin is to bring it down first. He drinks the metallizing potion, which boosts his toughness, and charges in. He remembers that during his talk with his brother, they decided Graham would handle the crossbows. Graham thought that job was low and cowardly, and wanted someone else to do it. But after hearing solid reasons, he accepted and took command of the crossbows. Now, on the battlefield, he sees the griffin on the ground and thinks the only thing left is for Lena's potion to work. He watches as the griffin reacts and tries to fly again, rising up until something in its wing fails, and it drops hard to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. From inside it, Nox's shadow draws near, asking the griffin if it is frustrated because he asks if such a small wound can really bother a high-level monster. Then he explains that the last hit was loaded with a strong poison that will keep hurting it for 5 minutes. The griffin starts to wear down, but it still forces itself forward and charges Nox. He only smiles, he just has to last 5 minutes. Purple aura and shining gears rise from his body as he activates Genius Hour. A massive claw rushes at him, and Nox realizes seeing this in real life is nothing like a game. Still grinning, he decides he is not dying here. He lunges at the griffin at human speed, landing a storm of brutal cuts that leave the beast badly wounded. When his combo ends, he shouts to his brother. Still shocked by how different Nox is, his brother obeys. He orders another volley, and the dying griffin is filled with bolts on the ground. Now Nox, overflowing with power, is ready to finish everything. Even with all its wounds, the griffin forces itself up and rushes forward at the protagonist. He accepts and runs straight at it. With one heavy swing, he severs a leg, then follows with a sharp spin that ends up tearing the bird apart. It drops dead at his feet. With the wind secured, he sheaths his sword right before the skill ends, and the backlash from Diffuse hits him. Even so, he stays on his feet while the town erupts in cheers. The system tells him that because of this victory, he gains 60 more days of life, bringing his total life expectancy to 179 days. Through the townspeople's tears of joy, the admiration of his new allies, and Lavilla's relief, Nox lets himself enjoy the win. Frieren watches in shock and anger as his little brother defeats a monster only true masters could kill. He admits Nox is strong and realizes the family's ranking might be changing, so he decides he needs to stand with the winning side. Later, he walks over and tells MC he will clean up while he decides what to do with the loot. Then he sends him off to rest. Nox notices his brother is scared, but his real priority now is moving ahead with his plan and checking the mission reward. It is a griffin heart, something alchemists can use to raise or lower a person's stats. He quickly takes it to Alina, who is amazed because it could make weapons and potions she had only heard about. Short on time, Nox asks for one thing, a special elixir. He gives her every tool she needs to make it fast. He also offers the 2 girls a place as maids for the Rainhafer family. They do not know how to answer, since they are only commoners. Nox tells them what he told Lavilla. He will use them as long as they have something he wants, and in return they can do the same. But betrayal is not allowed. As he says that, he thinks about how hard it is to create a monster core, especially from a hidden boss that was never meant to be beaten. The girls, on the other hand, swear to follow him to the ends of the earth. That lets Nox leave at ease, happy to have gained 2 strong pieces for his side. He tells them they leave in 3 days, so they need to prepare the secret elixir. Later, he walks down the hall with Lavilla. She suddenly stops and tells him he is nothing like the rumors said. He is not someone who only cares about himself, so she asks him to promise that if things ever get hard, he will rely on her. Status or not, she accepts her place and keeps walking. He tells her to hurry or she might catch a cold. She blushes and smiles at his concern, but that warm look turns into embarrassment when Nox is the one who ends up sick. He begs her not to tell anyone so he will not feel even worse. She tries to comfort him, but he can only stare at his illnesses listed out with levels beside them. With nothing he can do, time passes, and everyone returns to the mansion, where Rodwell notices Nox's new maids. They enter with him, and along with the nobles' parade comes a flood of rumors. People whisper about the younger brother's old perverted stories. Some are scared, while others still refuse to credit his feats. He knows he cannot fix his image, so he uses it instead. Putting on a villain's attitude, he glares at them and orders everyone gossiping back to work. They scatter at once, and Rodwell informs him that the Patriarch has called him for a private meeting. Nox appears before his father, who asks if he has anything to say. Then he explains that he has heard about the protagonist's achievements, bringing everyone home safely and wiping out the corruption in the city. He even says Nox's brother admitted his skill. That catches MC off guard, and he immediately thinks Grin is plotting something. Theodore von Reinhafer quickly gets to the point. Those things do not matter to him. The important part is the nearly impossible mission he proposed and completed. So keeping their deal, he hands over the documents confirming that Chatters now belongs to him. Nox can tell Theodore von Reinhafer still has more to say, and he does. After thinking it over, the patriarch asks his youngest son if he wants to take his place. That question leaves Nox completely stunned. He cannot understand his father's sudden attitude. Far away in the desert, a strange man holds a necklace-like object that shows him several things, including Nox and the dead griffin. With that, he tells an old wise man that the Reinhafer family is starting to move. Now that Chatters is in the hands of the youngest son, the masked man tells his aide Cramsir to prepare for war. Seeing his doubts, the man says they have nothing left to lose, so this time they will go all in. Cramsir turns to a little girl and tells her this is the perfect chance to take over the country. Back at the mansion, Nox is still thrown off by his father's question, but Rodwell steps in and says it is too soon to answer. Theodore von Reinhafer still wants a reply right then, so Nox chooses to turn it down. He does not want the burden that comes with being the head of the family. His father hears him out, a little confused, but decides to respect that choice for now. He orders his son to leave and rest. After a polite farewell, Nox returns to his room, where Ludila asks if his father scolded him. He says nothing happened that he could not refuse. She moves on to the next topic. His new allies are already settled in. The protagonist thanks her, and she answers that she is only doing her duty. He knows people who simply do what they should are hard to find, so he thanks her again before getting to what matters most, Eladin Academy, where he must become the best. Meanwhile, Theodore von Reinhafer feels it was hard to bring up the subject of succession with his son. Rodwell says that is normal for someone so young and unprepared. He thinks Nox might have refused even harder if he had explained the full weight of the role. Theodore von Reinhafer bristles at that. He knows MC's eyes are not those of someone unsure about the future. He is not afraid of the title or of his father, but of something bigger and darker, as if he has stared into an abyss. Theodore believes his son may fear death itself. The butler suggests it might be tied to what happened to his mother, and Theodore von Reinhafer seems to understand, answering with a tired smile. Maybe Nox blames him for failing to protect her. After that, he turns his attention to his other son, Grin, who also seems to be making moves they need to watch closely. It brings back memories of the great massacre he once fought in. Now we shift to Talia's home, where she is stressing over her dress. Emma points out she has changed outfits 20 times, and suspects she is excited about more than that. The little redhead keeps searching for accessories while saying she is just nervous about getting into the academy. But her maid thinks the real reason is that she will finally see her fiancé again. Nox. That makes Talia blush all the way to her ears. She dodges the topic by asking about her clothes, which annoys Emma, and being ignored only makes Talia mad. Soon, the little redhead is throwing a full tantrum. Back at the mansion, the protagonist meets his new ally, Elena, asleep at a table. When she wakes up, her face shows how overworked she is. So Nox, who came for his elixir, first asks if she is okay. Michi steps in and says Elena gets like this when she is deeply focused, but she is watching over her. Then Elena happily cuts in to show them the elixir. It is glowing on the table, and Nox is stunned. He walks over slowly and takes it in his hands, revealing its effects. It boosts endurance and dexterity. Holding it carefully, he hears Elena ask what he thinks. The system reveals the elixir's effects are boosted by 200% because it was made by a genius like Elena. Nox is thrilled, since dexterity is a hidden stat that works perfectly with Genius Hour. Without hesitation, he drinks the elixir. At once, mana bursts out, forming a huge blue wing from his body before being absorbed back into him. With a wide smile, he feels all his preparations for the academy are finally done. So he heads out with Lavilla, while his current strengths are shown: Sword Genius, Mana Perception, and also Genius level Insight, Memory, Acting, and a Zero Mentality trait, along with 150 days of life and his Mana Sensitivity Genius skill active. At last, the day arrives. He appears at the academy with real presence, steps down from his carriage, and is recognized at once. The students start whispering all the rumors about Nox. He slips into villain mode, and says loud enough for all of them to hear that the noise sounds like barking dogs, which instantly intimidates them. Lovia sees the welcome and grows worried when someone approaches. It is Emma, greeting him cheerfully. Nox starts to shake, but he uses his acting skill and calmly greets her back, already knowing what is coming. Right then Talia, still inside her carriage, gets nervous when she hears her fiancé's name. She fixes herself up before stepping out like a refined lady. The moment Nox sees her, he thinks that even if he knew this could happen, he never thought it was likely. He remembers that before leaving, Rodwell gave him news that completely terrified him. He had been engaged to his future enemy. According to his maid, everyone already knew except him. After checking with the rest of the family, he had no choice but to accept that he was engaged to Talia. Back in the present, she walks over to greet him. She's clearly excited, but their small talk turns awkward fast. Talia is cheerful, while Nox is barely holding it together. Luckily, or maybe not for him, they get interrupted by someone new, and Nox goes on alert at once. It's another academy genius, the star of the merchant world and the head of the Rivalin family, a house rich enough to sway the whole continent. It's a stern red-haired girl named Eleanor Rivalin. The moment she sees Nox, she knows exactly who he is, and she still holds a grudge. With no way around it, he greets her. She answers by reminding him that she's the merchant noble he looked down on before, wearing a smile full of spite. Nox knows Eleanor is the one rivaling with enough wealth to move the continent. In the future, she'll become the game's top financial ruler, known as the Fox of Wealth, and that makes Nox start shaking again. He remembers the first time they met. Back then, like the spoiled brat he was, he mocked her for how her family got its rank. He even ended it with, "Die, you stupid bitch, get out of my sight." That left the poor girl in tears. Now he realizes the old Nox's bad karma has become his own too, so all he can do is lower his eyes in defeat. Talia watches him confused while the protagonist wonders how he ended up trapped between two redheads who might stab him someday. Eleanor notices how tense he is. Nox pulls himself together and tells her to get lost. That makes her think he's acting like the old MC again. So he quickly asks if she wants some kind of acknowledgement. Her hostility flares up, and she says she expects nothing good from the shame of his family. At that point, he checks her stats. Even at 15, she's a genius at calculation and acting. Her downsides are Northern Gaumol's sword technique plus vanity and pride, and she has an active skill called Merchant's Eye. Nox knows the rival and family got its noble place because her father bought the family name. Eleanor doesn't even like that truth, but she still has to use her status. That keeps her angry all the time, and Nox only made it worse. The tension stays thick as they part on bad terms, but he pulls Talia along so they can reach the opening ceremony. Once the ceremony starts, Nox thinks that if he can't get rid of Talia, since she's his fiancée, then he should at least use that to his advantage. Looking around at all the nobles' children, he starts planning how to recruit the strongest ones. So far, he only knows two for sure, Eleanor and Paracelsus. He needs allies, but he also has to keep the main story on track. Right now, though, his bigger problem is that too many nobles keep staring at him. Talia, nervous under all the hateful looks, says he's really popular. Nox can only think those hostile stares don't feel like popularity at all. Thankfully, a shaky voice cuts in. Every servant bows as a girl appears, happily licking a popsicle. She's so tiny that everyone just stares at her height, wondering why a little kid is at such an important ceremony. But Nox knows exactly who she is, a monster no one should trust by looks alone. Now Von Trinity. Her age is unknown. She uses ice and she's one of the 4 sages. Her strengths are mana detection genius and being carefree. Her flaws are an inferiority complex and laziness. The protagonist blurts out that he needs her on his side, confusing Talia. He quietly warns her not to talk about Noah if she wants to stay alive. Noah greets everyone and introduces herself in a sweet, cheerful way, then suddenly warns that anyone who mentions her height again will be sent to meet St. Peter. After that, she announces the welcome event will be a mission. Everyone is stunned because that wasn't in the contract. Noah says it's a new rule from the dean, a rule she made up that same day to filter talent. Then she opens a giant magic circle under their feet and tells all the students to survive. Nox knows this is exactly where his academy life begins. Soon after, the students start dropping unconscious onto an island. A shiny bald man watches them and yells at them not to sleep in front of him. Of course, nobody hears him because they're all out cold. He keeps grumbling until he spots the one person still awake, Nox. Even though he stayed conscious, he's still feeling the effects of forced teleportation. The bald instructor sees MC walk over, clearly trying to confirm something, whether the instructor's bald head is really as shiny as it was in the game. His name is Vernon. The story says he once had a full head of hair. He was also one of the academy's first graduates. People jokingly call him Takoyaki Vernon because of his baldness, though he's extremely skilled in a fight. Still, when their eyes meet, Vernon can tell Nox was looking at him with pity, like he feels bad about how everyone mocks that glowing head. He immediately shifts gears and turns on his acting skill. Vernon thinks he's being mocked, but Nox smoothly changes the subject to the test. The bald instructor goes with it and tells him to cover his ears because he's about to wake the sleepers. The protagonist does, and when Vernon claps, a huge sound wave blasts out and wakes everyone up. One student is especially annoyed and curses at whoever made the noise. Unluckily for him, Vernon is standing right behind him and smacks him on the head. That gets everyone's attention on Vernon, or more accurately, on his blinding forehead, which only annoys him more. After a while, once the students who didn't wake up are moved to a safe area, he explains the entrance test. Nox sums it up simply. They have to hunt as many monsters as they can on the island. The monsters drop colored jewels, and the less mana a jewel has, the more valuable it is. That sounds backward, but the test has 2 goals. First, it measures how much mana each student has. That's tied to how quickly they woke up after Noah's magic. Second, it tests whether they can sense mana, even weak traces, so they can sort through the stones in this maze the dean created. Vernon finishes by saying there are more monsters here than they've ever seen in their lives, so this time he'll let them form teams of 8. The students all look around at each other as small daggers appear for each of them. With that, Vernon tells them to get moving. Many are still confused and try to ask the instructor questions, but he vanishes in an instant. Paracelsus and another boy Nox knows is among the strongest study the situation, while a pink-haired girl asks for help to protect a blonde princess. Eleanor buys herself a team, and plenty of students glance at Nox uneasily. He ignores them. In a place like this, teaming up won't help him much. If he wants to keep growing, he needs knowledge and every advantage for himself. So he heads for the forest, determined to go alone. From afar, Vernon is still surprised by what Nox did. He stayed on his feet against the Dean's magic, and now he's charging into the forest by himself. It looks like he doesn't fear danger, though something in his eyes says otherwise. That leaves Vernon curious about what the hidden dragon of the Rena 4 family will do next, especially when Nox is already leaving behind a pile of dead monsters and a huge number of jewels he doesn't even bother to pick up. As MC keeps moving, he's being followed by a strange figure with long white hair. Elsewhere, Talia is surrounded by monsters alongside that dangerous girl from before, and a princess named Penelope von Arkheim, who's already in a battle stance. Even then, Talia is still distracted because her fiancé got away, and she has to be told to focus. The princess's aide tells her to stop complaining and be happy. She gets to protect the princess. After a hard fight, they beat the monsters and collect a purple crystal packed with mana. The princess first thinks it's the best reward, but both she and her aide suspect a sage's test can't be that easy, so they keep going. The problem is, most of their group is in no shape to continue. That frustrates the aide, who thinks that if they stop now, they may fail their goal of raising the princess to lead the Arkheim Empire, a nation rotten to the core that Penelope von Arkheim might be able to change. Talia, still totally fine, suggests gathering whoever can keep moving and pressing on. The princess accepts the plan, though she's frustrated and weighed down by thoughts of her older brother, so they move out. Meanwhile, the freezing air makes Nox remember one of his bad traits: cold hands and feet. He's short of breath too, and moving more slowly, so he uses a basic fire spell to steady himself and keep climbing the mountain. The closer he gets to the top, the colder it becomes. From there, he uses his magic to sense what lies beneath the ground and uncovers the truth. The entire island was made by magic, from the mountain to the monsters. He has no idea how much mana Noah Von Trinity must have to do something like that, but decides it doesn't matter for now and keeps going. Soon, he comes face to face with several ice trolls. He recognizes them as the top newbie killers. For him, though, they aren't that hard. He starts fighting, dodging their blows with ease, until one of them almost lands a hit. By the end of the clash, Nox has broken his weapons, and he realizes Noah Von Trinity is obsessed with talented students. He also doubts she really meant to throw them against ice giants, since those are far too hard for normal kids, more like a massacre than training. That means something else is going on. All the while, the white-haired figure keeps watching him. Nox charges at the trolls again and notices their formation keeps repeating. Once he reads their patterns, he moves through them like a dance and finally reaches the end of the fight, driving a hard thrust into the last troll. The monster crashes to the ground in pieces. From its body, a gray crystal appears, and Nox picks it up. He knows that was the exact piece Noah Von Trinity hid. He plans to trade it for the scroll he needs most. That scroll will boost his Hour of the Genius skill. Then we cut to Eleanor. She listens as her team brings in another pink gem. They think that puts them ahead. Eleanor agrees, but she keeps thinking about Nox going off alone. That choice bothers her, and brings back old memories. She remembers what happened after her fight with him, when her father scolded her. He said their family could only avoid being looked down on if they climbed even higher, so they needed every bit of support. That was why he sent her to give young Nox anything he wanted. Back in the present, Eleanor figures the protagonist knows some kind of secret. Putting on her usual cheerful face, she asks everyone to go higher with her and gather more gems for a very generous reward. Some agree, but others refuse because it is too dangerous. She pushes harder and raises the pay, winning over a few more people. To her, money usually fixes everything. Still, what matters most right now is figuring out what Nox is planning. Keeping up her bright act, she moves on. Meanwhile, MC decides the risk is worth it if it helps his skill grow. Hour of the Genius is very hard to improve unless you unlock the dexterity attribute, so he sticks to the plan, even if it draws attention. Just as he gets ready to move again, he senses something coming, and knocks the attack aside. His face fills with fear when he sees Paracelsus smiling wide. Paracelsus tells him he is glad to see him. Nox breaks into a cold sweat as they stare each other down, thinking this should not be happening. He checks the stats of this sword and combat genius, a medical genius too. Fiercely competitive, kind to the weak, hostile to the strong, lazy obsessive, and someone who despises nobles. Most of all, he should not be here. In the original story, at this point he should be facing the game's real protagonist, and taking interest in him after he saved Eleanor from a monster. Realizing the story is off, Nox grows even more nervous when he has to stop a knife thrown by his opponent. Paracelsus demands the gem and he activates his acting skill to keep from breaking. He defends himself as best he can against Paracelsus's heavy blows, thinking that since the real game protagonist does not exist in this timeline, he has to stop Paracelsus himself. Paracelsus keeps attacking, until they finally pull apart. Then he offers a deal, the gem in exchange for walking away. Nox refuses and chooses to keep fighting. He knows he is facing one of the strongest characters in the game, but his talent still has not fully bloomed. Even so, he believes Hour of the Genius can win, and his eyes turn sharp. If the true protagonist is gone, then he will have to save Eleanor himself, so he decides to play a mind game. Nox tells Paracelsus he knows the real reason he joined the academy, to uncover the truth behind his master's death. That instantly makes Paracelsus furious. At the same time, Eleanor reaches the top of the mountain and finds the princess with her group, including Talia. There, the wealthy girl is warned not to get in the princess's way, but Eleanor is focused on Nox and Paracelsus, who are still locked in a brutal fight. Penelope von Archheim has no intention of stepping in. The attendant wants to fight too, but she is told that neither of them could be beaten one-on-one, unless they were already badly hurt, and if they joined forces it would be even more impossible. Still, the princess seems to give an order that cannot be refused. Eleanor is also stunned to see how strong someone she thought was useless really is. Worried, Talia asks the dangerous girl who Nox is fighting, and she explains that he is known as the Destroyer of the East, the Grey Wolf, the young fighter famous for slaughtering large groups of bandits in the East, Paracelsus. What shocks the princess's aide most, though, is how skilled and powerful Nox looks in battle. She feels he would make an excellent knight if he were not a useless pervert. Talia tries to defend him, but she cannot really argue with that last part. Back to the fight. Paracelsus keeps attacking in a rage, but the protagonist reads him well. He is glad he threw him off balance by bringing up his master. Even so, he soon has to block stronger and stronger strikes that he can barely stop, so he digs into his rival's mind again, asking if he is acting like this because it sounds like Nox himself killed his master. That only makes his opponent even angrier. His speed rises too, and he attacks wildly, but MC still dodges with ease, picking out the patterns in Paracelsus's still immature technique. After redirecting a blow, he drives a hard knee into Paracelsus's stomach, forcing him back, though he recovers right away. With an angry, confident smile, he rushes in again even faster, leaving Nox to block and keep up his smug act. Inside, though, he knows he cannot drag this out much longer, because each strike is getting harder to stop. Then Paracelsus takes on a crazed look and wraps his sword in a blue aura. Nox recognizes it at once as Living Sword, a technique on the level of an emperor. If it fully activates, he is finished. So the protagonist endures as long as he can, blocking, dodging, and taunting the Grey Wolf, by saying the way he acts makes him look like some commoner from Pocahontas. Paracelsus snaps back that nobles are why the world is ruined, as blades and insults keep flying, and Nox looks more worn out. He tells him that attitude is just an excuse to have someone to hate. All it does is waste his time. The clash goes on and MC keeps pressing the dead master angle, all while growing more nervous because he only needs to hold out until 9 o'clock when Eleanor is supposed to be attacked in just 2 more minutes. But the Grey Wolf plans to break a few of his joints before forcing out everything he knows about his master. Nox points out that would be a bad idea unless he wants punishment for attacking a noble. That gives Paracelsus pause, especially when he notices how many people are watching. He, however, does not care about that. He knows the next move will be the last. Paracelsus, full of confidence, charges in at top speed to prove it. Nox just smiles, then activates his Hour of the Genius skill. With a move that is almost impossible to read, he catches his rival with a blow so hard it sends him flying. At that same moment, a shadow slips across the ground, heading straight for Eleanor, who is too busy watching Nox defeat the Academy's strongest fighter. Then her attention snaps to the black shadow, which rises out of the ground and forms into a Nightwalker. She has no way to escape. With no options left, she trembles and accepts that she is about to die, until a sharp sound startles her. In an instant, the shadow is cut apart with ease. Nox does not miss the chance to call Eleanor pathetic. She asks why he saved her. He keeps playing the villain, mocking the girls' team for failing against one simple monster, even though he knows that creature should not have been there. It is supposed to be the trigger for the game's original protagonist, who is also tied to Paracelsus's master's fate. But none of that matters now, because Nox knows there is no original protagonist. Just then, Penelope von Archheim hears him and scolds him for the way he talks to Eleanor. Nox recognizes the princess and greets her politely, but she keeps going, saying a Nightwalker is not something ordinary students can defeat. He answers that people do not always get to choose their enemies, something he thought a princess would understand. The aide bristles at his tone and cuts in, asking why he speaks like that when he saw the situation was out of control and stepped in because of it. Nox immediately realizes the dangerous girl is Echidna, the princess's closest person and the next head of the sacred Janos family. She is called the Serpent of Greed, and because of how different she is, she does not get along with her own family. Still playing the villain, the protagonist calls her the sacred family's dog, which enrages Echidna. Before things can get worse, a loud shout from Vermin cuts through everything, making them all stop. Vermin drops down between them at high speed. Nox asks if the trial is over. The bald man nods, and MC hands over the black stone. Surprised by the result, Vermin declares him the winner of the trial, while everyone who found pink stones is awarded second place. Penelope von Archheim does not stay quiet, and asks about the Nightwalker attack, demanding an explanation. He admits there will be an investigation, though he knows that is not enough given how dangerous it was, so he promises extra compensation for Eleanor and for Nox as well, since he saved her. He proudly refuses the reward and walks away, wanting no deeper ties to these troublesome girls, especially now that he knows his world has no protagonist. He has to stay in character so it does not look like he was trying to save her. Eleanor follows him to ask more questions, but Nox only claims he killed the monster because he happened to be nearby, leaving her confused. He knows she does not believe him, because the so-called fox of wealth is cold, careful, and convinced that any person's will can be bought with money. Later, still very confused in her carriage, she talks with her young butler, questioning everything that happened. She decides she has to investigate it herself, though the butler offers to do it for her. She refuses, knowing how risky it is to move against the rain for family, and her butler accepts with a smile while looking over the study modules. Meanwhile, Nox is worn out and being treated by Lavilla, who worries about how cold his hands and feet are. He tells her he is already healed and not to worry about the illness, but he is afraid of what comes next. He knows there is no protagonist, and without one the story cannot move forward. That also means he may never recover his memories the way the system said he would. Luckily, he suddenly gets an idea and blurts it out loud, startling Lavilla. Excited, Nox realizes there is a way to be both the villain and the protagonist of the game. Meanwhile, on a battlefield, a blonde woman stands over a pile of bodies. This is Luna. She is told that the demonic humans have started to move, which means he will awaken. Just hearing that from her aide makes her think the whole continent will be soaked in blood again, so she tells Doph to get ready. She puts on a jacket marked with a symbol and walks forward, believing everything she does is for the fall of the Quejim Empire. Later in the city, Nox remembers his days as a gamer, when he and the other players agreed that the line between heroes and villains is very thin, except in a few cases like beings of pure evil. A lot of people like deeper villains. That led to more villains with heavy trauma, similar to what heroes have, making them really interesting to players. As he thinks about that, he walks through the dark streets, deciding a villain normally can't be the hero. But if that happens, there is only one reason this world has not been destroyed. Without a hero, he has to fill both roles. That thought brings him to a strange magical alley, and he steps inside, not because he likes risking his life, but because he needs to find the strongest villain group, the one trying to destroy the empire Luna belongs to. The Lunatics. Back at the academy, the top officials are deeply worried about what happened during the test. A mustached man blames Vernon, starting an argument that Noah stops in a not-so-friendly way. The men finally stop fighting and move to the next issue. Noah is upset because they barely let her speak about it. They ask what should be done about the Nightwalker summoning. Noah believes that was only the beginning. Since the target was the richest woman on the continent, whoever planned it clearly wants to hit the Empire's finances. She tells her people to get ready for what is coming, and warns them that they also have to deal with a major talent inside the academy. She remembers chasing Nox in a more grown-up version of himself, and recognizes him as the most talented man in the academy. What shocks everyone is hearing Noah admit that Nox may be even more talented than her. Back with the hero, he reaches an inn where a bartender named Crayon asks if he is lost. Knowing who he is, Nox ignores that and speaks a secret code. The bartender recognizes at once, letting him in without knowing how he learned it. The protagonist keeps going, shifting a few potions in a coded pattern that triggers a bright blue flash around him. It is high-level magic, and it shuts down his Mana Genius ability, forcing him to teleport. Dizzy, he appears in a hidden place where he is welcomed by a sword pressed to his neck, held by Luna. The hero names her Luna, leader of the Lunatics, one of the three-sword emperors whose face is unknown. That catches her off guard, and she asks who he belongs to. Nox introduces himself and asks to join the Lunatics. Back at the academy, Paracelsus looks out his room window, thinking about Nox, or rather how he knew his master's fate. He mocks the rumors claiming MC is a disappointment to his family, since he even matched his speed, maybe reaching his master's level. Paracelsus realizes everything he knew about Nox before the academy was twisted to make him seem weak. He cannot understand why someone so skilled was hidden. Still, that does not change his plan to crush anyone who stands in his way, and if they are a noble, even better. After that, he falls asleep and remembers his master who told him the kingdom's empress had gone mad and ruled like a tyrant, splitting the imperial family. In answer to that, Princess Penelope von Arkheim rose as a kind leader, ready to take the throne instead of her far less kind brother. His master told Paracelsus he would have to choose a side once he joined the academy, and that was the last task he gave him. Then he sees his master saying he has given him everything he has before collapsing with a fatal wound dealt by a mysterious hooded figure, leaving the Grey Wolf in shock. He suddenly wakes up and notices his hand glowing, angry that his dead master still keeps appearing in his dreams. Back with Nox, he checks Luna's stats. She is 20 years old, her element is lunar, and she is a sword genius. She is aggressive and has a mind's eye. Her negative traits are madness, agitation, and berserk state. Her passive skills are fighting spirit, piercing eyes, and intimidation. Her active skills are lunar sword and mana explosion. Nox knows she is a terrifying fighter, one of the three sword masters despite her young age. Her skill is nearly impossible to reach, and while black sword techniques can only be learned by the patriarch, lunar sword can be learned if he earns Luna's trust. That means joining the Lunatics. But Luna does not trust him. She asks why a Reinhaffer would join criminals while pressing the tip of her sword into the protagonist's neck, drawing blood and rattling him. MC blurts out that he wants to destroy the Empire. That answer makes Luna let him continue. Nox says the academy must fall first because it is the foundation of the Empire, and he can serve as her spy there. Luna looks down on his skills, but his confidence catches her attention. So she orders her assistant Duff to prepare a lunar trial. Duff hands Nox a hood and then leads him deep into the forest, where a combat platform waits. There Duff tells him to enter and defeat all the monsters, making sure he never loses the hood because if he does, he will go mad. Nox already knows this. The Berserker trait is one of the worst in the game, hurting judgment but greatly boosting stats. That trade might be worth it even if it costs his mind. The cause is a huge crimson moon that drives mad anyone exposed to it. Nox sees the test as having two parts: resist the madness and beat the monsters, something he had never tried before, because in a game with a hero, who would ever think of joining the villains? Then Luna tells him to become a corpse or join them. Nox stands in the center of the platform while Duff casts a spell that floods the circle with red light, drawing the monsters in. Nox knows he clearly cannot win against that many creatures, so he goes with his second plan and pulls off the hood. To Luna, that is insane, but Nox wants to use the moment to raise all his stats fast. The real problem will be keeping his sanity. As he enters Berserk, risking his mind, he feels thrilled when his stats rise. Duff and Luna are stunned. She thinks he is crazy, and Duff suggests stopping him. Luna says they will not, because he would not listen anyway. Besides, they do not care if he dies. Her assistant wonders if that is wise, since they could have trouble with Theo. But Luna does not think Theo has any fatherly love, so they simply watch, waiting to see what Nox is planning. He stands in the circle, watching all the monsters rush toward him. Then he charges them, attacking as the world around him turns red. To him, that feels like the perfect image of this trial. He notices not only are his stats rising, but his body has grown bigger and stronger too. As another huge wave closes in, he attacks again, moving fast and cutting down one enemy after another. They just keep coming. Nox thinks about his situation and realizes that while Berserker is one of the worst traits in Inner Lunatic and only appears under the Crimson Moon, he planned to use it from the start. Thanks to his two genius traits, combat and mana absorption, he can cancel out the Crimson Moon's normal effect. From the game's balance point of view, that is completely unfair, but he does not care. He leaps into the sky, grinning beneath the moon as the monsters jump at him. With black execution, he tears through them like a storm. To Luna and Duff's shock, Nox acts half-crazed, laughing wildly as the slaughter gives him 2 more days to live, thinking it is unfair that he can control this state. But if anyone wants the same advantage, all they need is to be terminally ill. He smashes everything in front of him until nothing is left. Only then does he stop, when he hears something muffled from Luna. It annoys him. He gets up and walks through the monster remains with a frightening air, covered in blood, heading to Luna to ask if the test is over. Going back 10 seconds earlier, Luna sees Nox's talent and decides to accept him into the Lunatics, telling him he passed. Even so, his attitude worries her. She thinks madness may have swallowed him, and she might need to kill him. But then Nox, after finishing off one last creature and wiping his sword, walks over to them looking worn out and simply asks if it is over. When Luna confirms it, she thinks Theo raised a monster, while Nox only thinks he pulled it off. Luna tells her assistant to bring him something, a hood worn only by honored members of the Lunatics. Nox takes it and checks its traits. It raises willpower by 1, marks him as a member of the organization through the Oath of Moonlight, and cancels all anomalies tied to the light attribute. It also has a pattern only members can recognize and boosts the wearer's strength by 1.2 at night. That leaves Nox thrilled and proud of his win, especially because of the new hood and the unlocked willpower stat. He keeps staring at Luna, and when she notices, she figures he wants something else. She is right. Nox is hoping for one more reward. That boldness amuses the blonde, so she sends her assistant to bring an artifact they got recently, a mask called Moon Shadow. This artifact can literally create a clone of its user, which could be perfect for his spy work at the academy. Luna asks if he is satisfied now. Nox is thanking her while studying the new item, the main reason he came to the Lunatics. With it in hand, he can now make a clone and use it to be 2 people at the same time, the hero and the villain. Luna then explains the Lunatic structure. They are split into 5 ranks: captain, vice captain, then regular members from 1 to 3. He will start at rank 3, the lowest. For now, she tells him to leave until she gives him his first mission. Once he leaves, the Lunatics keep talking, and the blonde finds him very interesting. Her assistant is shocked that he endured the Crimson Madness. Most people who are not geniuses cannot last even 5 minutes. Since that alone is a big feat, they decide to keep watching him to see whether he stays useful and entertaining. After that, Nox heads back to the tavern. A cheerful Crane greets him and guesses he got what he wanted. At the same time, he thinks about how his talents may make him the only person who can use the Crimson Moon. As he starts heading outside, the bartender seems to have an issue with him, but it is simple enough. He already told Nox his own name, so he thinks it is only fair for the protagonist to do the same. So MC introduces himself and they part ways. Before he leaves, Crayon warns him to be careful with his academy schedule and suggests he should avoid standing out. Then Nox returns to his room. He is tired but pleased that his plan moved ahead without trouble. As soon as he enters, his maid is throwing a fit because he left without her. Caught off guard by the complaints, Nox listens as Lodila says that even with all the bad rumors around his family, he can still change. She assumes he went off to do something dirty. Still, her tantrum ends when he asks how her special classes for maids and butlers have been going. Her hands start to shake, making it clear something happened. Nox figures it is because most of the servants there are low-ranking nobles, unlike her, who is a commoner, so he gives her a small pouch to use if she gets into trouble. He promises he will handle it in a very reasonable way. Lodila is not fully convinced, and wants to know what is inside, but she finally agrees to use it only if things get dangerous. Right after that, the system freezes everything to tell him that he has officially joined the voice. Nox immediately opens it, and suddenly sees a faintly visible angel. The letter says it has been a long time since it saw him, and it is glad he finished his first mission. It also says the real problems are only beginning, and they will likely hurt even more. It warns him that he is the one and only person who can help Nox's family, so he should not worry. He can handle what comes next because only he can see the end of the story. It leaves him this small bit of help through the mail. Nox does not get much from the letter, but he assumes the being talking to him can change the game, however it wants, and contact him directly. So it is probably a game master. That makes him think about setting his sights on the main storyline, but for now he puts future problems aside and decides to check the gift instead. It turns out to be an option in the menu called View Character System. When he clicks it, every character he knows appears. That surprises him because now he can open each person's profile with the Einshing ability. Before, he could only use it when the target was right in front of him. Now he can track the progress of all characters from anywhere. That is how Nox notices Theodore von Reinhafer has grown stronger in a short time, which shocks him since Theodore is already a sword master and an old man. Looking at his real face in the mirror, Nox realizes this world is like the game but not exactly the same, which makes it a nightmare-level challenge. He comforts himself by choosing decent classes, combat techniques, image, equipment, imperial history, and horseback riding. The next day, the students on the servant side are gathered together. Lodella is among them, keeping her head down while she listens to the whispers around her, especially from two girls who mock her for being a commoner and still attending the academy. They also guess that with a pretty face she could charm anyone and use them. Then a third maid joins in and says that since she serves the useless youngest son of a family known for lust, she is probably using her looks to control him too. That is the final straw. Lodila can take any insult aimed at herself, but not one that could hurt her master, so she walks over to them and one girl steps up to face her. Iselle, the daughter of a count. Lodila tells her she should apologize, but the gossiping maid feels safe with the others backing her up. She says the rumors are not their fault, and refuses to say sorry. Lodila knows status means everything there, so she has no way to win normally. Instead, she uses the strange pouch Nox gave her. The moment she opens it, a huge cloud of smoke bursts out, and from it appears a tiny chibi version of the protagonist as a hologram. Everyone is terrified. The mini-hero starts talking, saying he does not know who is hearing this or what they did, but if his maid opened the pouch, that is enough reason for him to appear. He then declares that whoever got this message is dead, and that he will personally send their heads back to their families. It looks cute, but the whole thing leaves the blonde maid deeply disappointed by how childish her master is. Iselle, however, is filled with fear and throws herself to the ground, nervously asking his name. He gives it with a sigh. At that point, the gossiping girl is sure Nox's family could erase her in an instant if they wanted, so she drops to her knees and begs for forgiveness. That settles the problem, but to the blonde maid it feels like the worst possible outcome, since it will only spread more bad rumors about them. With no better option, she leaves in disappointment. Later, she walks with Nox. She notices the heavy dark circles under his eyes, but MC says he is fine, and explains he stayed up all night sorting out his class choices. They keep moving, but are stopped by Eleanor's small servant, a boy named Rick, who greets them with a big smile. Nox is confused at first, then quickly grows uneasy and starts shaking, forcing him to activate his acting skill. That is because, despite his innocent look, Rick is a dangerous figure. Known as Deceitful Rick, he will matter a lot in the coming chapters, betraying the rival and merchants and pushing the demon plot forward, since he serves and worships that demon, and he is also the one who stabs the rich girl in the back. That is why Nox looks at him with total distrust, thinking that an inner lunatic, the saying "the enemy of my enemy is my friend" means nothing. Especially not with Rick, whom he sees as complete trash. He knows staying close to him would bring more harm than good. Meanwhile, the seemingly innocent boy offers him a gift from his mistress, a rare artifact. Without wasting time, Nox tells him to get lost. Rick stares at him, confused, but the protagonist repeats himself and grabs his sword as a threat. The boy backs away in fear, and Nox turns and leaves. Lodilla apologizes to Rick for her master's behavior before hurrying after MC. She worries he might hurt himself walking that fast. That annoys him, but she reminds him that he looked seriously sick not long ago, and still has a very weak body. Nox admits that and calms her down, saying he is not going to suddenly die. Even though she knows that, she still worries because he is always right in the middle of trouble. He jokes that it just means he is popular, which does nothing to ease her mind. Nox understands that, given his maid's nature, it makes sense for her to hate being away from him, especially since he is the one who saved her life. Then, as they keep walking, she asks why he got so aggressive with the little butler. Nox grabs her shoulder and seriously tells her to stay away from him. Confused but trusting him, she obeys, and decides she should also stay away from Eleanor, realizing that from now on they need to be much more careful. Later, Nox is in class, thinking about how many problems he has already found by stepping into the game's story, not knowing they are about to get even worse. The teacher announces that the first thing they will do is form teams and start working right away. The protagonist immediately realizes that being antisocial will come back to bite him, even in a game. The teacher tells them to find 4 people within the next 30 minutes. Seeing his reputation finally catch up to him, Nox asks the classic quiet student question, what happens if someone does not form a team? The teacher's answer is simple, he will fail with no retake, and he sternly adds that nobody can work alone. Nox gives up arguing and thinks about how failing would get him expelled. Everyone else, meanwhile, is doing fine. Penelope von Archheim gets asked by many students. The same goes for Paracelsus, who is popular because of his great skill. A character named Leon and Eleanor also seem very popular. As for Nox, time keeps slipping away while he wonders how to make friends in 30 minutes. Then to his surprise, a wealthy girl walks all the way over and stops beside him. Annoyed that he never accepted her gift, she offers another way to repay her debt for saving her life. With a sly smile, she asks him to form a team. Nox sees the redhead's proud look and realizes he does not have much choice but to accept. What he does not know is that at that same moment, another red-haired girl shows up to join. Talia von Stillener, or as Nox sees it, another headache. She arrives full of energy at first, but quickly turns shy because of the stares and whispers around them. MC sees her as a kind person who likely felt bad watching her fiancé stand there alone. Eleanor, meanwhile, is surprised that someone like Nox actually has a friend. He hears the blunt but honest comment, and for some strange reason it bothers him. With Talia von Stillener joining the team and Eleanor also in, they only need one more member. After thinking it over, Nox accepts the team, knowing Chapter 1 is getting close. Along with the first boss fight and his coming double role as both hero and villain. Luckily, the last spot ends up going to an ordinary guy named Pearl. That at least gives the hero some relief, and when Nox checks his stats, he finds useful traits like submissive life art and believer. His only negative trait is that he is stupid, but that stops mattering when the protagonist notices his active skill, Blessing, which is a huge buff for the whole team. It does not help Nox directly, but it will still be useful. He is surprised a student has a power that usually belongs only to saints and monasteries. Putting that aside, the girls introduce themselves to the new member, Eleanor, in her usual proud way, Talia von Stillener shyly, and Nox by basically threatening him. Once every team is set, the teacher ends class and gives them their first assignment. Get along, because they will not be able to change teams for the whole semester. MC loudly calls him a crazy old man, and Talia worries the professor might hear him. But that was exactly the point. After that, he leaves the classroom. Talia follows right behind him and awkwardly asks about his class schedule. Nox gets the idea completely wrong. Confused, he flicks her forehead and scolds her for trying to get free tips on the easiest classes. Then he walks off, convinced he still does not understand women. Next, we move to District 4, where Nox walks with Lodilla. They check the list of books, gear, and grimoires they need, and everything is expensive enough to make life hard for poor students. That would make graduating even tougher, but the protagonist has no such problem. He has plenty of money, and he also knows that any talented student at the academy can get sponsors. Once he buys everything, he gets ready to leave. But a commotion breaks out in the crowd. It looks like a fight, and Lodilla gets worried, while Nox keeps walking, not interested. That changes the moment he notices Leon arguing while a merchant hurls insults at him. Nox recognizes him at once, Leon von Marbus, third son of the Dark Marbus family. He assumes the boy will handle it calmly, since he seems kind despite his family's ruin. But MC is caught off guard when the merchant starts shouting at Leon for weighing the goods to compare which one had more inside, then calls him a beggar. That word clearly hits a nerve, and Lojen, humiliated, releases a green aura, pulls out his grimoire, and starts summoning the dead to defend his family's honor. Nox sprints forward, shocked by what Lojen is doing. Right in the middle of the district, 2 huge undead rise beside Lojen. Logetta worries about her master, but Nox does not stop. He can see trouble written in Lojen's eyes. The maid cannot understand how he knows that just from a look, and he tells her he is simply used to trouble. Meanwhile, the merchant stands frozen in terror before Lojen's summons. Nox steps in front of him and tells him to run before one of them kills him. The merchant still acts arrogant, so the protagonist has no choice but to uncover his face, so the man understands who he is. We pause there and cut back to the academy, where Emma has to deal with Talia's love-struck complaints. Talia is sad, worried, and annoyed, even after joining Nox's side, because he still would not tell her his schedule. That makes her wonder if puberty has just made him shy. Poor Emma has no idea what to say. Talia feels crushed because even though she acts so mature and never tries to hold Nox down, he still pays her no attention. Emma starts thinking that if this keeps going, her lady will fall into depression. She even blames herself, because back when her lady worried that her fiancé was being cold, Emma suggested it was just puberty, which gave Talia way too much hope and made the current mess even worse. So she sweetens the truth again, telling Talia that Nox is only acting that way to keep his private life as her fiancé separate from his school life. That alone is enough to cheer her up, and she jumps around happily, hugging Emma and playing with her, now calling her a relationship expert and her forever advisor. Seeing her that happy, Emma cannot help thinking she has actually never dated anyone. Then the two are interrupted by a knock at the door. On the other side is Eleanor, who introduces herself as Talia's teammate in magical combat class. Emma does not care and tells her to make an appointment if she wants a meeting. But Eleanor, calm and cold, says she came to talk about Nox. Talia heads out right away, back with the main character. Nox watches the merchant finally recognize him. Leon von Marbus stops his attack and the merchant quickly apologizes for not knowing who MC was. He tells him to get lost instead, but the man keeps insisting he is right until he sees the hatred in the protagonist's eyes, which sends him running for his life. Leon von Marbus looks confused and says he was only having a talk with the merchant. Nox answers by knocking away the skeletons, annoyed, then uses his magic to erase them, and asks, "Do you always talk with black magic like that?" He also points out that Leon is basically asking to be arrested. Leon von Marbus suddenly realizes it is illegal to learn magic before entering the academy, something he had not even thought about. He apologizes and thanks MC for the help. MC tells him that now that he gets it, he should buy what he needs and disappear, then hands him a pouch of money to help. Leon von Marbus stares at the bag confused and asks why Nox is helping him. He says he has no interest in owing him anything. He tells him that amount is nothing to him, but he does admit he has a few motives. Leon von Marbus seems to understand and accepts it, putting away his skeletons. Then he steps closer, raising that green battle aura again, money still in his hand, and says he sees the money as payment for silence. He places a coin in front of the protagonist, fills it with black magic, and says the deal is off. What he really wants to know is how the protagonist has his family's power. Back at the academy, the two redheads sit down for tea. Talia starts the talk with perfect manners, which briefly surprises Eleanor. For a second, she wonders if Nox could actually be interested in her, but throws that thought away at once. To someone like him, engagements are chains, so she chooses to be blunt and tells Talia that MC is dangerous, leaving her stunned. Eleanor goes on, listing the reasons why, from his dark family background to all the rumors around him. Talia listens and holds herself back until she finally snaps, insisting that Nox is not a bad person. Eleanor immediately goes back to the day he humiliated her, and in anger slams her cup onto the table, saying, "Most people do not agree with Talia." The talk turns tense, and Eleanor is thrown off by Talia's attitude. It does not seem to match someone tied to Nox. That makes her tone turn hostile. Talia, still polite, explains that the protagonist may seem cold and easy to misunderstand, but he is not evil. Eleanor gets even more upset and suggests that being engaged to him is no reason to defend him. Talia cuts in and says that is not why she supports him, and the two begin arguing about whether people can change. The brave redhead reminds Eleanor that Nox saved her life. That leaves the rich girl confused, and she stands up, disgusted, and walks out. Outside, she is still full of frustration when Rick appears and asks if the conversation is what upset her. She asks her butler what a merchant's greatest trait is. He answers that it is having eyes that doubt everything. That doubt, she knows, is what helped her gain her status and wealth. But now she is starting to wonder whether Nox has truly changed. The memory of how he humiliated her keeps coming back, yet despite that, she admits he may have changed. Back with Nox, he sees Leon von Marbus getting angry, magical power flashing all around him. MC tells the townspeople to run, and they all flee in fear of the dark black mage's power. Leon then creates a huge dome of dark energy, leaving only himself and him inside. He knows this is getting serious with Leon von Marbus. Leon walks up angry and says that if Nox wanted to negotiate over his family's power, he should have brought something worthy of the deal. But the protagonist knows there was nothing he could offer in exchange for family honor. Leon von Marbus seems to think MC understands him, so he starts talking about the Leon von Marbus family, and how they were once one of the greatest dark houses. Hearing it in the past tense annoys the necromancer, because Nox clearly knows his family went bankrupt after the Forest faction used the territorial war to defeat the patriarch of their house. Leon assumes the protagonist will use that information to calm him down, or for revenge. But MC does not care about revenge. What he wants is for the Leon von Marbus family to rise again, with Leon von Marbus as the new patriarch who reaches the top of the continent. Stunned, Leon von Marbus admits Nox knows him well, because that is exactly his goal. Now he only has one question left. How did he get that power? He admits it was pure chance. Leon von Marbus believes him and calms down right away. The protagonist finally realizes that Leon von Marbus only wanted to know how he learned that magic. With that settled, Leon thanks him and says he will repay the debt as long as it does not involve money. Then, the next day, inside a large building, Nox walks across a small bridge until he comes face to face with Noah, there to improve his skill, Hour of the Genius. Later, it was said that one of the strongest skills in the game came from an NPC you could reach only after clearing it 10 times, and earning the Inner Lunatic title. This skill only activates when 2 genius traits are active, and now MC stands before Noah, who sits on an ice throne held up by a troll. MC can only think that without that skill he would already be dead, and the thought chills him. Noah finally speaks, amazed by his results, saying the Reinhafer family must have raised a monster. The protagonist thinks that is exaggerated, but she sees no other way to explain everything he has done, especially when his family still calls him useless. Even if his father is harsh, she cannot believe that judgment. In a playful but sharp way, Noah hints that she suspects something about him. Nox instantly feels targeted and activates his acting skill to focus and answer seriously, saying his past does not matter. Smiling, the dean accepts that, though she cannot help saying his talent makes her curious enough to want to steal him, biting her popsicle in a teasing way. At that hint, Nox pretends he heard nothing and changes the subject, telling her he always knew she was following him during the test. That surprises the dean, making her wonder how many more secrets he has. Then Noah uses her magic to give him his reward, the golden scroll. Nox cannot hide his excitement. He listens eagerly as he learns the skill enhancement scroll boosts the power of any skill. Pretending he has never heard of it, he grabs the scroll. Thrilled, though an uneasy feeling runs through his arm, he chooses to ignore it, thinking it is just excitement. When he opens the scroll, it raises his skill's power by 1.2, and getting it this early in the game basically doubles his advantage. He uses it on Hour of the Genius, stretching its duration to 10 minutes and giving himself a huge edge. From a distance, Noah asks if he is happy with the result. He nods, but the dean doesn't let him leave before admitting that he saved his classmate, even if she says it reluctantly. Nox asks her to keep it quiet. He doesn't want extra attention, and with that, he leaves the dean alone on her ice throne, wondering just how dangerous Nox really is, while also getting excited about what kind of monster he might become, even breaking the fourth wall to ask the audience if they agree. The next day, Noah has a class on basic imperial magic. It's not an important lesson by itself. What matters is the teacher leading it, Raz von Celestia, a thoughtful scholar skilled with hidden weapons but also obsessive, traumatized, and cold-hearted, making him a very important character here. His basic skills aren't that impressive, which surprises the academy professor. This time, Raz fixes his eyes on Nox, who looks bored and full of himself. Raz says today's lesson is about each student's main element, and starts by asking MC what his element is. Darkness, he answers right away. Raz keeps going and asks about its traits. Again, Nox answers without pause, saying it differs from the basic elements because it's corrupted and can't mix with others. In return, it has huge destructive power, but it's hard to control, so only a few families can handle it. Next, Raz asks what element opposes darkness. The answer is divinity, and he follows up by asking what would happen if darkness and divinity clashed. Nox immediately says divinity would win, no question. That starts to annoy Raz, since he still hasn't made him look bad. So he pushes harder and asks what the protagonist would do against someone with a divine element. Like a true villain, MC says he'd take the enemy out before they even noticed. Then we cut to a room where Rick is bare-chested while someone injects blood into him. It changes his body and causes terrible pain, but he enjoys it. Smiling at the mirror, he admires the veins covering his body and the demonic tattoo on his chest. He thinks that if he pushes a little further, he could become a real demon, not just a failed attempt. Then a demonic hand reaches out from the mirror and his reflection shows a giant red demon telling him he'll soon stop being human and become a demon beyond time, life, and humanity. That only makes Rick smile wider. He drops to his knees and swears he'll find the Duke and kill him. As the demon grins, Rick gets ready to become the smiling butler again. Back in class, Nox repeats that he'd destroy a divine user before they could act. The answer shocks everyone, even Raz. Seeing his sharp gaze and complete confidence, Raz starts to understand why the dean is interested in him. Even so, he tells his assistant to prepare a magical aptitude test. The assistant doesn't get it, but Raz is clearly irritated, thinking he needs to break Nox's attitude and forge him through pressure. Outside the classroom, the assistant brings in a cart carrying small low-rank demons called imps, locked in cages. The students panic at the sight of them. They may be weak, but they're still too much for first years. Raz calmly explains that the academy's goal isn't just to train mages or knights, but to wipe demons from the world, so the students need to get used to them. They're still nervous, but they go along with it. The exercise is to pour magic into the little demons and subdue them. Before he even finishes explaining, Nox is already standing near one, staring at it, uneasy over something so simple and confused because demon lessons like this shouldn't happen until second year. Rob starts the test and gives them 15 minutes. He's sure that no matter how talented Nox is, he won't be able to handle demons and will fall for their whispers. But when Raz looks back a moment later, he sees the protagonist's demon is completely terrified. Meanwhile, others like Talia are running around crying, thinking the demon is calling to them. Some students see food hallucinations, while others are too dizzy to stand. Nox, though, just asks for another imp because his is already too scared, and he hasn't done anything. Then he starts hearing loud moans filling the holy classroom. They're coming from an overly excited professor who stares at him with shining eyes and asks how he subdued the little demon. Nox insists he did nothing, but Raz barely listens, too focused on his talent. So thrilled, he asks MC to become his top disciple. He remembers from the game data that this is a terrible idea, because it's basically the same as being an assistant, in other words, a slave. Everyone else envies him because it sounds like a great honor, but Nox wants no part of that kind of servitude, so he refuses. That annoys Raz again, while Leon, Eleanor, Penelope, and Echidna are exhausted from the exercise. A few hours earlier, Vernon had tried to talk to Raz about Nox, calling him the most talented boy in the class, But Roz didn't care what Vernon thought, even if Noah had praised the protagonist too. The professor wanted to judge him for himself, though he honestly expected nothing special. Back in the present, Roz is furious because Knox rejected his offer. Around them, the students complain that MC turned it down, when so many would love the chance to study under an award-winning professor, calling it typical behavior from Theodor von Reinhofer's spoiled child. He, annoyed by all the comments, decides he still won't accept, especially since he already has enough trouble with Eleanor. Then another student cuts in and asks Roz why he wants to give that position to Knox when there are so many standout students, even suggesting Echidna or the princess. The protagonist instantly reads him as a bootlicker, but also clever enough to remember for later. Even then, the professor doesn't back down. He says it's his job to decide who becomes his main disciple, and to make it clear this isn't favoritism, he stares at Knox almost lovingly, before listing the reasons he chose him. Even after being rejected, Roz goes on with his explanation. In his mind, it all comes down to how Knox subdued the demon without touching it, something even he can't explain. As a devoted student of magic, Roz believes he can recognize a true genius. When he finishes, MC rejects him again. Still not giving up, Roz says he has time to think about it and shouldn't decide too fast, all while grabbing his shoulders and drooling over him. Knox pulls away from the teacher's pursuit, which makes all his acquaintances uncomfortable, especially the princess, who's shocked by how different Knox is from the rumors. Echidna apologizes for giving her bad information, and the princess grows curious, wondering whether he will become a light for his family or a cloud of darkness. The protagonist escapes what now feels like straight-up harassment, telling himself that at least everything is clear and he has nothing to worry about. Later, in his room, completely worn out, he hears Sumai ask what happened. So he starts describing in horror how Roz kept pushing him to become the main disciple in the halls during other classes, in the middle of the cafeteria, and even in the bathroom. No matter how often Knox turned him down, coldly the professor refused to stop, always smiling. Hearing that, Lavella realizes it's the kind of thing that could easily be punished by law, and she's stunned because her professor was supposed to have a great reputation. That makes Knox think one of Raz's negative traits must be causing this. Meanwhile, at the mansion, a blood-covered sword is held by Garen, the eldest son of Theodor von Reinhofer. Cold and empty-eyed, he cuts down several guards trying to stop him. They invoke the Patriarch's orders, but he ignores them. With a polished yet brutal air, he uses black aura to force his way through. In front of everyone, he acts wounded that his father won't let him pass, and finally reaches Theodor von Reinhofer's office, where Rodwell is waiting beside him. Rodwell freezes at the sight of Garen. Theodor von Reinhofer is surprised to see him back, while his son acts completely at home. Garen tells his father that his time is over. Behind Theodor looms a giant black shadow called the Grand Duke, wrapping around the Patriarch like it could consume him at any second. Theodor von Reinhofer thinks his son has been waiting for this moment, but to him this whole talk is nonsense. The only thing Garen wants is the sword his father hid, the blade of the first Patriarch, Stormbringer. Hearing that, Theodor von Reinhofer flies into a rage, but Garen doesn't care. All he wants is to make the family stronger, which Theodor von Reinhofer hates hearing. His son doubts he even understands what matters, since he couldn't stop that woman from dying. Rodwell is shocked, knowing no one should mention her in front of the Patriarch. Offended, Theodor von Reinhofer asks if that's really how he speaks about his mother, but Garen answers that he only recognizes Priscilla Bonarel as his mother. The other woman, to him, was his father's mistake and an infiltrator in the family. Theodor von Reinhofer orders him out of the mansion, but Garen keeps pushing, which makes the Patriarch release a wicked aura and warn him to leave before he loses his head. Garen finally turns away, throwing out one last threat. After he leaves, Theodor von Reinhofer realizes he let his dark side show. Rodwell tells him that while his loyalty is firm, if the others learn about the demon, it will bring serious trouble to the family, so he suggests choosing a successor. Then he reveals that Knox was the top student in the entrance exam. Theodor von Reinhofer is surprised because he knows the dean is Noah, one of the four sages, and she recognized Knox's talent. With that, plus what he has seen himself, he starts to consider that his youngest son might be able to take his place. Rodwell agrees, already picturing Knox sitting in that chair soon. Back at the academy, a cheerful Raz keeps trying to win MC over, and MC keeps refusing. Even when Raz offers money and fame, though he already has at least the money, and he's famous for other reasons. Raz talks so much that Knox feels like his ears might bleed. He remembers what Lavella said, Raz usually only chased strong people, so if he found out the protagonist was supposedly useless, he should back off. Now MC isn't so sure, so he finally asks why Raz wants him as an apprentice. Raz answers that it's because he stands out. Sweating, Knox asks him to tell the truth, and then Raz asks if he has time to hear it. He knows everyone sees him as the academy's useless kid, so of course Rob's had plenty of time. He poured him some herbal tea and said he wanted an exceptional student to help finish his research. Work meant to help weak people who can't use mana. With a serious face, he asks for Knox's help to stop people from dying in battle just because they have no power. That happened to his own son, and Rob starts telling his story. He entered the academy as the eldest son of the Celestial Viscount, heir to the family, but had no physical talent and only stood out in theory. Because of that, other students looked down on him, so he buried himself in research. In time, he became an academy professor and got married. Even then, people still treated him with contempt, and he even had to publish his work through someone else. Still, he had a son who overcame every hardship and made it into the academy. Rob smiles as he remembers his son promising to work hard and restore his father's family name. He joined a squad under the Emperor hoping to stand out, but right at the start of battle he was hit by an arrow carrying only a little mana. Nox doesn't think that alone explains Rob's obsession. In that world, stories like this are everywhere. Even so, seeing the professor's sadness in person hits harder than watching it on a screen. He can feel how lonely the man is. Even so, Nox turns him down again and tells him to find someone else who connects with that story. Then he walks away. Left behind, the professor looks at a picture of his son and notices he looks a little like the protagonist. When the protagonist gets back to his room, he hears that Garen returned and tore through the mansion guards. His brother, the king's heir, is one of the biggest reasons the game's worst endings happen. That puts Nox on edge because his maid went back to the mansion on Rodwell's orders. Now he's seriously worried, thinking Garen hates Theodore von Rainhafer for taking a second wife. He has no idea if Garen hates him too, and starts worrying about Ludilla, so he asks whether Garen did anything to her. She admits he did. In her memory, Garen walks past Ludilla and Lona De Niro, but only the blonde catches his eye. The moment he sees her, he calls her an exceptional maid, steps closer and greets her. She introduces herself as Nox's head maid, but Garen cuts right to it and asks her to become his personal maid. He says she looks ambitious and more than capable of pleasing him. She rejects him right away. Garen reminds her how powerful he is, but Ludilla doesn't back down. Even when he offers a huge amount of money, she says she already chose to serve Nox. Annoyed, Garen says servants don't get to choose. Ludilla only smiles and says that's exactly why. Because MC treated her with respect, she decided to stay by his side for the rest of her life. At the academy though, she gives Nox a much shorter version. She simply says Garen tried to hire her for triple her pay. That alone is enough for Nox to panic about losing his maid. Since he doesn't have that kind of money, he gives up, accepts defeat, and offers to triple her salary with a shaking hand. She smiles, but that smile soon turns into a look of pity. He assumes she already took the other job, but she tells him she isn't leaving and doesn't need a raise either. Nox asks why she even brought it up, and she acts like she just remembered something funny. That makes him think she's teasing him, while Ludilla keeps that satisfied smile. Nox comforts himself by saying at least he didn't lose her, then blurts out that he'll take down Garen once he gets stronger. Later at the training field, the protagonist explains that the academy has 5 required classes. The first is the history of the Arcaheim Empire, covering its creator god and the United Kingdom. People have forgotten. The second is writing. The third is knightly code and academy etiquette. The fourth is imperial magic. And the fifth, the one he struggles with most, is endurance training. In that class, Nox nearly dies trying to keep up. He looks pathetic both while jogging and doing pull-ups, then drops to the ground exhausted. The instructor walks over, confused by how weak he looks. Embarrassed, Nox asks what he means. The man says MC has good short bursts, but his stamina is so awful, it's like he's fighting an invisible wall. He has to admit that's a sharp observation for an academy instructor, since his terminal illness trait leaves his stamina stuck at 15, half the normal character limit. Out of pride, he acts offended and says those words could crush a student's spirit. The instructor apologizes and tells him to improve, or he might cut his life even shorter. Nox already knows that. His death clock keeps speeding up every moment, and it irritates him. From a distance, Paracelsus watches him, surprised that someone who shined in the entrance exam would hide his true endurance. He assumes it's all part of Nox's useless act. Meanwhile, the protagonist, barely able to breathe, feels that stare and decides he'll crush him again in their next clash. Later, while moving through town, MC slips through the crowd until he's spotted by two-faced Rick, who seems to be stalking him. Rick recognizes him by his real name, Schultz de Nefer, the Demon Boy, a master of causing bad endings on the level of Prince Louis von Archeheim. The boy called Rick is 15, and his strength includes smooth talking and skill with weapons. His bad side is worse. He's a manipulative traitor. On paper, he's weak and only has one passive skill, negotiation. Even so, he's enough to make a cold shiver run across Nox's face, as he remembers that this little monster will soon attack Patriarch Rivalin and betray Eleanor. He's one of the top people he needs to avoid. The nerves almost ruin his act when he asks if Rick is the same person who tried to give him a gift before and reminds him of that threat. Rick answers with a bright, friendly smile, saying he was only surprised to see Nox shopping alone, then offers to help while they're out. The protagonist tries to brush him off by sending him back to his boss, but Rick won't budge. He says his boss doesn't need him yet. Seeing that nasty look in his eyes, Nox decides he has no choice but to let him tag along and figure out what he wants. He tells Rick to keep quiet, and Rick agrees. Back at the academy, Eleanor receives documents about Nox. She reads through them, trying to figure out why he saved her, and she's confused. There was no clear reason for it. Their families aren't close, and he even turned down the reward she offered. Vernon slams a fist onto the table, frustrated that she still has no answer for Nox's sudden personality change, or why it happened after he solved the case of the missing child in the forest. She also notices something strange about her butler Rick's recent movements and his meetings with people in the merchandile. Even though she doubts she'll find anything, she stands up, resigned, and looks out the window. At once, a feeling pulls her back to when her father scolded her over what happened with Nox, harshly telling her to hand over whatever she valued most, just to keep the boy satisfied. That left her deeply shaken. Then the memory shifts, taking us to a church where young Eleanor is at her mother's funeral. The memory stirs her up and leaves her sad. She stares at the sunset. Back with Nox, he's dealing with Rick's shopping advice. Rick stops him from buying an expensive orb, saying he'll get one for free later. He also tells him not to buy a very costly alchemy pot, and suggests a store linked to the Rivalin family that gives a discount. Watching from the side, Nox can't deny Rick's talent as a swindler and negotiator. He even thinks Rick would make an amazing ally if he weren't such a demonic human. At last, they seem done. Rick cheerfully says they finished all the shopping. Nox nods, but there's still one problem. He grabs Rick by the neck, slams him against a wall, and asks plainly why he came looking for him. Rick tries not to answer, but Nox tightens his grip. In the end, Rick gives in and suggests a quick talk. A massive demonic aura wraps around them, forming a barrier that blocks outside sound. Grabbing Nox by the arm, Rick offers him a deal: betray the Reinhafer family and serve the first prince with him. MC tries to pull free, but the grip suddenly gets stronger. Rick's body starts changing, veins bulging as a dark core opens in his chest. He tells him he knows Rick doesn't serve the prince at all. He serves a demon. That wipes the smile off Rick's face, and after a clash of dark energy, the irritated butler, angry that Nox knows too much, releases a huge demonic aura. Two giant eyes appear behind him as he says his master probably won't like how much the protagonist knows. Nox recognizes the demon as BL and asks Rick if he really thinks that creature will grant his wish. With that demonic shadow looming behind him, Rick says yes. MC lets him go and says he hopes Rick won't regret it. He gives one last warning: if Rick insults his family again, he'll kill him. Back at the academy, it's Vernon's class day, and he gathers everyone for training. The students recognize him as the crazy bald teacher from the first test. A boy with glasses jokes that it's rude to call a bald man bald. That only makes the professor angrier. He tries to calm himself so he doesn't wipe the students out. Once he regains control, he explains they're in the plains of Clary, a place the academy is known for because of its many trees and plants. This is where they'll learn the basics of riding. First, they need to mount a horse, or choose one. A lot of students are confused, especially since some have never ridden before. One blonde girl gulps while her friend complains about having to learn, but they have no choice. Fail this, and they're expelled. Nox, meanwhile, calls for Carl, who comes right away. For him, this part is easy. The others struggle just to get on their horses, except for Paracelsus, who already knows how from living in the East. Still, most of the students keep staring at Nox because of his horse, an obsidian one they think is way too fine for a useless Reinhafer. He feels proud, knowing he got lucky thanks to his knowledge from the game. By the end, many of them manage to mount their horses, but Vernon doesn't give them time to adjust before starting the race. Even though many are beginners, and some nearly fall off, everyone assumes the instructor is acting this harsh because of the bald comment. He smacks the student who said it out loud on the head, then starts explaining the simple rules. They have to ride to the edge of the nameless forest, then come back. The winner gets extra points. Nox thinks it sounds easy, but he knows that part doesn't really matter. Off in the distance, Talia hears something, but the protagonist ignores it, focused on how this part of the story will be his first clash with a demonic human. Normally, that enemy would be driven out by the game's real hero during the Rutger incident. In the original story, the true protagonist beats the demonic human, with help from the cadets. But now, with no hero here, it's just him and a group of important characters. Without a leader, everything could fall apart. His thoughts stop when Talia, looking embarrassed, asks if they can go together. She says it's not because she's scared, just to be safe. That seems to annoy Eleanor, who mocks them for teaming up in a race, starting a tense stare-down with Nox before moving on. Even more embarrassed now, Talia tells him he should go ahead since she's not very good at riding. Nox tells her the race isn't what matters, then rides off, leaving her confused. Vernon starts the race and the horses bolt forward. Nox tries to get ahead until his horse suddenly neighs after sensing something. Thanks to his genius-level mana sensitivity, Nox notices a huge red circle under them. Everyone is confused, but he quickly tells them it's transport magic, and their best chance to live is to stay still. The circle starts glowing and takes all of them away right before a giant red-horned demon appears. A few seconds earlier, Nox had told everyone not to move while sending Carl out of the circle. Then, after they were transported, everyone arrives somewhere else, still confused and scared, thinking this might be another test. Nox is confused too, checking the traces of mana left by the teleportation and realizing it was unstable. Penelope notices and comes over to ask what happened. Nox keeps a lot to himself, but makes it clear an outside force brought them there. Echidna gets annoyed and pushes for more answers, but MC coldly reminds her she isn't the princess and he doesn't have to answer to her. Before Echidna can snap back, she's cut off by Eleanor, who doubts they were teleported by an outside source. Talia seems to share that doubt. Nox is irritated by how relaxed and trusting these rich kids are, especially in a situation straight out of one of the hardest games. So he starts explaining that the circle's magic was terribly made. Leon backs him up, saying the way it was cast could put every child of an important family at risk, With Leon agreeing, Penelope has to admit Nox is right, and even wonders if this could be one of her brother's plans. Lion suggests they all move out of the circle. Echidna raises her voice, upset because the Dark families wanted to take charge, but the irritated princess says they are right, and supports getting out before the circle is destroyed. With that, everyone sides with the princess, while Paracelsus draws his sword after sensing cold blood nearby. He recognizes the presence of a monster of intermediate rank or higher. At that moment, a giant bird appears above them, and Nox jumps up to strike it, cutting off a wing. After landing, he tells everyone he's taking command of the battle. His classmates are stunned, since they still see him as useless. The princess is shocked that she didn't detect the monster, and even more shocked that the so-called useless Rienhofer boy was the first to notice it, leaving her unable to understand his sudden change. As she watches him finish off the bird, Vernon, meanwhile, is thinking this generation is terrible at writing, since no one has come back yet. Raz suddenly cuts in, asking where the students are. The bald instructor doesn't get it at first, then a bad feeling hits. Raz tells him someone using demonic magic was spotted nearby and activated a transport circle on the plane. Angry and tense, Vernon hates that this had to happen while the dean is away. Then he notices a horse. It is Carl, carrying a note from Nox that says they are in the nameless forest and need help. At once, both men mount up and ride out at full speed because the trip to that place normally takes 2 days. Back with the students, Echidna tries to apologize for not believing Nox, but he doesn't care about her apology. He only wants the princess to grant him command under imperial law. She refuses, saying she should leave. Seeing the problem, Nox asks Penelope to explain the rules for emergencies like this. She says the top priority is protecting royal family members, and the most capable mage or knight should take command. He points out that she is the only Imperial here, so everyone should protect her first, especially because they will need her later in the fight against demons. Her lightning mana and executioner power exist only in Imperial blood, so he tells her the law says they must protect her even with their lives, and since he reacted first, he asks the stunned princess for authority over everyone's life and death there, including hers. Talia, meanwhile, is shocked by what Nox says, seeing him as someone truly worth following. Smiling brightly, she falls for him even more, but the protagonist doesn't notice and keeps pressing for leadership unless someone better wants to challenge him. No one does. In the back, one boy thinks taking charge right now would be a nightmare, especially with the princess to protect. This could go badly, and to him, Nox is drinking from a poisoned holy grail. He says out loud that MC can do whatever he wants, only to get a sharp look from him that leaves him shaken. Once it's settled, Nox warns that anyone who disobeys him will be punished under the law. His first order is to move out. Eleanor refuses to follow unless he tells them where they're going, but he tells them to stay close instead. He can't explain it well, though he's cleared this mission many times before. Elsewhere, inside a crystal bag, students can be seen hunting a boar. This is being watched by Dirkers with a grin, until he is interrupted by a black stone, from which a shadow appears. The shadow tells him to devour the Eden students. It opens hundreds of eyes as the demon kneels in respect, and when he reaches out, he hears the demon say that if he completes the mission, he will be given part of its power, even if he is considered unworthy. Dirkers gladly accepts it, and the mark spreads across his body. He thanks his master, then happily looks at the order with his new power, thinking the academy mission is perfect for him. A perfect chance for revenge, especially against Raz. Back with the students, they seem to be gathering what is left of the boars. Nox starts assigning roles, taking Paracelsus and Leon with him. Paracelsus is annoyed but follows, while Leon stays calm and agrees to help. With the stronger students on his side, Nox explains there are 2 ways out. Either someone breaks the barrier from outside, or they defeat the one who sent them there. The princess understands right away, but the protagonist cuts in and explains that the second option is the only real one they have. Dangerous as it is, no help will arrive for 2 days, so the first method was never realistic. The only way out is to kill the demonic human Rutger, who lives in the forest. With that settled, Nox starts by gathering food, beginning with the boars. Paracelsus immediately says they can't eat them because demonic energy has infected the meat and it would poison them. Gideon's already knows that, and he also knows the nearby plants might be contaminated too. That confuses Paracelsus, who admits he still would never eat them. He's been desperate before, but not enough to risk a stomachache. MC is concerned that that's his only worry, but sticks to the plan. He sends Leon to summon undead to guard the students, and Paracelsus to protect the furious Grey Wolf, who promises to leave them half dead later. Then he gets to work, placing thick cuts of boar meat over a fire he makes in no time. The others think the meat is a one-way trip to the grave until he tosses in leaves from a small plant. The color changes and the meat becomes safe to eat. He explains it's a crimson rake plant, useful for removing weak to medium poison. That shocks everyone, and they finally believe him. So Nox asks the princess how she wants her meat cooked, but for some reason she seems to blush while looking at him. Later, the teachers contact Novia Von Trinity through a device and inform her about the situation. They think if these were second-year students it would be fine, but first-years need rescuing. Then they go silent when they hear chewing, unable to believe their boss is eating during an emergency. Raz asks just to be sure, and she calmly says yes. She's enjoying snacks and everything will be fine. Vernon doesn't share that confidence in those useless first years who barely know basic magic. Bored, Noah Von Trinity hangs up. With no other choice, Vernon pushes his horse faster to save his students. Raz stays close behind, thinking he won't let his best student end up in a place like that, like he did. Back at camp, Leon von Marbus doesn't get why Nox is pouring out boar blood. Paracelsus explains that blood from strong monsters scares off weaker ones, and since they are more vulnerable while sleeping, it's a smart safety trick often used in the East. Meanwhile, Penelope walks up to Nox to thank him for helping keep everyone safe. He knows there are still plenty of monsters around, and they are nowhere close to finding the mage who teleported them. But the princess only cares that everyone is still alive, and she also apologizes for how Echidna treated him because of her bias against the dark families. Nox gets uncomfortable seeing the princess worry about him and tries to push her away by saying it won't look good for her to talk to someone like him. She doesn't back down and says that doesn't matter. If someone can save lives, she could even join hands with a demon. Nox says that's dangerous. She quickly pretends she was joking. The protagonist studies her, remembering her character notes. Penelope von Arkheim, the famous princess of kindness with one major flaw: extreme utilitarianism. That makes her dangerous. Someone who would die for her beliefs. That is why her title, the Princess of Kindness, can turn in a matter of seconds into the Princess of Cold Blood. Later, he pulls out what they need from his dimensional bag so they can set up the tents in groups of 4. Everyone is shocked that he has something like that, guessing it comes from the harsh training of dark families, who are rumored to throw their children off cliffs at age 5. Nox thinks that rumor is way over the top, and once everything is done, he quietly says they need to stay alert. Talia hears him and asks why, but he refuses to explain. Instead, he moves on to picking guards, though that is really just an excuse to keep everyone moving fast because of something he has not told them. If they do not deal with the mage soon, he will not be able to clear the stage. So, after everyone falls asleep, the protagonist heads toward the forest, determined to finish the mission. Sometime later, he wakes up on edge, looking for Penelope to warn her that Mana is getting close. Echidna jumps in front of the princess to protect her. Paracelsus gets ready, assuming the boar blood does not work on stronger creatures. They ask Nox what he plans to do, and Talia quickly realizes he is not there. Leon activates his grimoire and tells them MC is gone, so he will handle the battlefield. Echidna is furious that the one who should have led them ran off, until she hears Leon say Nox did not flee. She does not believe him, and it gets worse when she sees how little chance they have with so many monsters nearby. Penelope agrees, they are badly outnumbered. The Master of the Dead tells them not to worry, then releases what everyone sees as an absurd amount of mana. He remembers how the protagonist left him in charge of protecting the group along with a black diamond. Wondering why Nox trusted him with it, he decides to give everything he has in this fight for his goal of becoming the next head of the family. Leon summons his dead, and they immediately begin to tear through the monsters with a lion's confidence, certain he will win. Back with the protagonist, he reaches a cave guarded by demonic magic, but his skill with mana lets him enter with ease. He also gets a boost from the Robe of the Lunatics, and shouts at the demon to stop hiding. The demon is amused that a mere student found him, and even more amused that the boy wants to fight him. He lunges straight at him, but the protagonist, using his acting skill at full power, answers with a scornful smile and tells the demon to know his place. That makes the demon furious, and he charges again, only to be knocked back by the black sword, which sends him flying. The demon stares at his burned hand in shock, wondering who the hell this kid is. The protagonist smugly says he is not telling him. Rutger promises he will beat the answer out of him and attacks again, but before he realizes it, his hand is cut clean off his body. Nox knows this is where the real part begins. He realizes he might not even need his special skill, because the level gap is so huge. Even with borrowed demon power, Rutger is still human. Robber uses his energy to regrow his arm, warning Nox not to think he has won. His arm stretches out to strike, but the protagonist blocks it calmly, then activates his attack skill, steps in, and pours his energy into the demon's arm, pinning him down. The demon realizes he got careless with that useless Lord Reinhardt and cannot stand being humiliated. Even while carrying the Archduke's power, all his whining does is annoy the protagonist, who is ready to finish him. But before he can make the final thrust, Raz arrives nearly out of breath and stops him, begging him not to do it because that man is his student. Nox does not believe him, but the professor pleads for trust. Hearing that, the demon cannot take it anymore, and asks if Raz really ever saw him as a student when he threw him out of the academy after he lost his arm in the war, leaving him alone and worthless. Those words hit Raz hard. He admits he abandoned him, but says he did it out of fear for him. He did not want the same fate that happened to his son. Knowing he could not stop him from going back to the battlefield, he thought expulsion was the only way. That only angers the demon more. He says everyone chooses for themselves, and Raz's choice turned him into the academy's discarded trash, forcing him to hide in the forest. Raz never knew that. He apologizes and asks if this is really the magic they both wanted. Remembering their time as master and student, the demon decides that even if it is too late, he will drag Raz down with him. He smashes the protagonist aside to break free and rushes straight at Raz, who can only brace for the hit, but it never comes. A blinding light shines from the protagonist, who says some things cannot be undone. Accepting that, he moves at once and appears behind the demon with inhuman speed, activating the genius of extreme acting and raising his compatibility with the character. He admits these emotions are not elegant. Still, that power could make him lose his own mind. In one final move, he cuts the demon in two. The body fades away into a long trail of black smoke as Nox and Raz watch. When nothing is left of him, the professor drops to his knees, sad and helpless. He asks Nox what he should do. He does not understand what he means, but Raz goes on, asking if there is any point in continuing his research and thesis, which he started to protect the weak, yet he could not even protect his own student, and now he doubts everything. In anger, he tears at the ground and lets sand spill through his hands, thinking about how he lost the path of his life. Nox watches coldly and changes tactics. Covering his mouth, he says he does not understand Raz's bond with that demonized human. That gets Raz's attention. The protagonist only thinks that what he is about to do is the lesser evil, because he needs Raz to keep working on his thesis to unlock artifact crafting and the strengthening system in the game. But before he can continue, Jo-chan's emotions begin to clash with the original character. As rain falls, Nox thinks that even though he knew exactly what he was doing and did not mind using Professor Raz for that, he still tells him his research is not useless. Shaken, the professor fires back that everyone just saw how helpless he is. Nox agrees it was pathetic, but deep down he cannot stop thinking that every word is making Raz question everything, so he realizes he has reached his heart. Then he says Raz's natural state is laziness, so he does not expect him to do much. He does not like tea, he prefers coffee. He does not want money or fame. That leaves Raz confused. Then Nox tells him his research matters while thinking how jealous he really is, because the professor helps spread love in that world. Still on his knees, face to face with the professor, Nox says he will become his #1 student and promises to stay by his side. Meanwhile, he is crying inside as Raz starts talking about his son. With that, we return to the battlefield, where the students are surrounded by dead monsters. Paracelsus looks exhausted and thinks there is another lunatic here besides Nox. He means Lion and his undead, who are on a level beyond anything he has seen before. From a distance, Penelope and Echidna also talk about how terrifying an undead army can be, stunned by the power of the Dark family. They start to believe the rumors that the Marbus line has become strong again, and they make a point to keep an eye on Leon from now on. Leon, meanwhile, holds that black crystal, which seems filled with high-grade mana. Without it, he doubts they could have won, and he wonders how the protagonists seem to see the future and prepare for this. Then through the rain, a voice cuts across the path as Vernon steps out of the brush, his shiny bald head leading the way, asking if everyone is safe. He grabs one poor student and shakes him, asking if anyone died. Penelope tells him no, and the professor beams with relief. She explains that someone left the battlefield, Nox, but they know he is safe because he helped them survive and the crystal he gave Leon helped in the fight. Paracelsus adds that the protagonist also organized the camp, basically doing everything, which shocks Vernon. After that, the class starts seeing Nox as useful but still troublesome, with rumors about women being rough with servants and more. As for the bald professor, he is startled when he notices the barrier has disappeared. He doubts weak Raz did it and assumes Nox was responsible. After the incident, the protagonist ends up as the strange professor's assistant. Now he is in that office, writing. While his acting trait is maxed out, it gets even worse when the professor walks in, grabs his wrist to test a bracelet on him, leaning in with shaky breathing and a flushed face. Even the acting trait cannot take that, so Nox drives an elbow into him, then apologizes and says it was instinct. The professor knows he did it on purpose, but he does not mind and keeps smiling. MC is shocked that Raz expected that reaction and still came closer. He reminds him there are laws against sexual harassment, which Raz says is pretty smart for the family's so-called failure. Still, he does not care as long as Nox does not report him, which gives the protagonist intense secondhand embarrassment. Raz says he recommended him and Leon to go to the Empire's treasure vault and claim an item. That stuns the protagonist. Raz says he used his gift for persuasion, and it worked. The pressure instantly leaves Nox, replaced by joy and wild excitement, which confuses even creepily pushy Raz. The protagonist simply cannot hold back after getting such an unexpected reward. Almost right away, he arrives at the Empire's vault, shared with the Rivalan family, where countless useful items are stored. But he is after one thing in particular, something that will help him grow faster on his path. Eleanor appears and congratulates him on gaining enough influence to come here. In his usual cold way, Nox tells her not to bother him, though he knows she is the one who must open the vault door. Eleanor uses the chance to act like she is repaying him for saving her life and opens the door, releasing a huge golden light. She asks what item he wants. When she hears the answer, she is surprised he wants something so old, assuming it is just a rich kid's hobby, but he insists she give it to him. She agrees, but first with a smile she says he has to prove he is worthy of taking anything from this place. The protagonist is confused. He did not expect that since it is Eleanor's special right as the donor of the items stored here, so the test begins and he is transported away. Eleanor sends him to a room. She notices he barely reacts, figuring the last few days have made him hard to shake. Without wasting time, she tells him to sit so the test can begin. Nox feels like this is just a formality, so it should be easy. Then the test starts with a question from the rich girl, Why did he save her? Hearing that, Nox wonders if this is seriously the test. Still, she keeps pressing. He tries to lie again, but she cuts him off and says she can see through lies, something MC had already forgotten. You can't fool someone that's skilled at reading people, which clearly annoys her. Even so, the confident girl keeps pushing while Nox stays cold, and when he runs out of things to say, Eleanor asks if he's trying to pick a fight. He realizes this was planned from the start. She chose to bring him here on purpose. She already knows that, but what matters now is this. If he doesn't answer, he loses everything here. Even worse, she'll grow suspicious if he tries to avoid it. So he decides to be direct and says he saved her because he needed to. Her face turns cold as she asks why, and after a short pause, he admits he needs her for his plan. That shocks Eleanor, who immediately wonders what that plan is. That, though, is the one thing he won't reveal yet. Upset, she tries to calm down before asking something else. Hesitating, she asks if he saved her to make up for what happened in the ballroom years ago. Nox answers with a cold no. That only confuses Eleanor more, and she can't understand why. He tells her he's being honest, which she already knows, but adds that maybe she shouldn't keep so many secrets. Nox then reminds her she's not the one who should be saying that. Her serious look shifts and she says many people think he's changed. She doesn't believe it. With a face full of resentment, she says she still remembers what he said back then, staring at him with disgust. The protagonist tells her to do whatever she wants, which throws her off. He says she can hate him, blame him for anything she wants. She has every right. After all, those feelings must still be there. With that, he leaves, and Eleanor is left deeply confused. She finally admits he really has changed. Later, while drinking tea, Eleanor talks with Rick about why Nox picked such a plain artifact when there were far better ones. Her ever-cheerful butler doesn't get it either. Out of everything available, he chose an orb. In her mind, the redhead keeps wondering how, with weapons, armor, and elixirs of top quality right there, he still went with an old-looking orb. She just can't make sense of it. Her butler tells her to stop worrying about it. After all, it caused no trouble. Not fully convinced, she lets it go and asks about business. Rick says things are going great, with Revelin's shop products selling in huge amounts. He says it's all thanks to her. She simply thanks him and tells him to keep watching Nox. Rick accepts the task with a sly smile. Elsewhere, MC enjoys the orb he got with his maid nearby, smiling as he looks at it. Checking its traits, he sees it's a high-grade Great Sage item. Once its conditions are met, it can rise to the highest grade, boost his mana and stamina by 2, and grant the passive skill Magic Autocorrection, which improves mid-level and higher magic. Nox is thrilled, thinking Eleanor had no idea how valuable his choice really was. It can become even better if he raises it with his mana, but the item says the conditions still haven't been met. He already knows that. To upgrade it to the top grade, he has to say the name of its original owner, a very powerful orange-haired woman from the Four Sages, and also Joe Chan's favorite teacher when he used to play the game. Still, he has no plan to activate it yet, because that would reveal her identity far too early, so for now he'll stick with the base effect. Watching him, Lobila decides to ask why he chose the orb when there were so many items better suited for knights. Nox says he also plans to become a mage, so he needed something like this, then realizes he forgot to tell her that. He brushes it off. But Lobila looks worried. She wonders what to do with her master, doubting he can handle both paths. Nox doesn't care. If he fails, he'll just live off his family's money. That disappoints his maid, who had been bragging about how hard her master works even though he told her not to. That annoys Lobizia, and she tells him he can be unpleasant sometimes. Nox doesn't mind that, but he does object when she says he likes messing with women. Lobizia then brings up the story of womanizer Teo, who was a Casanova when he was young, and says people still repeat that story today. He didn't know that, but he doesn't care, and decides to get some rest instead. But he can't, because his maid hands him a letter from the Imperial family, saying he needs to read it himself. That already makes Nox uneasy, and it gets worse when he learns Echidna von Xenos delivered it. He worries about drawing the princess's attention, and is tired of creating new unknown changes in the game. Then he starts reading the shining letter, fit for a princess. She thanks him for keeping her alive, and by Imperial law, offers him a reward by inviting him to the capital, Talonfeather. He'll leave in 3 days. Nox is stunned by the invitation to the capital. Since he belongs to a dark family, Lobila is scared. With tensions between the divine and dark families, this could easily be a trap. Worried, she grabs his sleeve and begs him not to go. Nox quickly pulls away and orders his maid to stay where she is. He remembers that the capital is the Emperor's base, controlled by the divine family of the East, which makes it dangerous for dark families. He still doesn't understand why Penelope von Archimedes invited him, but he's going anyway. Thinking back to his time as a player, he recalls how important a character's main stats were, along with skill choices. If someone picked a sword genius, the smart move was to focus on combat. Another major system was the camps, where players had to choose different factions and take missions from there. While riding in a carriage with Penelope von Archimedes sitting across from him, she asks what business they could possibly have together. He quickly says someone as insignificant as him couldn't have business with her. But with a bright smile, she says talk like that might hurt her feelings. Nox remembers the strongest factions, the Imperial faction, led by the princess, the Radical faction led by the Dark families, and the merchant faction rich enough to shift the whole continent's balance. Each one works differently, and the worst relationship of all is between the Renhuffer family and the Imperial family. The princess stares at him, and that's when Nox realizes he's walking straight into the wolf's mouth. So he sticks to his useless noble act and admits he's not happy about being here. She claims she only brought him for his reward, but Nox knows that's a lie. She eventually admits it as they enter the capital. The protagonist asks what she really wants from him, and with a big smile she says it's simple. She wants just one thing. Once they step out of the carriage, both of them grow tense when Prince Louis von Arkheim is there to greet them. He looks delighted to see the last sword of the Renhuffer family. Worried, Penelope von Arkheim asks if he shouldn't be at the war in the north. Louis von Arkheim cheerfully says it was somehow cancelled, so now he'll be their host. Looking at Nox, he says he hopes to see him often. MC politely says he'd be honored, while inwardly thinking how awful it is to meet that lunatic. At that moment, he feels the prince's gaze pressing down on him, and remembers that Louis is the only heir ranked above Penelope von Arkheim in the line of succession, and the one most known for causing the game's bad endings. Louis leaves, and the princess is clearly shaken. Echidna helps her until she regains her composure and tells Nox they should talk inside. He already knows the relationship between the royal siblings is like heaven and hell, so he decides to use that somehow, if he wants to make it back alive. Night eventually falls and he assumes he'll have to wait until tomorrow for his reward. He tries to rest, though the thought that a mercenary might attack him crosses his mind. He closes his eyes, but then a sound makes him jump for his sword. It's just the princess knocking at his door. She asks to come in, and with no real choice, he gets up and opens it, asking what she's doing there. Without waiting for permission, she says it's not good for anyone to see her in the hallway, then walks in. Echidna, meanwhile, promises to give them privacy and guard the area from the Imperial family's eyes. The princess sits down and tells Nox to do the same, but he stays standing and listens. She says she came to ask him one question, and depending on his answer, he may never return to the Renheffer family. Her request is simple. She wants him to become her shadow. Nox understands at once. She needs a shadow to beat the prince and cut her ties to darkness more easily, seeing him as a useful piece, just another pawn in the game. Sitting down, he says there's one problem, which catches the princess off guard. She stares at him as he smiles and makes it clear he doesn't think he has no other options. Later, Nox is brought before the king of the empire, who looks close to death, barely able to make strange sounds. This broken emperor is Esteban von Arkheim, once a mighty knight of divine thunder energy and founder of the empire, praised as a great warrior, but now he's lost that glory and is mocked as Esteban the Clumsy, staggering around beside his son Prince Louis. His other daughter greets Nox too and asks for a favor. Louis asks what favor he wants from their father, stressing that it should be a reward worthy of saving the princess. The protagonist, nervous because he's basically dealing with Esteban's top heir now, answers carefully and admits he feels intimidated. Louis accepts that and tells him not to worry. He can ask for anything he wants for saving his sister, so without hesitating, Nox asks to immerse himself in the Arxir. That request angers the prince and shocks the other nobles too. MC understands why the Arxir is a hidden river, reserved only for the Imperial family and the sacred families, and its waters grant an absurd boost in power. By asking that, Nox makes the prince see him as a reckless troublemaker with nothing to lose. Louis forces a smile, but he's furious, and already judging him like any other member of a dark family. The other nobles are upset too and reject the request at once, saying those waters are meant for the sacred families. They do not care that he saved the princess. Hearing all that, Nox realizes the heavy pushback means they will never allow it. This is just a polite way to deny his reward. Penelope von Arkheim suddenly snaps and speaks up before His Majesty, arguing that no law forbids the protagonist from entering the Arxir. Even with everyone against her, she does not back down. Nox is surprised by her support, but figures she just wants the final say. He remembers how the night before, after he turned down her offer, the princess stepped close and whispered that one day he would have to choose a side. Nox already knew that and had decided to side with the princess instead of the obvious bad ending. Trying not to make that choice too obvious, he asks again whether they will grant his request. Louis von Arkheim, annoyed but holding it in, finally shows a winning smile and admits his sister is right. Nothing actually stops Nox from using the river's waters, even if he comes from a dark family. Everyone is stunned. Still, he says it would not be right to break traditions the Imperial family and ministers have followed for so long, so he will allow it only if MC passes a test and proves he deserves to enter the river. Penelope von Arkheim is shocked, while Nox stays calm and thinks this world really loves its tests, so he asks Louis von Arkheim directly what the test will be. Louis tells him it will be a duel against him. Seeing Nox's surprise, the prince says he wants to judge his sword skills and see if he deserves to enter a river like the Arxir. He knows this is a bad idea, but he cannot back out, so he accepts. In front of him, the prince wears a smug smile as he gives the time and place of the match, then leaves. Nox walks out of the Imperial Hall and the princess stares at him in disbelief, asking if he wants to die. She warns that her brother only wants to show off, win or lose. He plans to trample Nox's family honor. The protagonist already knows that because if he wins, they will likely jail him for hurting a prince, and if he loses, Louis von Arkheim will take all the glory for beating the rising star. So Penelope von Archheim cannot understand why he accepted. Nox looks at her with confidence and says there is another option to win and stay alive. Then he asks if she will support him. Elsewhere, the servants prepare the prince for the fight, fastening his armor. He smugly asks one of the maids who he is, and she answers, Louis von Archheim, the Empire's second son. That praise reminds the blonde prince of his power in the capital, so great that no one can ignore him. Even so, his unease about Nox grows. One servant says he should not worry about that, but Louis von Archheim looks at her with disgust and strikes her hard. He is angry because she dared to think he was worried. Worse, nervous over some dark bastard. The maid is sure she is about to die, but he seems to calm down. After all, he believes he will soon stand at the top of the empire. The maid promises she will not make that mistake again, but the prince knows she will not get the chance, since he orders his butler to remove her. She screams in terror as she is dragged away, begging for one more chance. But chances in his eyes are for the royal family. Noble or not, she lacks imperial blood. Louis von Archheim enjoys her desperate cries and ignores them, thinking only about how much fun it will be to watch Nox face his fate and beg. Later, the arena is packed with spectators, including Esteban and Penelope von Archheim. They watch as Louis von Archheim and MC stand face to face. The prince tells Nox to fight with everything he has. He agrees, not knowing Louis plans to turn this into a show. The referee starts the match, and Louis von Archheim, full of confidence, bursts forward to attack. Sure that Nox would never dare raise his sword against royalty, since he is only a servant of a dark family. But the protagonist blocks the strike with ease. Thrown off, the prince asks how he dares lift a sword against him. Nox knocks him back with a shove and says he is only following the prince's order to give it his all. Louis von Archheim can hardly believe that excuse. MC is really using the prince's own words against him. Annoyed by that, Louis decides to make this harder. He still underestimates Nox. Even if the boy is an academy prodigy, he is still a rookie. In Louis's mind, there is no way he could lose to someone who never had the elite training of the imperial family. As the referee watches, he reminds them the duel ends when one falls or gives up. With the rules clear, the prince crackles with lightning and charges again. Nox stops the attack easily and realizes that, for all his talent at causing bad endings, the prince's actual fighting skill is not on his level right now. Calmly, he spins to strike from the side, and the prince cannot react. Bracing for the hit, he shuts his eyes, but it never comes. He opens them and sees Nox calmly lowering his sword. Confused, the prince asks why he stopped. The protagonist says it would be boring to win by the rules alone if nothing is at stake, so he suggests a wager. Louis von Archheim likes that idea because he sees a chance to profit from it. Nox asks to name the terms after the duel, but the prince cuts him off and demands it now. He declares that when he wins, Nox will serve him, not his sister. MC does not get the bet at first, but Louis von Archheim is sure his sister's charm has bewitched him. That, he says, is why he saved her in the forest. Staring at this unhinged prince, Nox makes it clear he only protected her because the law required it. That answer only excites the prince more. Lightning flares around him, proving again he really is a master of bad endings. Still, Louis von Archheim cannot see the wager clearly. He stays convinced his sister's charm is why the protagonist saved her in that forest. Nox, still stunned, spells it out again. He acted by the law and nothing more. Even so, the prince keeps insisting that MC is enchanted by his sister. Whatever the case, he has no choice but to keep dodging. He continues weaving past the attacks of Louis von Archheim, then shuts his eyes and decides this should be enough to break the armor. He shouts the name of the orb's owner, Astrid von Collywood. At once, the orb begins to glow, registering Nox as a second owner. His mana rises, spilling into the orb and building so much power that the wind slams into the prince. Louis is left confused, and Nox asks whether this duel ever banned magic. The prince is speechless as he realizes a Renhofer is not only a sword specialist but also a user of extremely strong magic. Nox explains that what Louis is looking at is a magic missile. Then the orb's power erupts into the sky and tears open a giant black hole, from which lightning starts pouring straight at the prince. With heavy sarcasm, Nox tells him to please survive. Terrified, Louis dodges and keeps backing away, using his sword to deflect an attack while wondering how the famous Renhofer sword family now has a magic talent too. Then a bolt strikes him in the back. After that hit, he thinks he is cheating. He answers with a look, there is no trick, while he keeps forming magic crystals and firing them like lightning arrows. He adds that Louis's own huge armor is no different from his so-called tricks. Feeling insulted, Louis von Archheim tries to answer, but Nox fires back that the prince threw the first insult when he dragged him into an unfair fight to attack the dark families, erase their achievements, and shame them. Now, though, this mess will likely stain the imperial family's name instead. That hits the prince's ego hard. Furious and out of options, he pulls out a small die made of light, and it wraps them in a star-shaped barrier. Inside it, the prince hurls insults at Nox, saying he has no right to speak that way. He promises that when the fight ends, the guards will come for his head. In response, the protagonist asks the dean whether she wants her precious student killed right there. Then Noah's voice appears through an orb like a hologram. She refuses to call Nox cute, but stares straight at the prince and warns him if he dares go after her not cute but valuable student, she will use her power as one of the four sages to destroy him. That terrifies the prince. Smiling, Nox remembers when he went to see the tiny dean. He asked about the invitation to the capital because he was sure he would die there. At first, the dean ignored him while eating cookies, so Nox stole one and made her throw a fit. At least that made her take him seriously, and he begged her to step in so the princess would leave him alone, or he might never return. But Noah did not like the idea of him losing his reward after all that work. Nox asked if it was really better to claim the reward and come back headless. Calm as ever, Noah said magic has advanced enough to reattach limbs, though she has never tried it with a head. MC took that as a dark joke, and she replied with a question. If there were a safe way to go and return, would he take it? He doubted such a thing existed. Right then, Noah pulled out a blue crystal packed with mana. Back in the present, Nox explains that the crystal is not only for long-distance communication, but is also loaded with mana, letting Noah attack from wherever she is. And even as a prince, Lua von Arkheim cannot openly defy the dean. Nox mutters that the dean is finally useful, but she hears him and suggests leaving him on his own, making him take it back right away. With no real choice left, Lua von Arkheim tells the dean this has all been a misunderstanding. He promises it will not happen again, but his tone only annoys Noah. She tells him she respected his father, not him. Then she calls him a brat, and the pressure on him grows. Cornered, the prince asks how he can calm her anger. Noah tells him to apologize to her student, and he agrees right away. Nox accepts with fake gratitude, and even Noah calls him shameless. Then she gives one last order. The duel must end fairly, and Louis von Arkheim has to drop the barrier. The prince agrees, but then he appears behind him and strikes with his sword hilt, knocking him out cold. Everyone is stunned and furious that someone from a dark family attacked the prince, including Penelope von Arkheim and Echidna. Even she wonders if Nox really thinks he cannot die. Penelope von Arkheim doubts anyone would do that on courage alone, especially knowing dark family authority means nothing there. She figures he must have a hidden card, and admires it enough to decide she wants Nox for herself. Even Echidna, who does not like him, admits his skills are impressive from what they saw in the forest during the first test, and now this proves it again. They also know he will not follow Louis von Arkheim, so Penelope von Arkheim, wearing a wide smile, walks over and whispers something to Echidna. In the arena, the frightened staff rushes to help the prince. Knights and maids carry him to the infirmary. The butler orders everyone to stay quiet about what happened, and make sure Louis von Arkheim suffers no lasting harm. Meanwhile, Penelope von Arkheim happily watches Nox leave, while everyone else fusses over Louis von Arkheim. Later that night, the protagonist is just glad he made it out alive. Thinking back, he remembers how insane the prince was and gets why he becomes a final villain. He replays parts of their fight, but the good part is seeing how strong the orb really is, an item that will be useful through the middle of the game, and was key to dealing with the prince. Just as he starts to relax, he is interrupted by a knock at his door. He thinks the prince came for revenge, so he gets ready to fight, but it is Echidna and the princess who wants to speak with him alone. That immediately worries him. He can feel trouble coming, and Penelope von Arkheim does not hesitate. She walks right in. Nox asks if this is about the prince, but she says that is not why she came. Set on doing what she came for, she sits down while Nox suggests they talk another time. Her smile makes it clear she thinks this is the perfect moment, which only makes him more uneasy. He is sure a late-night visit like this will cause more trouble and rumors. Penelope von Arkheim notices his concern about a scandal, and that is exactly what Nox is thinking. The princess cheerfully admits that is why she came, which terrifies him. He has no idea what this crazy princess means, though he asks much more politely. She does not drag it out. With a serious look and a bright smile, she asks Nox to marry her. MC asks why he would ever do that. She says it is because of her place in the imperial family, which oddly reassures him, at least she did not fall for his charm. The princess explains that the family is split into two factions, and with rumors that King Esteban may step down, Loi's side will soon stand as the stronger one. Her own side is much weaker than his. Since he is her older brother and has better ties with the nobles, he has already promised rewards for when he takes the throne, so Penelope von Arkheim is at a huge disadvantage. That is why she needs Nox's power, but he rejects the proposal at once. The princess responds with a sad look as she glances at the sky and tells him to stop making excuses. She will not believe claims that he is not strong enough or that his past engagement matters. Resigned, Nox realizes she will not change her mind and warns that everyone knows his terrible reputation. She does not care if he is known as a womanizer. Pleased with herself, she starts laying out her plan, making up a story about how their love began, saying it started when he saved her in the dark forest. She even takes his hand, while a nervous Nox just listens. Then she asks who should have fallen in love first, her or him. He can only ask if she is serious, and she answers with a shining smile. According to imperial law, she can choose her husband, so they need a believable story. She also says she would not rule out truly falling for him someday. Meanwhile, in a hidden room, someone asks if it is true. Their new recruit is heading toward the Arca River. The answer is yes. Apparently, the imperial family has approached him. Another person does not get it. Was he not afraid of the humiliation he might face there? The blue-haired Marine agrees, saying kids were trouble. She knew her captain had reasons to take him in, but she still was not fully convinced. Then someone challenges her. Did she really think the captain needed anyone's approval to recruit someone? That was Kyle, though he denies meaning it that way. An argument starts, but their captain stops it. Still, someone with a hook says he agrees with Marine. That was Craigoyle, and he points out that Lunatic had not taken any new recruits for a long time, so why accept someone like this now? When told it was because he caught the captain's interest, someone protests. There was no way she had romantic feelings for someone that young, so was it connected to his house instead? She denies it. It has nothing to do with House Rainhafer. Yes, Theodore von Rainhafer once worked with a lunatic, but this new recruit seems to hate his own family. Kyle says that only makes it stranger and asks if they should not investigate more. He cannot see why a member of House Rainhafer would help a criminal group. After hearing them out, she agrees. Their point makes sense, so they should test him by giving him a mission. That way they can see whether he performs amazingly or betrays them. The blue-haired girl is jealous because she did not get a mission at all in her first year, but she accepts that there is no other choice, so everyone in the room starts to agree. And once everything is settled, the mission is assigned to Marine. The mission involves the hidden floor under the academy. They received a report that an Edian executive hid a secret there, the demonic essence stone of Paimon, one of the 72 demons. While the new recruit buys them time, they will steal the essence stone. Marine is told to support the recruit, and she agrees. That a tall woman named Isel congratulates her for finally no longer being last in rank and tells her to do her best. That is how she feels, while Nox seems completely calm. But she wants answers, because news travels fast and the papers are already saying Penelope von Arkheim fell for a knight from the opposite side and plans to marry him. Nox is shocked by how quickly the princess can make things happen, but that still does not answer her question. So he explains that the princess is basically using him to gain help in the War of Succession. She wants the throne badly enough to take it from Louis von Arkheim. That makes sense to her, since rumors say the prince is gathering allies. Even so, she is surprised the princess chose to work with a dark family. With a blank, serious look, Nox says that is exactly why he is useful. He is a troublesome outcast the dark family ignores, so his presence works in her favor. Hearing that, she cannot help feeling sorry for him, while the protagonist grows even angrier at being used by the princess, just because he is the family's black sheep. But that quickly stops mattering when he suddenly jumps off the bed and grabs his weapon, putting his mate on alert too. Looking out the window, he spots a figure wrapped in a red aura. Its glow reflects in his eyes, and he smiles as he realizes the time has finally come for his first mission, which starts with meeting Marine in the library. Still confused, she stares out the window while Nox looks tense. Far away, Marine watches them through binoculars and confirms the rumors. MC is very handsome. Still, she reminds herself he is just a kid and looks way too sickly to explain Luna's interest, so she will have to find out for herself why he caught attention. With that, she smiles and gets ready to test whether he deserves a place in Lunatic. Sometime later, Raz is searching through piles of books with his assistant Nox and Echidna, when suddenly the professor slips away, leaving the whole job of sorting the books to Nox. He is left baffled, and by the time he finishes, Raz is long gone. He gets so annoyed he nearly curses, but Echidna stops him first and tells him to calm down. Frustrated, the protagonist complains that being the professor's apprentice is awful. This mountain of work is driving him crazy. Echidna only watches with cold indifference, like he is overreacting. Later, while they keep sorting, Echidna walks over again. Nox clearly does not want to talk, but she says it anyway. They do not get along. It is an awkward way to start, but what she really wants is to apologize for how the princess dragged him into her plans, including changing his previous engagement. She also insists Penelope von Arkheim never meant to make him miserable. Nox understands what she means, but he does not get why she is the one apologizing. Trying to sound detached, Echidna says she just does not want him to think badly of the princess. Nox looks at her for a moment, then turns his eyes away, uneasy at how much he dislikes this. Once again, a character has turned out completely different from what he knew in the game. Frustrated, he tries to push down that strange sense of sympathy as he clenches his fist. A little harshly, he says he understands the princess and goes back to sorting. Even with his cold tone, Echidna understands and thanks him, which makes Nox wish they would just go back to getting along badly, instead of hearing that from her. Right then, one of the books gives off a red aura, catching his attention. When he picks it up, he sees Marine's name on it, officially marking the start of his first mission. He still does not fully understand what is happening, but he has no choice except keep moving forward. And once outside, he spotted the target, a demon sealed on the night of the massacre. And beneath the academy was Paimon's essence stone. Luna's order was to steal it, so he had to gather intel and grab as many people on site as possible. For Nox, that meant it was finally time for his first mission in this insane game. As MC happily celebrated getting his first mission, he stepped out of the building and looked up at the sky. Somewhere else, Talia was still under her blankets, completely heartbroken, while her maid tried to figure out what was wrong. The answer was obvious: Nox's engagement to the princess, which Emma kept turning over in her head. She could admit the boy had some charm, but she never thought the princess would choose someone from the dark family. She also knew that once Talia's father found out, Nox probably would not live to tell the story. No matter what happened, the two families would likely end up at war. So Emma kept trying to cheer up her lady until all of a sudden Talia shot to her feet and turned around, leaving her maid completely stunned. Then Talia looked at her with a chilling expression. With a wide smile, she said she had finally become an adult, and now that she had seen someone could take away what belonged to her, She remembered her father's words. The only way to stop that was to become strong. Her eyes looked distant, and that cold smile showed she was ready to make sure it never happened. Then she looked at her maid and asked if she would help. Shaken by her lady's new attitude, Emma could only hope Nox got a chance to run. Meanwhile, he was dealing with an even crueler demon, the Archduke Paimon, the one behind the night of the massacre, when his mother died, and also the one who twisted Noah's time and trapped her in a child's body. He knew there was no way to beat Paimon with his current strength. Still, he remembered the reward he had used, diving into the Arca River, whose effect randomly raised 2 stat points. This time, the boost had gone straight to his mana, but that was not all. Then, speaking in a strange language, he activated another hidden piece, the Dragon Tongue, which gave him even more power. Back in the present, he looked over the situation and thought the trip would have been perfect, if not for everything else. Then his thoughts were cut off by Marine, who congratulated him for not getting lost. Nox addressed her simply as Marine, which she took as rude. Still cheerful, she declared herself his superior, though he did not care at all. He remembered her as a tricky game character, a 17-year-old girl with an affinity for water. Her good points were being bright, reliable, and naturally sensitive to mana, plus amazing skill with ranged attacks. Her bad sides were just as clear. Quick to judge, bossy, young, and carrying a heavy inferiority complex. Her skills included auto-aim, arrow adjustment, and a water shot. For Nox, though, the biggest issue was that she had one trait he hated most in the game. While Marine kept teasing him and demanding respect, he was reminded how annoying her bossy personality was. That comment did not sit well with Marine, who snapped that people in this world had lost all their manners. Nox just stared at her, confused about what that had to do with anything. But she kept insisting that he needed to respect her, because she had more experience in Lunatic, and was also 2 years older. Even so, Nox still did not get why she was lecturing him about respect. That only made Marine more annoyed, especially when it came to ranks in Lunatic. Before she could keep going, the protagonist decided not to argue, and changed the subject. He told her to hide because someone was coming. Marine said they should just ignore it, then sighed and focused on the mission. She summoned a scroll and accepted the plan to head to the hideout, which meant he had to break it. Nox got excited as he felt the game's mechanics again, and shattered it right away, making them both vanish in a huge purple flash before reappearing at the hideout. Marine arrived complaining that she still was not used to that way of traveling. She sat at the table and told Nox to sit too since she needed to explain the mission. Putting on a smug, mysterious air, she asked if he remembered the night of the massacre. MC said yes, remembering clearly how Noah, Emperor Zelizo, and his father barely survived after sealing Paimon, the strongest being of all, one who brought even the continent's mightiest fighters to their knees. But the real problem was that after he was sealed, the crystal holding him vanished. Nox quickly understood they had found that crystal under the academy, and Lunatic was sending the 2 of them to cause chaos, while the others destroyed the crystal. Marine was surprised he understood so fast and started to see him differently. Even if she still thought he had no manners, she had to admit he could be useful. That annoyed her again, but he went back to the mission and asked when it would happen. Still irritated, she answered that it would be during the night break. Their main job was to gather the students and teachers in one place. Nox realized that would be hard but possible. His real fear, though, was that Paimon might be released. Marine, full of confidence and pride, told him he still did not understand the true power of Luna, the real savior of that world, and promised that would never happen. She bragged with total certainty. Nox was not nearly as sure. He wanted her to be right, but he knew she was wrong because this was the exact episode where Paimon's resurrection began. He would not return at full strength, but even then, one small mistake would be enough for him to wipe out the academy. The protagonist knew it because the episode title said it all. The Rookie Killer, the Night of the Labyrinth and the Massacre. In it, he would have to play both hero and villain, so he knew he needed a plan, and said he had everything needed for the operation. Meanwhile, in an abandoned hideout, a huge red flash lit up the place as Rick arrived, full of confidence. With a satisfied grin, he announced that the preparations for the Archduke's resurrection were complete. Soon, he said, the Archduke would ravage the land just like in the past. The demon was thrilled by the news, and even knowing he would not recover all his power at once, he praised his servant and told Rick that if everything went as planned, he would be promoted to a demon and leave behind his half-demonic human state. He warned him not to fail. Rick answered with complete confidence that he would not. Meanwhile, Nox found himself in an even more dangerous situation. A meeting where Eleanor was present, watching the awkward first face-to-face between Talia and Princess Penelope von Arkheim, who was backed up by Echidna. Penelope approached Talia and calmly apologized for the feelings she had developed. Nox tried to avoid getting pulled into that conversation, looking worriedly at Talia, but her first smile immediately set off alarms. In that moment, he realized his biggest mistake. He had never thought about how she would react. Now he saw a terrifying girl in front of him, holding back a rage that promised chaos. He could feel how dangerous this was, and wondered how everything had ended up like this. Meanwhile, most of the people there seemed more interested in the results of the Academy's top 7 students. Many complained that they had worked too hard to believe someone outside the noble line could ever reach those spots. To them, it felt just as unfair as real life. Amid the whispers, students argued over how those 7 were chosen. Most thought it was based only on academic scores. Some cried because they had failed to get in, but most were simply shocked that the surprise of the ranking was Nox, and the boy walked through the crowd, drawing nervous looks and murmurs from every side. He hated attracting so much attention again, so he tried to focus on the game's first mission, knowing the most important thing at that point was getting an outstanding grade. Without it, he could not attend the event called Night Study Free Time, where he needed to hold the other students and teachers in place. Meanwhile, from a distance, a group of boys watched him with resentment. They hated him for being special, for being good-looking, and for coming from a powerful family. One boy with glasses clearly did not care much about any of it, which only angered Nox's biggest hater, until a third student walked over and told them to stop talking, because rumor had it MC was now the princess's fiancé, and if he heard them, they could end up in deadly trouble. Even though Nox had heard everything, he had no time for petty nonsense. Right now, his priority was keeping his place in Lunatic, since it was the only way to escape the Reyenhafer family and stop payment. So he just looked at his grades and confirmed he had taken first place, beating Leon von Marbus. But when he returned to his relationship problems, he realized he should have paid more attention to the rest of the rankings. Without noticing, he had fallen into a full-blown Korean drama, watching the creepy showdown between what was basically his current girlfriend and his ex, so all he could do was sigh, hating that he was stuck in the middle of this mess. Worst of all, it was not even his fault. Then Talia broke the silence with a cruel smile, saying she understood the princess and why she had fallen for Nox. Penelope was happy to hear that, but she did not get to finish before Talia cut her off in a chilling tone. She warned that she would not make things easy because in her family, victories were taken very seriously. Her deadly look made it clear that Nox was part of that rule too. With no better response, the princess wished her luck with a smile and stepped away. As she passed him, she told him that at first she thought their engagement was just an arranged deal, but now she could see Talia was taking it seriously, which she had never expected. Nox, though, was far more focused on a Kicha red message told him to head to the hideout. There, he would learn more about the plan, so he went. When he arrived, Marine was already waiting and clearly upset. She wasted no time calling him out over the new rumor that he was engaged to the princess. Nox sighed and apologized, saying he had no idea what was going on either. He explained that Penelope von Archheim needed him as a counterweight in her fight for the crown. Marine already knew that. The protagonist tried to change the subject, but she refused. As Luna's protector, she said she could not trust him without knowing what he really wanted. Calmly, Nox said the leaders had already made their choice about him. Marine didn't budge. If she could not trust him, she would test him herself. She raised her bow and made it clear that if he was a traitor, she would find out by force. Tired of arguing, MC told her not to regret this as he drew his sword. Both of them were ready to fight. Full of confidence, she set her arrows and fired. Nox sliced through them with ease and dodged the rest with quick steps. Seeing that, Marine backed off and readied another shot, putting him at a bad spot. With a smug smile, she warned that she would go easy on him so he would not die. Nox knew she was not bluffing as he slipped past another arrow, remembering that Marine came from one of the lost races, the sea race, and had inherited their powerful water chop. As she prepared another shot, the protagonist knew even Luna would struggle to block it easily. He stepped back, realizing he might have pushed her too far. When the arrow flew straight at him, he understood that with his current skills, he could not earn her respect. Even so, he tried to block the attack, but it swallowed him in a rushing stream of water. Even so, Nox knew this part could turn into a disaster, so the best move was to win the fight. Marine warned that even if Luna had acknowledged him, he was still at the bottom rank in Lunatic. As she prepared another attack, she demanded that he explain everything about the princess and the strange events around him. At the same time, she struck the ground, raising huge sheets of ice across the area and threatening him to stop lying. Nox insisted he had nothing else to say, which only made Marine angrier. She wanted to know how long he planned to keep acting so arrogant. Then she attacked again, and the water whirlwinds grew stronger until one of them finally trapped him inside. Annoyed, Nox got irritated seeing that Marine thought a trick like that would work on him. He slashed with his sword, cutting through the water and throwing the technique off balance until it collapsed. In the middle of the chaos, Marine moved with confidence. She had never expected that attack to work. Her real goal was to make an opening for her next arrow. That ugly drill-like shot came in so fast that with no way to dodge, he had to rely on his skill. Genius time, slowing time just enough to avoid the arrow at the last second. Even then, he did not want to reveal that trick so openly. Shocked, Marine could not understand how he dodged at such close range, but she had no time to think when she saw Nox raise his sword and unleash a huge slash that sent out a wave of dark energy. Her only choice was to block it with the battlefield's water, barely holding on against the impact. She formed a whirlpool of water and dark energy, turning the attack aside at the last moment, and when the mist cleared, Marine was unharmed, but confused. She could not believe a 15-year-old boy had that much power, so she demanded he reveal what he really wanted with Lunatic. Nox refused to answer and kept fighting. She shot back that if he would not talk, she would find out on her own. Raising her bow again, she gathered her power to create more water whirlwinds. Nox avoided the technique, then channeled his dark energy into arrows and fired them back at her. For the first time, Marine saw a real threat. The two traded blows, their weapons and powers crashing together. As the fight went on, she realized Nox was far too strong. If he ever betrayed Lunatic, he would become a real danger. Still, she could not understand why he kept holding back against her. though she guessed it was because they were both part of Lunatic. MC watched her with annoyance because she still was not taking the fight seriously. Tired of holding back, he raised his intensity. That childish reaction from Marine showed at once. She now saw him as someone clearly above her, an enemy she could not beat, and feared that he might even defeat her teammates. So she made a choice, calling out his name as she poured in all her energy. By Lunatic's rules, if she could not understand his intentions, she would have to kill him, and she prepared to use her strongest move, the Sea Race's secret art, Water Chop. Nox simply watched the attack come at him. He had no way to block or dodge it, so he accepted that he would have to take it head on. But suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere, completely wiping out Marine's shot. It was their captain. She was furious about the fight, and both of them were stunned to see her. Luna looked disgusted and angry at Marine for trying to kill her junior, and at Nox for not stopping the fight. Without wasting another second, she glared at both of them, and demanded a real explanation before announcing the punishment they would get, repeating that she wanted answers. She jumped between them and reminded them that their job was to distract the academy students, not kill each other. Nervous, Marine apologized and said she only wanted to confirm whether Nox was loyal to Lunatic. Luna reminded her that was the captain's job. Then, after seeing the damage from her weapon, Luna realized the shot had truly been meant to kill him. She understood Marine's distrust, but sending someone to the grave was punishment reserved only for high treason. Ashamed, Marine lowered her gaze, and Luna warned her not to make that mistake again. She gave Nox the same warning, though he did not seem to take it seriously. Once Marine had been scolded, the captain asked to speak with the hero in private. So, as they walked under the moonlight, she apologized for having to reprimand him, saying she needed to keep order. Nox did not seem worried. He believed that even with his recklessness, he would still make it out alive. Luna doubted that, and then he pointed out that while he had no issue with Marine, she clearly did not trust him. Luna explained that Marine did not usually act like that, apologized for her, then added one thing: officially, he owed her his life. She was sure that if she had not deflected that shot, he would not still be alive. With his usual arrogance, Nox replied that in his line of work he was always one step from death, which made Luna uneasy. She understood at once that this arrogant attitude was exactly what Marine could not stand. Still, Luna explained that one arrow alone had been enough for Marine to join Lunatic, and even if she was not the best archer, a fully charged shot had so much destructive power that even Luna was not sure she could endure it. Nox understood after seeing the damage to her dagger, which only made him wonder even more why someone that strong never appeared in the main game. So he asked Luna about Marine's ancestry, and Luna confirmed that Marine belonged to the Sea Race, a people who could control water however they wished. The protagonist remembered that the game only made one brief reference to that race, but they never truly appeared. Even so, the only lesson he took from all this was simple: never let her finish charging an arrow. Luna smiled at his arrogance, seeing him as a fool, and gave him a light tap on the forehead to remind him not to fight like that when he had almost died. Nox knew that but ignored her and looked out at the night. When he tried to leave, Luna stopped him. Even with all his recklessness, she still considered him strong and clear-headed, someone who would not hesitate when it mattered. To Nox, that sounded like too much praise, but it was not. It was only the lead-in to a mission. Luna made it clear that if Marine lost control during the operation, his job would be to kill her, and before facing that possibility, the hero still had to deal with his problems with women. While he was sitting beside the princess, he could feel Talia's murderous stare. It was awkward to be dragged back into that mess again when he had done nothing to cause it. Then the princess brought up her problems, and after trading looks with the fiery-tailed girl, Nox remembered how he had ended up in this situation. The princess had basically forced him to sit next to her so they would look like a couple, and he had no plan to agree until she reminded him of the benefits, like the fact that Louis von Archheim would not have him killed just yet, so now he had to put up with both girls. Still, what surprised him most at that moment was the arrival of another girl, Lana Bon Saber. She seemed shy, which completely clashed with what he knew about her. She was supposed to be the next leader of the Tsukubo Saber family, a clan that used beauty and charm to lure men in and drain their life force. Nox chose to look away, while Leon von Marbus grew uncomfortable and class continued, with Echidna watching in resignation because many lessons were still left. Mimsy was already sick of all this when suddenly, the ground began to shake. Everyone panicked at once and tried to understand what was happening. Nox knew right away. The first episode had just begun, the release of Paimon, who was being freed by Rick, declaring that this was only the beginning. Sometime earlier, Marine and Nox had decided that she would set up barriers so the students could explore the labyrinths and buy them as much time as possible. Now, with everything breaking loose and everyone terrified, Nox watched with relief as the plan worked, and Marine's barrier held firm. Then Leon took charge, quickly reading the situation and deciding they were trapped by two spells. The first was a barrier cutting them off from contact, and the second was a seal on the stairs. Nox felt uneasy at how fast he figured it out, so he stepped in too and suggested that the first thing they had to do was break the seal on the stairs. Penelope von Archheim agreed, and Lana shyly did too. Then she spoke up about construction areas, which made Nox pause because she should not have been involved in this chapter. Yet there she was, changing the game's timeline once again. With no better option, he chose to follow Lion's idea and break the spell, carefully explaining how to do it. Meanwhile, Talia grew even more confused and got a pounding headache from his explanation, until Lean boiled it down. Break the spell, then we're free. With that settled, the group split up to investigate and planned to meet again in an hour. Meanwhile, Marine stayed hidden and used the time to watch. She saw that Nox was not only stronger than her, but also far more useful, since everyone seemed to trust him. That started phase 2 of the plan, the Dream Labyrinth powered by illusion magic. Using Im's blood, Marine planned to drag everyone into sweet dreams. She chose the highest spot she could find, a statue, certain it would take them a long time to wake up. Once everything was ready, the blood essence spread through the area and reached the boys. Marine was sure Nox would resist, but he didn't. He fell into a deep sleep just like the others. That left her confused because now she had to step in herself. Meanwhile, from above, Luna and the lunatics watched their target, ready to begin the plan. Her assistant asked if it would really be okay if Noah Von Trinity showed up, but Luna stayed confident and kept moving toward her destination. This was the resting place of the fallen, guarded by a massive seal, which Luna, without hesitation, shattered with ease and passed through without effort. Inside, Noah Von Trinity was already waiting. She looked at the newcomer and recognized the youngest of the Sword Emperors, Luna, the last heir of Moonlight. Luna warned her and told her to step aside, saying the demonic essence stone could bring chaos to the world. But Noah Von Trinity, as arrogant as ever, didn't even think about moving. So Luna wrapped her sword in red energy and unleashed a fast slash, but Noah Von Trinity vanished, putting the lunatics on guard, and a moment later, huge magic snowflakes surrounded them, trapping them inside Noah Von Trinity's power. Luna reacted at once and cut through the trap in a single strike. Before she could relax, Noah Von Trinity appeared behind her in her adult form, smirking as she admitted she loved fighting strong opponents, and that the strongest one so far had been Paimon. Luna then understood that Noah was willing to let him awaken just to prove her own strength, and when she asked if that was true, Noah Von Trinity answered with a shrug that maybe it was. That was all Luna needed to hear. She decided to kill her. Noah Von Trinity wasn't worried at all. She found the challenge amusing and couldn't see how Luna would do it. Still, the blonde declared she would kill her with her own hands and charged forward, starting a massive clash of power that sent destructive shockwaves everywhere. Meanwhile, near the chaos, Rick watched Paimon's crystal crack more and more. At the same time, Nox woke up on a bright beach, and far away he saw a winged figure, overcome with emotion. He ran after it, begging that angel-like being to give back what he had lost. But his desperation and hope vanished when the figure disappeared, and in his sorrow, his eyes filled with tears. Confused, he looked toward the horizon as the sun began to rise, until a voice called to him from far away. He stayed silent and sad, until the sound grew louder and forced him awake. Still dazed, Nox found Eleanor and Talia beside him, with Talia being the one who woke him. Both were staring at him with worry, because he had been crying in his sleep. That especially shook his former fiancée. So while still disoriented, he tried to remember the dream and the woman who had almost said something to him. But when he saw the two redheads in front of him, he quickly put his usual attitude back on. He apologized for the pathetic display and said they needed to move on. Remembering the second labyrinth, then giant monsters started to appear and the team got ready to fight. Talia unleashed her scorching fire while Leon summoned his underworld skeletons. Even though they were crushed at first, their numbers let them bring down the huge beast and tear it apart. Lana meanwhile only watched Leon, who seemed to be draining her energy. At the same time, Nox tore through a monster with his dark arrows and noticed these creatures really weren't that hard, so he turned to his second goal. When he saw Echidna preparing an attack, he took the chance to step on her foot, throwing her off and annoying her even more, all to buy himself a little time. When the battle finally ended and the group was done, everyone looked exhausted except Lorna, who really hadn't done much. Even so, she kept acting shy and asked Noah if he was okay. Putting on a tough act, he said not to compare him to those weaklings. Eleanor jumped on that right away, mocking him by saying those were bold words from someone who had been crying in his sleep. Penelope von Arkheim stepped in instead, reminding Eleanor that she was talking about her fiancé. That made Eleanor change her tone immediately. Echidna, on the other hand, cared more about what they would find in the next labyrinth, since the second one had already been rough enough. But Nox couldn't help being interested, because he knew exactly what the last challenge would be, the boss of the Flower Labyrinth, and that boss would be him. So he chose to split from the group to play his role as the villain. Elsewhere, dark essence started pouring out from the essence stone. Rick watched closely and declared that Paimon's awakening had begun. Meanwhile, Louis von Arkheim watched the process with excitement, convinced his plan to rise as the hero was working. Rick, however, wasn't following the mission exactly. He actually found it funny that idiot prince believed he could face a revived Paimon just to boost his image. But that meant nothing to him, and without warning, he released the essence, finally freeing the towering demon. Paimon, however, looked disappointed with the power he had come back with, though he still admitted that simply returning at all was a miracle. Then he looked at Rick and asked if what he was sensing was real. More specifically, he felt the presence of one of the beings responsible for sealing him, along with the energy of Luna and Noah Von Trinity's battle. Rick confirmed it, and Paimon unleashed his rage. Meanwhile, Nox finally activated Moon Shadow. It copied his form to create a shadow he could shape however he wanted. At the same time, his companions were getting closer and closer to the final labyrinth. Before the last boss fight, a boss that didn't even exist anymore, As he adjusted his shadow, Nox remembered one of his goals was to claim the boss rewards after defeating the monster. After beating it, he gained 0.3 stat points. When he checked his status, he saw that thanks to the creature, his lifespan had gone up to 147 days, and his mana and stamina had improved too. Still, he had one more job for the lunatics. Buy enough time so the students couldn't escape. Keeping that in mind, he finished adjusting his shadow, giving it a different look, and sent it out to act as the final boss. Since it was literally his copy, the shadow was much stronger than the real boss. With that done, Nox quietly returned to his group. Talia, worried about him, tried to get closer, but he stayed cold as usual, ignored her, and moved on. Not long after, they quickly ran into his shadow, and everyone stopped at the strange figure. Nox reacted at once, remembering that while his shadow could think, it also had his same personality. So if it talked too much with the group, they might get suspicious. Luckily, Leon stepped in and said that something with mana that sinister couldn't be human. The comment was aimed at the shadow, but it also hit him hard, which annoyed him right away. And to make things worse, Echidna added that one look at the boy's awful face made that pretty obvious. Eleanor asked who he was, and Nox's shadow introduced himself as Chain, just a mage passing by who got trapped there. But the way he spoke made Eleanor nervous, and she blushed because something about him felt familiar. Seeing things were getting awkward, the protagonist went back to the main point, reminding everyone that this was the monster they had to defeat, since if Chain kept talking, he might give himself away. So Nox struck first at his own shadow, but it dodged every attack and backed away. MC said Chain was really strong, and Eleanor activated a magic circle to fire a huge beam at him. She told Nox that she knew he was holding back, and then Lion, along with his skeletons and Talia, joined the attack. Chain dodged both of them, forced to keep falling back until he found a chance to shred the necromancer's skeletons, but that left him open to an attack from the fiery redhead. He barely dodged, only to get smashed by a brutal knee strike that made Nox cry out in pain. Everyone looked at him in concern, but he tried to play it off. That was when he remembered the two important things about his shadow. First, it only had half his stats. Second, and more important, every time Shane got hit, Nox would feel the pain too. And right then, another slash from Talia hurt them both again. Seeing the fight getting worse and worse, with Chain even attacking him, Nox started wondering how much longer he could hold out. Elsewhere, the clash between Noah and Luna shocked them both, and then Luna looked up in surprise as they saw Paimon approaching. That enraged the blonde, who blamed Noah for ruining everything and dooming humanity. With no other choice, she raised her sword and received a huge burst of power from the Red Moon itself, filling her with energy. From a distance, Noah watched in shock and realized her enemy had been holding back the whole time. Even if she understood Luna's mission, she still couldn't let her through, because she had also tried to destroy the crystal many times, and the only way to kill that demon was after he revived. She just hadn't expected it to happen this soon, and once she realized how strong Luna really was, she decided there was no point in holding back anymore. Luna unleashed all her power in one massive slash, and Noah answered with an icy blizzard. The two attacks worked together, one pinning him down while the other struck Paimon, but he barely reacted. They only managed to cut his arm. That small hit triggered a huge explosion, yet the girls' faces made it obvious they had failed. Paimon rose through the blast with crushing pressure. To him, they were just a girl who had lost her power and a brat, and now he was ready to go all out. Without hesitation, he declared he would kill them both, and before they could react, he swallowed the area in a massive explosion. Back at the academy, Chain was still dealing with Talia's attacks and Leone's skeletons, which were starting to box him in. Leone, getting more excited by the second, looked set on questioning him. His creepy grin was too much even for Nox, who figured he had stalled long enough, and his skill was almost over. Then, right then, a violent quake shattered the ground, opening a giant hole that Eleanor fell into before anyone could stop it. But a figure shot forward at full speed and dove after her, catching her in his arms. It was Chain, and just hearing his voice left the redhead flustered and completely smitten. After climbing out of the hole, he gently set her down and, still holding her hand, asked if she was okay. That made her blush even more. Nox watched in total discomfort and chose to blame his old self outside the game. Chain was supposed to be just part of his ego, yet he acted nothing like him. Still, instead of dwelling on it, he focused on the destruction, which could only mean Paimon had been unleashed. Terrified, he ran toward that awful presence, leaving everyone else confused. He ignored the others because he knew everything was going wrong, and he had to face Paimon before this turned into a bad ending. Meanwhile, in the fight against the demon, Luna pushed herself back up, drained after the explosion, only to freeze in horror when she saw her assistant pinned under a rock. Even so, the assistant told her to keep going with the mission. Worried and upset, Luna listened and teamed up with Noah. She told her not to lose focus as they both got ready to fight again. Even then, Luna couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, while Noah kept acting proud even though she was almost out of magic, and Luna had burned through too much energy too. Now it was hard for her even to hold her sword after using the moon sword twice, so she had no idea how much longer she could last. Paimon noticed that and watched them with amusement, calling them weak, though at least they entertained him. With a cruel smile, he pointed toward the academy and mockingly asked if the presences he felt were their students. Both of them panicked at once, but Noah tried to stay steady even as chills ran through her. They were already losing, and now the demon seemed even stronger, meaner and more merciless than the last time. Laughing at them, Paimon wrapped himself in flames and prepared to strike those fragile humans. In seconds, his body turned into a fiery whirlwind, and Luna tried to track him, but before she could react, Paimon appeared at her side and attacked. She barely blocked it. At the same time, Noah, fully locked into the fight, spread a shield of ice around herself. But with one move, Paimon shattered it and reached her, landing a brutal hit that sent her flying. As she fell, an old memory came rushing back. The day men, women, and children ran in terror through a place covered in flames, and she saw her parents lying dead right in front of her. The weight in her chest made her break down, crying in despair. That pain, that loss, it was why the Noah of today refused to watch more people she cared about die. But her thoughts were cut short when she slammed into a wall and dropped to the ground, crushed by frustration. After chasing more power for so long, she still wasn't strong enough to even stand against the demon. Helplessness aided her, while in the distance, Luna, also exhausted, rushed straight at the monster. But Noah, swallowed by despair, looked ready to give up. Luna still tried to face Paimon again, but before she could get close, 3 huge attacks suddenly burst in, made of darkness and water. They caused a massive shockwave, leaving Noah and Luna stunned. Then Nox stepped out from the forest behind them and asked the director if she was really going to give up again. He reminded her that after losing her family, if she lost her students too, she would be completely alone. After saying that, he walked forward without wavering, gripping his sword, and swore that for his family and the tradition of the Black Sword, he would kill Paimon. But a little earlier, while Noah was running after getting his shadow back and storing it away, he passed through the forest and joined Marine, who was deeply worried and unsure they could beat the demon. She thought the smartest move was to protect her junior by retreating, hoping he would not get hurt. That only made Nox angry. He had no plan to run and made it clear that fleeing was not in the blood of the Rheinhafer. Marine insisted that even if they kept going, they could not do anything, and that pushed him even further. Firmly, he asked if she would really let Luna die. His words shook Marine, reminding her how much her resolve depended on Luna. Nox used that feeling to get into her head, asking if she would really leave the person who had told her that not even 3 great masters could defeat Paimon. But Nox already knew what he wanted. He needed her to fire her bow. At that moment, a huge explosion cut them off, and both recognized it as Paimon. The protagonist told Marine not to overthink it because now they could only win together. She wondered how he even knew about her water chop, but Nox brushed it aside. Marine still warned him that using her full power would make her lose control completely, which could put MC in danger. He knew that, and arrogantly said he would be fine since he doubted she could kill him. Deep down, though, he feared he might not survive the impact, but it was still the only way to avoid a game over. Marine was still full of fear, so Nox slipped into his villain act and mocked her, saying that in the end she had grown attached to him. That finally made her mad enough to move. She told him not to regret this later, then started firing. Nox also raised his sword without hesitation. Marine saw him as a reckless rookie, or at least that was the name Luna had given him, a trait Marine personally hated. Even so, the two of them poured in everything they had, Marine charging Water Chop, and Nox preparing Thornbringer with all his mana. When they finally released both attacks, the clash caused a gigantic explosion. After that, though, a worn-out Nox had to deal with a Marine who had lost control, dodging arrows she fired with clear killing intent. He tried to talk her down while at the same time calling out to the spy hiding nearby. That spy was Lana, who, acting shy, was startled that he had found her. Luckily, Nox remembered she was among the strongest, so he gave her a job, hold Marine back. Lana tried to dodge the responsibility, saying she did not want that risk, but she finally agreed on one condition. She wanted a favor from Nox. With a sly smile, she made him promise to restore her dark energy. Even though the succubus way of doing that did not appeal to him at all, he had no choice and agreed, leaving her to handle Marine. Right after dodging another arrow, Lana released her sinister charm. Meanwhile, Nox ran to the battlefield against the demon, where he found Noah with defeat written all over her face. At once he remembered what the game had said. Paimon had killed her family and friends before her eyes. What she needed now was a push, so he rushed to her and reminded her that if she lost her students too, she would have nothing left. To fire her back up, he promised he would beat Paimon and ask for her help. That was enough to snap Noah out of it. But now the protagonist had to face a shocked Paimon, who stared in surprise after realizing the boy was behind that attack. At the same time, he sensed something familiar in him, a heavy darkness coming from his sword. When Nox released that power onto the battlefield, it filled everyone with the status effect of negative fear, leaving both Noah and Luna terrified. Paimon narrowed his eyes and recognized the protagonist as the son of Tewi. But Nox showed no fear at all, thanks to his master of acting skill, and he did not waste a second before launching a huge attack, which Paimon blocked without any concern. That told the protagonist what he needed to know. So he decided to mess with the demon's head and firmly said that in front of him stood just another weak demon, one his father had sealed. To Paimon, that sounded absurdly arrogant, coming from a rookie. Still, Nox confirmed the demon was easy to provoke and that would help. Using his eyes, he checked Paimon's traits: fire element, magical genius, high resistance, pure evil, cruel, insane, a survivor, and skills like Rising Flame, Disaster Flame, and Judgment. To Nox, those skills were manageable. Rising Flame was the one he had just blocked, a fire shot that drained life. Disaster Flame dealt damage over time, but the most dangerous move was Judgment, a deadly fire sword. As he got ready to carry out his plan, he had to put up with his captain scolding him for following her. Nox did not waste the chance to study the situation, though he had to admit to himself that if he were as strong as the girls, this fight would be much easier. But with things as they were, he had no choice but to improvise, so he asked Luna to help him take down the demon. She only wanted to know where her supervisor was. The protagonist assured her she was still alive, just as he had promised. Paimon got angry at being ignored, and created a huge whip of fire which Nox barely managed to block. The flames were strong enough to knock him down. The flames hit him hard, body and mind, and even his master of deception started to break. Panicked, he told Luna the plan needed Marine. She had to get past her trauma and make one perfect shot. Luna moved in, charging straight at Paimon to keep him busy. She went along with Nox's plan, even if she still doubted it would work. The protagonist then asked Noah to use her last 2 large-scale spells to raise a barrier and stop anyone else from getting in. Noah was glad Nox wanted to protect the others, something clearly at odds with his usual villain act, but she let that slide. As she built the barrier, she also told him to be more honest with himself. Even so, that only made him seem cuter. Meanwhile, Paimon, angry at their cheap tricks, attacked again. He drew his huge sword and rushed Nox, who barely held on with Strongbringer, using everything he had just to stay up, then flashed the demon a mocking smile as if his power meant nothing. Paimon found that confidence amusing. Just blocking one hit made this boy think he was as strong as his father, and his fear aura grew even stronger, making it clear Nox was nothing like his father, who had been far more powerful. He pressed harder, boasting that even MC's father couldn't kill him and had only managed to seal him, while he claimed ending the MC would be easy. But he refused to bend. Instead, he wiped away every trace of fear with his skill, and with a challenging grin, told Paimon to try it. Then his sword drained all his magic, and with one clean swing, blasted the power back hard enough to shove the demon away. But the cost was brutal. His life force started draining, and he coughed up blood from the strain. Nearby, Noah finished raising the barrier, completing her part of the plan. Once Nox saw it standing, he set his only remaining plan in motion, as Paimon fought Luna. At the same time, the protagonist desperately waited for Marine to wake up, but she was still trapped in her madness, fighting against the charm of Lana, who was trying to bind her inside the ritual. From a distance, Nox couldn't stop thinking that even if Marine had been just a side character in the game, someone who should have already died, he didn't want that to be her end. It was selfish and maybe ridiculous, but he wanted her to live. That thought kept pushing him closer to the edge, and his sword began taking the last days of life he had left. All he could think was that Marine deserved to live and choose her own fate. With that, he threw himself at Paimon again in another huge clash, wishing she would finally wake up. Meanwhile, Marine, still insane and trapped by Lana, cried deep inside. The reason was buried in her memories, where she remembered being born inside a lab, the same place where she first opened her eyes. That was her beginning, her first breath of fake air, surrounded by scientists and other test tanks holding more experiments. As time passed, they started using tools that terrified her just by looking at them. Through those experiments, Marine, forced to carry knowledge she never wanted, learned the truth. She had been created in that lab, and if she wanted to live, she had to prove she was a success. So she accepted that as her only way of living. The name they gave her was H210, and she learned to answer to it, empty inside, following orders in the lab. Even so, she became one of the few test subjects who could copy the power of the extinct race, unlike the failed results who turned into twisted monsters. Day after day, she lived beside those failed experiments, seeing them as the final fate of many war orphans. Meanwhile, she had to satisfy the scientists' tests, pretending to smile and trying to stay useful. Her only choice was to prove she was the best by mastering the ancient blood of the water race, because that was the only way to avoid the awful fate the others suffered. Then one day, someone new appeared, a girl with glasses named Jay, who ended up living with her. Marine had no choice, but the young woman seemed to understand that the lab had been torture for Marine, and with a kindness she had never known before, she treated her differently. While fixing her hair, Jay even decided to change her name, inspired by the blue color of her hair like seawater. That shocked Marine. Jay was the first person who didn't just see her as an experiment. Her bright energy was a sharp contrast to Marine's awkwardness with something as simple as being groomed. But Jay became the first person to treat her like a human being. And while they played together in a field of daisies, Marine smiled for real for the first time. One night, little Marine asked Jay why she was so kind, since everyone else saw her as just a weapon, a survivor carrying the sea race's blood, made to be used in war. Hurt by those cold words, Jay gave her a gentle smile and shared a secret. She was there because her family had been taken hostage. Marine innocently asked if she missed them, and Jay answered with a question of her own. If I left, would you miss me? The thought alone scared the girl, and she clung to Jay with all her strength. That was when Jay helped her understand that this was exactly how she felt about her own family. Once Marine understood, she felt happy knowing Jay saw her as family too. Then Jay promised to protect her while she was still a child, and asked that when she grew up, she would protect children younger than her. Marine agreed, falling asleep beside her with a smile, finally feeling safe. As she stayed with Jay, her powers kept growing, and out of all the time they spent together, those became the happiest memories of her childhood. That was exactly why they were so fragile. Everything shattered one night when a group sent by the Empire's elite threatened them, pushing to speed up the process and use the sea race in the war. Jay defended her with everything she had, refusing to let them treat Marine like a tool. But the hooded men wouldn't back down, and seeing Marine as nothing but an object, they grabbed her hard by the arm, then beat Jay brutally for trying to stop them, even ordering her execution for getting in the way. As they dragged Marine off, she desperately broke free, which angered the group's leader when he saw his tool had feelings. To punish her, he savagely attacked Jay, showing no mercy at all, and cut off her arm right in front of the girl. He meant to break her spirit, but Marine was only confused. She had accepted life as a weapon, yet she couldn't understand why humans would hurt each other like that. Her confusion only made the leader even angrier. He demanded obedience, but the little girl, seeing them as the real weapons, unleashed her power. Her body was wrapped in a ring of water, and despite Jay's screams trying to stop her, she had already made her choice. Filled with energy, she fired her water chop. The next thing Marine remembered was waking up outside the place, and the home where she had lived was completely destroyed. That was when Luna approached her for the first time, introducing herself as the captain of Lunatic. Marine was surprised that Luna knew who she was, but the only thing that mattered was what happened to the woman who had raised her. Without any softness, Luna told her Jay was already dead. When Marine still couldn't process it, Luna added that the one who had taken Jay's life was Marine herself, leaving the girl in total shock. Luna quickly explained that her mission had been to destroy the research center where children were being used as experiments. But by the time they arrived, the fight was already over. They found Jay dying, and with her final breath she was holding Marine in her arms, while the child remained in a trance. Before dying, Jay begged Luna to take Marine away. Even though Luna saw the whole disaster as the result of an experiment showing what happened when someone from the water race lost control, Jay begged her not to blame the child, because adults had twisted her. With her last strength, she pleaded for Luna to take Marine somewhere she could live a normal life, still seeing her as an innocent little girl. But against Jay's wishes, Luna blamed Marine for killing both her and everyone else. In despair, Marine remembered with horror how her attack hit Jay, and how the power forced into her had turned her into the very thing she feared most. By killing everyone, she had truly become a weapon. Luna used that despair to draw the girl into Lunatic, promising revenge against the imperial family that created her. Even so, Marine instantly recognized the woman as a demon, remembering Jay's stories about beings who slipped into human hearts with sweet temptations. Still, she had no other choice. Even knowing revenge would drag her deeper into darkness, she joined Lunatic anyway, driven by guilt and the memory of the only person who had cared for her. Seeing her talent, Luna promised to promote her if she could control even a small part of her power. So Marine decided to search for every possible way to master that energy that had never truly been hers. For Luna, who saved her, and for the guilt she carried over Jay, Marine finally woke up, confused with the alluring Lana beside her. She couldn't understand how she was still alive, since she had been sure that using her power meant losing control. Luckily, Lana told her she had managed to contain her with her skill, promising she wouldn't lose herself again. Once Marine understood why Nox had left her with Lana, she started worrying about him. Right then, Lana told her he was still fighting, so Marine took off at full speed. At that moment, Nox contacted her by telepathy, glad she was alive, and told her that Luna and Headmistress Noah Von Trinity had also survived. Marine was still annoyed by how casually he spoke about the captain, but MC didn't care about manners right now. Payman was too dangerous, and trusting that Lana's power was still affecting Marine, he asked her for one favor to shoot him. Marine froze in shock as Nox, still holding off Payman, explained that the demon was so fast no normal shot would ever land. That was why she had to fire at him while he pinned the enemy down. That was the only way to hit Payman. Marine panicked, thinking Nox meant to sacrifice himself, but he asked her to trust him and assured her with a confident smile, as he pushed himself to keep the demon back. For some reason, those words gave Marine real relief and confidence. Ready now, she raised her weapon with steady hands and lined up a perfect shot. Paimon, meanwhile, was furious that even at this stage she still couldn't crush them easily. She shoved Nox away and tried to break the barrier Noah Von Trinity had set up, but it was starting to crack, and Nox was breathing hard when Luna told him that if he was really as smart as he thought, he should already know the shield was at its limit. Just like Noah Von Trinity, who had run out of magic. In her condition, she could only take 2 or 3 more hits, so she needed him to hurry and carry out his plan. Frustrated, he tightened his grip on his sword because he still couldn't break the demon's barrier, a triple layer of high-level magic that kept Paimon from unleashing all her power, and was also the only reason they were still alive. But if that barrier stayed up, they couldn't get through, which meant the plan would fail. Luna understood that, so she stepped in, hoping it would actually work. Once again, a red aura wrapped around her body. Paimon treated her like a bug, then charged straight at her in rage. Luna stayed calm and waited until the last second to use Moonlight one final time. She filled it with the power of the Blood Moon, unleashing a massive force that tore up the ground, then used her final move, Moon Division. Paimon saw a huge red flash rush forward and slash at him. But no matter how strong the attack was, he simply blocked it and came out unharmed, while Luna was thrown backward. He mocked her, saying that Giant Strike had barely broken one barrier. At the same time, Nox moved in unnoticed and tried to destroy the second barrier. but Paimon reacted and blasted him away with a burst of power. Even after hitting the ground, the protagonist gave the signal because it was finally time to fire. Marine, pumped and focused, released her shot, sending it forward so fast it seemed to cut through the air. Nox, meanwhile, got ready for his only way to survive: his genius timing. He remembered that Marine's arrows could reach 400 kilometers per hour, so he guessed he needed to wait exactly 3 seconds, though he admitted he wasn't totally sure since he knew nothing about math, only how badly he wanted to live. He counted to 3 and moved just enough to let the arrow pass by him. It kept flying at full speed, piercing Paimon's barriers until it struck him square in the chest, but Nox knew it still wasn't over. The shot was starting to lose power because Marine had burned through too much mana, and while Paimon hadn't lost his final barrier yet, the hero made it clear this wasn't the end. He activated the Lunatic Member Robe, and together with Strongbringer, it drained his life force. Using the robe's buff, he triggered the skill Limitless Destruction. At that moment, the system sent an alert. The life energy needed to defeat the enemy would leave him in critical condition. It also warned that after using that skill, he wouldn't be able to absorb energy with the Black Flame Ring. Then the system gave one last warning, asking if he really wanted to activate it. Without hesitation and full of confidence, Nox said yes. In front of Paimon, who stared in shock at the power MC was releasing, the demon decided to kill him at once, doubting anyone could survive that much power. He launched his attack, causing a massive clash of energy that swallowed them both. But in the middle of that explosion, Nox cut through the flames with one fast move and took control. With Paimon unable to strike back, he activated the first stance of the Black Sword, Black Execution, creating a slash so strong that it slowly split Paimon in half, leaving only half his body still standing. Confused and enraged, the demon couldn't accept that after all this time, after finally waking up, he had been beaten by someone like Nox. Then he slowly faded away until nothing was left. Even so, it wasn't a complete victory, because the protagonist collapsed from exhaustion. His robe vanished just before his body hit the ground unconscious, while the system warnings still echoed in his mind, saying he had less than 30 days left to live. Marine, still in the forest, was stunned by her junior's power. She realized that even Captain Luna would have struggled to dodge an arrow like that at such close range. Watching carefully, she understood that Nox had so much talent he might surpass Luna and even Theodore. As she ran toward him, she wondered why someone with talent that huge would hide it. Her guess was that he did it to avoid even more trouble. On top of that, she couldn't help noticing that besides being annoyingly handsome, he was also kind of shy. She even thought maybe keeping that irritating maid by his side was part of his act. The more she thought about it, the better she felt, and more sure that with Nox and Luna beside her, she could finally see a future where she got her revenge on Esteban von Archeheim and wiped out Penelope von Archeheim too. Meanwhile, Noah looked seriously at the remains of the demon stone. Luna walked up and said she understood now. The reason Noah had allowed Paimon to awaken was to destroy that stone once and for all. Now she saw that simple revenge wasn't a good enough reason for the person who had suffered the most because of that demon. Noah didn't seem to accept the explanation, but with a sly smile, she said there was definitely some revenge in it. Luna warned her that next time she should be honest. She also reminded her that she needed to recover 100% of her power because even stronger enemies were coming. The cold girl didn't care much though. Instead, she walked over to the unconscious Nox and said she'd take good care of him. More relaxed now, Luna left, while Noah von Trinity looked at her student with gratitude, then returned to her mini-form and dropped the barrier. That finally allowed the others to enter, including Vermont and Raz. The first thing Vermont noticed was his best student beaten up, but he wanted answers, since he doubted that even a weakened Paimon could have been defeated by the headmistress alone. Noah von Trinity, however, had no intention of explaining anything. Vermont understood her silence right away and saw how hard it would be to report this to the Imperial family. Trying to dump the problem on someone else, he pushed it toward Raz, who wanted nothing to do with that mess, and the two started arguing. Meanwhile, Noah von Trinity walked through the area, sure that Paimon couldn't have escaped alone, so she figured Louis von Archeheim and his followers were behind it. Just thinking that they had infiltrated the place, and that a filthy demon servant was on her territory, made her furious. Sometime later, Talia was deeply worried because Nox had been unconscious for 3 days. Even though she kept telling herself to stay calm and be patient, the tension was obvious. Eleanor was uneasy too, mostly because MC rushing into danger still made no sense to her. Luna guessed he must have had a reason, but no one was more desperate to see him than Talia. Inside, and now awake, he watched everything from his bed. He knew showing that he was awake was a bad idea. While he was surprised to recover so fast, he also understood that he had to deal not only with the girls outside, but also with what it meant to carry the blessing of the moon and ice. Under any circumstances, a student being tied to a criminal organization was a huge problem, so he guessed the headmistress was healing him only so she could later pull out the truth. So his best option was to keep pretending to be asleep, and he did it so well that he only stopped pretending when he woke up in the night, thinking things had settled down. But he didn't realize Eleanor, who had already figured out his act, was there, and that was already bad enough. Then it got worse when she asked him directly what he wanted. Without wasting time, she said she wanted to know what connection he had to the mage they met in the tunnel. He tried to play dumb, but Eleanor made it clear she'd already learned when he was lying. Even though her voice stayed completely calm, Nox felt uneasy. He realized her acting was better than his, and once he understood he couldn't fake it anymore, he decided to go along until he understood what she wanted. In the end, he admitted that Shane and he were connected. She guessed they were some kind of relatives because of their similar eyes. That quickly led her to build a theory about a hidden branch of the Reborn family, and she imagined Shane as a miserable slave forced to obey them like a hunting dog. That made Knox nervous because he realized how badly Eleanor viewed his very dysfunctional family. She went on to say she'd noticed from the start that Shane wasn't trying to hurt her, so the protagonist asked what she wanted from him. The redhead answered that she wanted to repay him because to her own surprise she'd fallen for him, and now wanted to recruit him into her organization. In other words, she meant to buy him, using Knox as the middleman. MC was stunned by how easy she thought that deal would be. Even so, Eleanor told him to bring him to the Rivalan family headquarters, wished him a quick recovery, and left with a wink. Knox's problems kept piling up when his mother scolded him for acting so recklessly. She pointed out that his family was far from happy, and even though he asked her not to tell them anything, she had followed orders exactly and already had. Uncomfortable, he shut himself in his room, regretting that he hadn't kept pretending to sleep. And more trouble was already on the way, in the form of a succubus pretending to be shy. She asked him to keep his promise and restore her dark energy. Knox remembered that seductive succubi were demons known for draining energy from men through acts that definitely wouldn't fit a family-friendly game. Since this was a family-friendly game, he felt relieved that his virginity was safe, so he asked how she planned to help him. The shy succubus only asked to hold hands for 10 minutes. Knox wasn't buying that and asked her why she had followed him that day. Fidgeting with her hands, she said she just wanted to ask him a few things. Since they both came from dark families, it also seemed like he had changed a lot lately. That made the protagonist uneasy, so he dropped the subject, took off his jacket, and told her to hurry up with it. Sitting on the bed together, they started the energy transfer. Knox noticed the supposedly shy girl struggled just to hold his hand, but from the game he already knew the personality she had been hiding, and the moment he saw it starting to come out, he tried to pull away but couldn't, and the seductive side of Lana grabbed him tight, making it clear she needed more energy. So Knox used his eye to check Lana's stats. Her good traits were seductive, airheaded, beautiful, and a sister sensitivity gene. Her bad ones were being shy and lonely, and her skills were pheromones and charms. But the real issue was her split personality, something he could not handle right then. In her seductive mode, Lana completely overpowered him and ignored his complaints. Knox tried to calm his growing arousal but failed, and she was shocked that he still wasn't reacting the way she expected, realizing he was still weak. Seeing him helpless on the bed, she leaned closer, planning to make him dream of a girl more to his taste, while feeding her desire with a kiss. Luckily for his virginity, Marine showed up right then, annoyed that while she worked, he was having fun with another girl. Startled, Lana instantly switched personalities and ended up getting splashed with cold water, which killed her desire and knocked her out. Even though Knox was worried about her, Marine said she was fine. Still, she couldn't help getting annoyed when he seemed happy to see her in that state. MC denied it, which only made her worry even more about his health. He brushed it off and told her he was fine, aside from the awkward mana donation he had just gone through, and at that moment Marine thanked him for helping her stay alive. Knox casually replied that he only did it because he wanted to survive too, then pulled away with that arrogant attitude of his, which irritated her. Even so, she couldn't stop herself from feeling happy to have that dynamic with him again, though she still complained and tried to make him call her senior. Meanwhile, at the Reinhafer house, Luna stood before Theodore von Reinhafer and his butler, to tell them that Knox was the one who defeated Paimon. The butler was left stunned by the news, and when he saw his master's satisfied look, he couldn't help wondering how much more trouble this would bring to the family. Theodore von Reinhafer said he had no idea why Knox had acted that way, though deep down he guessed it all came back to the day of the sacrifice, when that brutal monster attacked and killed many people, including Knox's mother, right in front of him. That trauma changed him. It was what gave him that cold, difficult personality he used to push everyone away. But now Theodore von Reinhafer believed that, driven by revenge, his son had finally struck back with his own hands, and that brought him some joy. Luna didn't believe him and asked again, unable to understand Theodore von Reinhafer's real plan. To herself, she thought dark manifestation could only be gained when the body was pushed to its limit, so she doubted what his true goal for Knox was, now that he was in Lunatique. Even then, Theodore von Reinhafer insisted he did not know what his son was planning. That answer annoyed Luna, who saw him as a weak father. After all, his other son had already become an imperialist working with demons and was trying to destroy them. Still, Theodore von Reinhafer knew that, and understood that a huge bloodshed was coming across the continent. Hearing that, Luna stopped listening and turned to leave, warning him to keep his promise. She also made it clear that if his eldest son got in the way, she would personally enforce Lunist rules and kill him. With that said, she vanished into thin air, and after she left, Theodore von Reinhafer stood up and looked out the window, understanding how it would all end, the fall of the Empire and the destruction of the 72 demons. Meanwhile, at the Rivalan mansion, Eleanor had finished listing every benefit Chain would get from signing a contract with her and now waited for his answer. But Chain, looking uneasy, said he had to refuse because of family matters. Eleanor replied that she had already settled that issue with Knox, even though she clearly knew that wasn't true. Remembering how that shadow had helped defeat the final boss before, he still saw no upside in Chain ending up under Eleanor. So he tried to turn her down politely, but Eleanor dropped the act and told him to skip the formalities. That made Chain nervous as he watched her, with a hint of seduction, suggest that the existence of a hidden Renhaffer branch infiltrated into the academy might be something Dean Noah would find very interesting. At that, Chain got even more nervous and tried to persuade her, saying he thought she was kind and wouldn't use other people's weaknesses like that. Eleanor made it clear, though, that as a merchant, being kind was not her job, and she reminded him his only choice was to agree. Later, Chain walked through the mansion halls with the Spirit of Flame pendant, an item that could only be obtained near the end of the game, and Eleanor had now given it to him as both thanks and an advance payment for his future services. Chain thought it was amazing since it was a huge source of magical power, though it had the drawback of being a tracker. He realized she was getting far too obsessed with his alter ego, and meanwhile Eleanor was feeling very pleased with her success when Rick appeared, surprised she was so interested in Chain since she had never personally recruited anyone before. Annoyed by that remark, the redhead told him he had no right to question her decisions, and Rick pretended to obey and apologized, but she understood his real intentions. Since Paymon's defeat, her demonic butler had become much more active, so she told him to be careful with whatever he did next. Rick assured her he would, then walked through the mansion thinking about how Nox had turned out to be far too dangerous, and now he had no choice but to include him in his plan to kill the prince. No matter what he was planning, this time Rick was set on ruining it because his goal was to take his life. Back to the protagonist. He can't stop thinking that Nox isn't just the name he was given after coming to this world. It belonged to someone else first. Someone whose identity, family, and life he stole while doing everything he could to play that role. A lot has happened since he got here, but he realizes the most important part isn't only the enemies he has beaten, but the people who chose to stay by his side. Luna, Chitri, Eleanor, each of them has given him something, yet he is still chased by a constant feeling of loneliness. Sometimes he even sees himself back where it all began, that simple room filled with trash and medicine, where he rotted away day after day waiting to die. He was a failure who only played video games until he got a huge chance, the chance to take control of his future, but also to steal the life of someone he may be more connected to than he realizes, because no matter how much he thinks about it, he still can't understand why he possessed Nox out of everyone. Worst of all, he knows he can never escape the protagonist's shadow, his trauma, his past, his pain, his uncertainty, and on top of that, the weight of knowing that he, Joe-chan, is really just a stranger in this world. His existence holds together only because of the bonds he has made, the only thing that let him leave his old Joe behind while becoming someone completely different from the real Nox. That is why, when his father, MC's father, asks if he risked his life to beat Paimon as revenge for what happened to his mother, the protagonist doesn't even understand at first, until he remembers the night of the massacre when Nox watched his mother die with his own eyes. His father says that was the day his personality began to change, and the protagonist wonders what the real he would say before choosing to stay silent. The problem is, his father keeps pushing, so he decides to strike back and prove he was right. He had been hiding his true strength. Then he unleashes a huge Shadow Blade slash as a way to take back his life, his story, and his name, because even if it once belonged to someone else, he will claim it as his own. Even if people treat him like a villain, even if they mock him, and even if he is meant to die in the end, he is Nox von Riehenhafer, and he will stay that way as he runs from death. Sadly, his father blocks the attack with absurd ease and answers with the same move to show him how Shadow Blade slash is really used. In seconds, Nox is thrown across the room and forces himself back to his feet, because even if he's living on borrowed time and a borrowed body, he still has to keep moving the story forward. With that thought, the system announces that the player's genius trait is now active, causing dark energy to flood his body, and he understands that no one compares to the thing he has to overcome, the thing that will soon come for him: death. Then we move to another scene where Jitri explains they are currently in the northwest region of the Shaders, and the protagonist insists the plan is to keep heading that way. The blonde warns him it's far too dangerous because more than monsters, that area holds the kingdom of Talon, enemies of House Reinhafer, so the smart move would be caution. But Nox says that is exactly why they need to go. He's on his way to deal with them. A much-needed visit. But to make sense of this, we need to go back a few weeks. Back to where we left off before, when the system reminds him he only has 27 days left to live. That happened because he basically offered himself up to Stormbringer to take down Paimon. And of course, the succubus Lona threw herself at him. As if that was not enough, she also tried to recruit you, his clone. A chain of bad events that makes it more important than ever to extend his lifespan fast. To figure that out, he looks for answers in the Fire Spirit pendant Eleanor gave him last time, but it really does not help much. It can summon a fire spirit, but it also lets Eleanor track him whenever he wears it. Aside from that, it is not very useful because it is bound to him, so you cannot use it. And making a contract with King Salamander, the strongest spirit available, would take a huge amount of magic power. On top of that, if he wears it, it would expose that he and you are the same person, and there is no way that would get past Eleanor. Speaking of that, it has been a long time since he was last in Reinhafer territory with his units. He is worried about all the questions Theodore von Reinhafer will definitely ask about the incident, but more than anything, he needs to figure out how not to die in the next few days. Meanwhile, Lona is trapped in a horrible nightmare, or rather, a memory, where her mother insults her for not being able to drain magic power from men. The woman keeps saying someone like her is not worthy of carrying demon blood, and the abuse keeps going until Lona wakes up in tears with a terrible headache. But the worst part comes right after. She realizes what she did to Nox was not a dream. It really happened. She finally got what she wanted, but only by hurting her friend badly. Then she looks in the mirror and the smile staring back at her belongs to the other Lona, who mocks her and asks if she finally understands. Back with the protagonist, he arrives at his family's mansion and asks to see the patriarch right away. The butler leads him to the man's office, while the maids whisper that they still cannot believe that pathetic weakling ranked first in the tournament, and the servants are just as bad, swearing he must have bribed someone. They are so loud about it that Jitri and Nox have to pretend they do not hear a thing. Still, none of that matters for long, because the second he steps into the office, his father is already waiting with such crushing aura that Nox cannot believe he ever dared challenge him before. Still, the man greets him by admitting he has grown a lot, since very few people can stay calm after feeling that kind of pressure. The protagonist answers that he knew his hesitation would be noticed. He also makes it clear he does not plan to do anything that could harm the family, but his father brushes that aside because he already knows about all the messes Nox has been involved in. Even though that throws off MC's usual act, he still claims he just got lucky landing the final blow on Paimane. The problem is, the old man does not buy it, and points out that even the family servants agree he deserves recognition. For a moment, the protagonist says he will take responsibility, but his father tells him that the way to justify lies and betrayal is not by acting responsible, it is by becoming so strong that no one dares question him or even meet his eyes. Then he asks again if he truly does not want to become patriarch, and Nox says yes, so his father decides to show him what that position really means. Why is the old man so fixated on that? We do not know. What matters is that he practically drags Nox to the training hall and orders him to draw his sword. They are going to train, and all he wants is for him to block a single attack. Naturally, the protagonist says he cannot do that, but his father does not care and attacks without warning, saying he will hold back to keep it fair. Even so, Nox barely manages to block it, and things escalate fast when his father launches another strike, this time with powerful energy, explaining that it is the second sword technique of the Reinhafer family, Shadow Blade Chain Slash. With a grin, he asks if Nox is curious, but the protagonist just says it is his turn to attack. That kicks off a brutal exchange between the two, and Theodore gets the pleasant surprise of seeing his son is no longer the same weakling as before. He can actually keep up, and Nox even unleashes his own version of Shadow Blade, leaving behind a huge wave of dark energy. But the man puts him back in place with one simple thrust and asks if that is really his limit. Of course it is not, but the protagonist is far from his best right now. The butler notices at once and asks his master not to be so hard on the boy, especially when even Garen would not be able to handle sword techniques at that level. Though he wants to keep going, Theodore knows that is true, and that only makes him prouder that Nox is still standing, even after he overdid the force. In the end, he says that is enough for today and leaves the protagonist on the floor. But to his surprise, MC struggles back up and asks where he thinks he is going, because he still has more to learn from him. And as if that was not bold enough, he releases all the power his body can handle, and Theodore von Reinhafer turns, just in time to see his son charging straight at him. The man quickly raises his sword and blocks with ease, but that does not lessen his excitement. He finally has someone in front of him who is not afraid. He even seems amused that Nox is pushing him this hard. He takes that as a chance to learn from him, and they keep trading blows until his father asks why he chose to risk his life to kill Paimon. This is where that earlier moment fits in, because he also asks if it has anything to do with what happened to his mother. That is when Nox remembers the tragedy that shaped his character forever, and his own father says he knows that was the day everything in him went off course. Even if Nox pretends not to remember, his father knows the truth. Not knowing what else to say, the protagonist just keeps attacking to show there is still plenty about him. His father does not understand, and one of those things comes next when he unleashes Shadow Water, Slash with incredible force. But as we already know, his father is still stronger. He not only blocks it, he counters with so much power that Nox is sent flying across the room and dropped to his knees again. Even then, he is not ready to give up. So the system announces that the genius trait has activated, which means he has now acquired the chain slash technique, and his understanding of it rises fast in real combat against a much stronger opponent. The effect is automatic, and within seconds he closes the gap between himself and his father, who blocks in shock because he never imagined Nox would learn the second technique just by watching. In the end, Theodore decides that is enough. He knocks him away with one last strike that drains the rest of the protagonist's energy, then makes a request that leaves Nox speechless. As both father and patriarch of the clan, he hopes that one day MC will use that same sword to pierce his heart, because he wants him to kill him for failing to protect his mother. More than that, he truly wants the protagonist to take the patriarch's seat by force, convinced he can do it. But before he can answer, the protagonist passes out. He wakes to a strange notification asking if he wants to start a new game, and somehow he opens his eyes where everything began, yet it feels like something is deeply wrong. Not just in that moment, but with his whole life, abandoned by his family, missing his memories, and carrying a terminal diagnosis. So what are the odds that all those terrible things would happen to one person at the same time? For a moment, he wonders whether any of this is real or something else. Then it gets worse when he cannot even remember his name before the possession. In the end, he blacks out again and wakes back up in Nox's body, with more questions than answers. And of course, the first thing he thinks is, what was that? The problem is, no matter how much he tries to sort it out, he can only remember pieces of what he saw, so the safest guess is that it was a dream. Still, that gets pushed aside when he finds the girls waiting to put him in his place, and he already knows what they are going to say, so he asks them to go one at a time. Jaitri scolds him for always ending up in life or death situations. Alina tells him, far from gently, to take better care of himself, and the orange-haired girl tries to calm them down before they go too far. The only one who says nothing is Lena, and while the protagonist thinks that is strange, there is something more important to deal with first, what they are doing next. The next day, all of them go with him to the Shaders region. Why? Because he only has 27 days left, and the only way he can think of to extend his life is to hunt the powerful beast there. He obviously does not tell them the full reason, but he does tell them to get ready, and they begin preparing. That leaves him alone for a while, until someone knocks on his door. It is Lona, and she insists she has something urgent to tell him. He lets her in, expecting nothing unusual, but Lona steps inside with tears in her eyes. Whatever she came to say is serious. After a pause, she finally admits that she remembers everything from the night of the massacre, the same night Nox's mother died. Then the story jumps back to that night through Lona's eyes, when she was still just a child. Even so, she clearly understood that Nox's mother was doing everything she could to protect them. At first, they hid in a large room and sealed the door with a barrier. But the demon followed the smell of blood right to them. With one blow, it smashed through both the door and the shield. Still, she was no fool. She knew Paymian had come for her. While trying to hold him off, she offered a deal. Sadly, one thing demons are not known for is mercy, and he closed the distance at once, grabbing her by the throat and saying her life alone would not be enough. In other words, he wanted more. Even knowing she would die, Nox's mother used the little strength she had left to beg Lona to look after MC. Unlike the others, she had always seen the strength inside him, and said that because he was so strong, he would need her help. That was not all. She also used magic to take away her son's memories, warning Lona that it would be hard for him to become a different Nox from the one she knew. But Lona still had to stay by his side and support him so that one day he could find his way back. Back in the present, Lona finishes the story and says she knows what happened after that. She was the one who spread cruel rumors to keep him away from the family's power struggles and the endless fight over the inheritance. She never wanted to do it, and watching him suffer hurt her deeply. But she believed she had to keep her promise to his mother. And now that Nox has his memories back, someone like her who hid the truth does not deserve to stay by his side. She says it so painfully that he cuts her off, telling her none of that matters. She had already prepared herself to leave, but he says that is all in the past. He does not hate her. For all the awful things she did, he also knows she was the only one who stayed by his bed for hours to make sure he was all right. And even when those rumors spread, she still defended him whenever it mattered, so she can stop worrying. He understands the burden she has carried. What really troubles him is something he cannot say out loud. He wants to understand how much Theodore von Reinhafer loved his wife, how much Nox loved his mother, and what kind of feelings Lona has for him. All of those things made the protagonist human, and they leave him wondering why MC had to become a villain. Either way, things get interesting the next day, when Nox puts out an official notice, saying that, in the name of the Honorable Kassar Renifer, he has the Patriarch's approval to recruit private troops and build his own anti-demon battalion. So anyone who wants to follow him must gather at the octagonal training field in 1 week for a test. If they beat him or prove their skill, they earn a spot and a monthly payment in gold coins. It sounds generous, but once people read it, they treat the whole thing like a joke. To them, it is just a rich boy's whim, and worse, they wonder who could possibly lose to weak little Nox. One man even claims his 4-year-old daughter could beat him with her eyes closed. The crowd keeps laughing until a hooded stranger walks in and offers a bet. He drops a huge sack packed with gold coins and says almost no one will pass Nox's test. The others stare at him and say he must be joking. Everyone knows that Brat is the disgrace of the Rentifer family, so he should think twice before wasting money on a lost cause. Then everything changes when the man pulls back his hood and reveals Grinna von Rentifer himself. He calmly says they will not be punished for what they said, so they should keep the bet going. He puts down 50 gold coins on his younger brother, and somehow that works. A week later, the training field is packed with applicants. Most have never seen Nox before, so they still think he is weak, though rumors about his academy feats have started to spread. Still, they are sure those stories are exaggerated. The most shocked person there is him himself. He made the announcement hoping to gather soldiers to hunt monsters and cheaters, but he expected only a handful of people. This turnout makes no sense until he spots his brother in the crowd and realizes the bastard stirred things up to help him. In total, 1,192 men and 126 women signed up, more than enough for him to find at least a few worthy recruits. Then a tall, arrogant man raises his hand and asks what the test is. His build is solid and his mana is overwhelming. It is obvious someone like him did not come here to be an ordinary soldier. Nox figures he is probably from Grinnin's faction, sent to keep an eye on him, but that does not matter. He is still no threat. So the protagonist explains the rules. They are simple. One at a time, each person must try to kill him, using any method they want, and they should not worry about the consequences, because if they manage to kill him, all charges will be cleared. The man cannot make sense of that. He has also heard all the stories about weak little Nox. In fact, he came here under Grinnin's orders, thinking it would be easy work. Now he is not so sure. Either way, he is the first to step forward, taking his stance. The moment the match starts, he rushes in at full speed. Sure, Nox will never keep up. He does not plan to kill him, just teach him some humility and bring him back down to earth. That would have happened, except Nox slips past the strike a hair before it lands. Not only that, he does it calmly, like winning takes almost no effort. Then he points out that the man's swings are too wide, and counters with such force that one blow sends the man's sword flying across the field. The man turns in disbelief, mouth hanging open, and that is his biggest mistake. Nox is already at his throat, placing him in checkmate. Calmly, he says he will give him one more chance, but this time he better fight seriously or lose an arm. The man is stunned, even scared. He never imagined MC could be this deadly, and as he scrambles back on the ground, Nox coldly tells him to pick up his sword. By now the man is shaking, trying to apologize for his disrespect, but he has no interest in excuses. He punches him so hard that he flies straight toward the fallen sword. At that moment, the people who mocked the protagonist earlier fall completely silent. Nox says cowards without even the most basic courage are useless to him, and with that, the man is rejected. Then he asks who else dares to challenge him. The same people who were so confident before now say nothing, while Grin watches nervously from his spot. Even as MC's older brother, he can see how much MC has grown. There is nothing left he can teach him. Sure, the bet will earn him a nice profit, but that is not what matters. What matters is that he is his only half-ally inside the Renneherfer family, and now that the protagonist has started showing his true strength, both their reputations will rise. Meanwhile, the applicants start slipping away one by one, many admitting they were arrogant to think they could become soldiers. Nox figures beating one of the strongest first was a good way to clear out the trash, but then he orders everyone to stop. He never gave them permission to leave. They accepted the risk by coming here, so if they try to run, he will punish them worse than hell. After that, they keep going all day long. At this point, it is less a test and more Nox handing out the worst beating of their lives. Still, the real surprise comes when he stops one of the weaker applicants and says he passed. Why? Because MC says so. Even then, he warns the man not to celebrate yet. He will train him until he wishes he were dead. That is a slight exaggeration, but once Nox finishes choosing his people, the group heads out. On the way, one of them asks why he really wants to return to Chaders, especially since the man who bought land there has a terrible reputation. Without hesitation, he says he plans to develop the region. It sounds insane, considering the land is barren, packed with monsters and useless for farming, but he assures her that he has a plan. His confidence makes the woman blush bright red, and May immediately tells her to shut up before she says something stupid. As for Nox, he does have doubts about this whole trip, not because of the mission itself, but because even Lona De Niro chose to come along. Even though she technically serves the family, not him, he figures she is only here out of guilt, and that she will just suffer the whole way until she smiles, asks to ride her beloved horse, and makes it clear he worried for nothing. The soldiers he recruited also turned out well. The only one that still feels off is the blonde guy, Christopher. He is strong, kind of dumb, and way too excited, and he came straight from his father to serve as a bodyguard. The man talks so much that Nox ends up with a pounding headache, but then they finally reach the entrance to Chatters, which has improved a lot since the last time. Even so, Christopher is sure it could have grown far more if it were not controlled by such a shady family. For the first time on the whole trip, Nox answers him and says he is right. That is exactly why he brought soldiers to watch his back. There is more to think about on this mission too, like the beasts ruling the region that must be killed if they want to build this place up. Still, to the protagonist, all of that is just an excuse. What really matters is that he only has 10 days left to live, and the system warns him to restore his vitality as soon as possible. So while everyone is distracted, he plans to carry out his real goal, saving his own life. But first we jump back a few hours, when he met Grain, who handed him a chest full of gold coins to thank him for the money he helped him win a few days earlier. The surprise is that instead of sharing it, he gives MC all the profit. Even MC is shocked, since he had been annoyed that he did all the work while his brother took the money. Of course, he is not stupid. He knows this is a way to flatter him and get on his good side. But since he also plans to start using Grain, he decides to play along so they can use each other. Instead of thanking him, he asks how the development of Chatters is going. Grain says there are still many residents, but after Professor Raz's presentation, quite a few young people have thought about moving there. Other than that, nothing has really changed. The land is too weak for farming, monsters make living nearby dangerous, and overall it is hard to see much value in it. Still, Nox tells him not to worry, because that is exactly why he created the Great Demon Unit. He sounds so sure that Grain cannot help laughing, even though he knows the protagonist means every word. What impresses him most is that instead of resting a little longer, Nox says he plans to leave right away. On the other side, we learn that Christopher was not actually sent by MC's father to watch him. The blonde chose that on his own. He gave up everything, including the future he could have had in that house, to follow the one called the weakest member of the clan. When Theodore von Rienhofer asks why, Christopher says he has seen the light. In their battle the other day, Nox showed overwhelming talent and Christopher knew he had to stay close to him to sharpen his own technique. In short, he is not doing this for him, but for himself, and for his sword style, the art of the snowflower. It is a northern sword technique that few people know, and since it is so hard to master, Theodore von Rienhofer gives his approval. That is how Christopher ended up with Nox. Even that did not prepare him for what he sees in the present. The protagonist unleashing a huge magic attack so powerful that from the top of the fortress where he stands, he wipes out hundreds of monsters at once. The girls already knew he had started learning magic, but none of them imagined he had become this strong. It only makes poor Alina fall for him even harder. Sadly, Nox is not happy at all, because each enemy only buys him about 2 extra hours of life, even when they are mid-rank monsters. That must be because of the Ring of Dark Flames, so the stronger the opponent is, the more life he gains, but only compared to his current strength. That means getting stronger has actually backfired, and now he needs enemies even stronger. So he casts one last spell and wipes out the creatures in seconds, earning a pathetic 4 more days. At that point, he warns the system that he has exactly 2 weeks left, so he needs a fix fast. Of course, everyone else sees what he just did as an insane achievement. Elena jumps on him to congratulate him, while Christopher admits he never imagined Nox would also have so much talent for magic. His face is full of awe, and only then does MC realize this is the first time they have really seen that side of him in action. So he tells them he learned it all from Professor Roz, which nobody believes. They decide to leave that for another day and talk about what matters now. Where to go next? Jutri explains that they are currently in the northwest region of Shaders, and this is the scene we saw earlier. When Nox insists on heading farther northwest, Christopher quickly warns them that the route is extremely dangerous. On one hand, the beasts keep getting stronger, though that probably will not be a huge problem. On the other hand, that is where the kingdom of Tahalin is located, and they are enemies of the Rienhofer family. That means they need to move carefully. Nox says they will by sending a letter to announce that Rienhofer family member he is on his way to visit. Then the scene shifts to a grand castle, where a red-haired man stares at a scar that runs across most of his chest, until an old man interrupts and calls him Prince Kushen Adrian. He reports that the youngest son of the Rienhofer family will arrive soon, and he clearly says it with contempt. He mocks Nox as a rude brat who probably thinks his father's power reaches even into Tahalin, where he is not welcome. Kushen Adrian can only think about the day Teo killed his whole family. That is why he tells the old man that even if the world criticizes him as regent, he knows all the sacrifices the man has made to help him with his duties as prince. As for Nox, his choice is obvious. He will kill him, so Teo can feel for himself the pain and hell he had to live through. The old man agrees and says he will make the preparations, but despite his polite tone, it is obvious there is something demonic about him. Hours pass until the guards outside Tahalin spot the newcomers and turn hostile, demanding to know who they are. Without hesitation, Nox removes his hood and asks if he really needs to say his name. Once they realize he is the guest they have been waiting for, their attitude changes at once, and they quickly lead him to the royal palace. The key point is that the system keeps announcing that he has only 9 days left, since his health dropped badly after crossing the desert. Still, Nox thinks it is fine, because that is exactly why he came, to find certain relics in the ancient ruins of the north, and defeat the demon ruling the area. That combo should buy him months of life in a short time. Sadly, the system then announces that once his life bar drops below 10 days, he gains the death countdown trait, which cuts his physical stats by 20%. Basically, he is now weakened, to the point that he starts coughing up blood. Lona De Niro notices right away, so Nox asks her to keep it secret. After that, they reach the throne room, where Christopher warns him to be careful with his words. He may be noble, but here he is dealing with princes and princesses. Christopher says he will help, but Nox blatantly ignores the advice. When he sees that Kushen Adrian did not even have the decency to prepare a chair for him, and welcomed him like a mere commoner, he draws his sword and smashes the floor, asking if the prince wants him to erase this nation from every map. Not stopping there, he orders him to get on his knees or he will kill him too. While all that is happening, we cut to Theodore von Rienhofer's office, where his assistant directly asks why he did not stop Nox from going to Tahalin. Theodore does not get the question. He knows it will be dangerous, but if he has chosen the protagonist as his successor, then the least he can expect is that he can handle whatever awaits him there. Yes, that is right. MC's father finally makes it clear that he plans to name him his heir, and even though that also makes him an easy target for every enemy, Theodore believes he will be fine. Christopher is with him too, and he trusts the blonde will know what to do if things turn dangerous. But what really matters is that this whole talk makes Theodore remember Nox's request the last time they met, that he wants Theodore to be the one to end his life. Now the reason is not that Theodore wants to die, but that he knows something that explains his recent actions much better. He does not have much time left either. Back with Nox, he thinks there are 2 golden rules that never fail when judging someone in gaming. The first is when item management fails, which does not need much explanation. The second is a moment like this, when an arrogant character picks a fight without knowing his own limits. Of course, that is the kind of situation he hates most. Because even though he knows Nox's father wiped out Kushan, Adrian's whole family except for his little sister, but that grudge still isn't enough to make a move this dumb. Acting tough when prince or not, his kingdom is only a vassal state. The hard part is that the protagonist needs him as an ally, so this is a necessary step to break his pride a little and make him easier to guide. That's why Nox asks if he needs to say it again. And shockingly, Kushan Adrian actually drops to his knees, giving MC a chance to check his stats. He finds out the prince is a poison genius and gifted with daggers, and while he's loyal, he still hasn't found anyone worth serving. On the downside, he's extremely easy to manipulate. Overall, he's promising, and if Nox can win him over, he could be very useful. Still, the system warns him that Kushan Adrian's hatred for House Renthofer has reached its limit. That shows in the look he gives him, full of hate and pain. Even so, Nox acts like he doesn't notice and keeps the meeting going, remembering that this same weak, easily controlled side was what let Route number 27 in the game get completely destroyed by Cramser, an old advisor who turned out to be a demon. And since Kushan Adrian is still alive, Nox can still stop that tragedy. That's the real reason he came to Tajilan. So when Kushan Adrian asks why he's here, the protagonist only says he came to search the ancient ruins and arrogantly tells him not to get in his way. Surprisingly, the redhead agrees and tells his servants to make every arrangement so Nox can start exploring as soon as possible. But MC has one more condition. He wants the person guiding him around to be the girl beside the prince, his sister Arya, the only family he has left. Nox is clearly trying to provoke the prince, but even Kushan Adrian knows where his limits are, so they both agree. Meanwhile, the girls instantly get jealous and start making up stories that he asked for Arya because he fell for her at first sight. Of course, he notices and thinks about clearing it up, but lets it go because what matters is saving Arya. He can already tell the demon has gotten to her. In the end, the meeting wraps up and Nox decides to start exploring right away. He asks Alina and Christopher to come with him, while Jutri and the others stay behind to rest. That immediately puts everyone on edge, especially the green-haired girl, but Nox calms her down, and they head through the city streets. Before long, Alina and Christopher realize Arya is clearly under an illusion spell. When they ask, Nox says the plan is obvious. They're going to break it. At first they doubt they can, because it's a powerful dark curse-type spell so strong that even trying to undo it could be dangerous. But the protagonist only insists on reaching a place where they can work in private, and that leads them to a rundown inn with barely any people around, perfect for what they need to do. First, break Arya's curse. Second, awaken Alina's abilities. And third, something nobody would expect. Out of nowhere, Nox asks the receptionist if the rebellion preparations are going well. That makes her pull a dagger and lunge at him to shut him up. But within seconds, Christopher blocks the strike and tells her that's no way to greet new guests, while Alina spreads her magic, making it clear that one more move means death. That's when Nyx asks her to listen and thinks that this is the third reason he came here, contacting the special person Ezel, and she matters a lot. To understand why, we have to go back to when Paracelsus told Nox that removing a curse means reversing the spell's formula, basically like untangling a knot. The problem is that the more complex the magic is, the harder the formula is to understand. So his advice was not to even try and leave it to experts like elves who have a strong gift for magic. The strange part is that Ezel isn't an elf, yet MC still tells the others to lower their weapons and leave them alone because he needs to talk to her. At first, Christopher thinks that doesn't include him, since he's Nox's guard. Still, he insists that everyone has to leave, and soon he's alone with Ezel, who also drops her guard and only wants to know if he knows who she really is. Nox says yes, though she looks human. She's actually one of a race once thought extinct, an elf from the Astil tribe, known as the Great Elementalist, and the one behind the resistance, whose base is right under the inn. At once, the girl drops the illusion hiding her looks, proving he's right, and says she knows who he is too, the infamous son of House Renthofer. Now that they understand each other, she asks what he wants. Nox tells her he came so she can remove the curse from that girl, a request that would be simple if Ezel weren't completely against the royal family. From the look on her face, it's obvious she has no intention of helping. So Nox pushes back and says she should give up on the rebellion because the kingdom of Tajilan will be completely ruined, and whether it succeeds or not, the empire will still keep them as vassals. Even then, Ezel won't do anything until she knows why helping the princess matters to him. So the protagonist decides it's time to use his demon acting trait and win her over with a speech that starts by saying he knows how much this nation means to her, and he says it in a way that makes it clear he knows the truth behind it. Then we get Ezel's backstory. Among the elves, who are known for their strong sense of mana, there was an elementalist born with amazing talent. Even as a child, she was stronger than many adults and could speak with spirits as if she were meant to. Then when she turned 16, she made a contract with the Supreme Spirit, earned the title of Great Elementalist, and became a legend. But raw, uncontrolled talent can also become a curse, and because she was born in a small tribe with no strong leaders or real protection, she had to leave and wander from nation to nation for years. Worse, even though she was powerful, spirit magic didn't have much direct power in battle, so plenty of people wanted her abilities, including dangerous ones who tried to kidnap her and use her as a slave. That's why she had to keep running, until she reached Tajalin. When she was on the edge of death after mercenaries attacked her, an unknown woman helped her, without asking for anything back. Her name was Zeren, and she gave her a place to stay, along with a family made up of orphans and street kids she had taken in. There were so many of them that sometimes she had to steal just so they could live, but Azel couldn't help seeing her as someone amazing, because all Zeren did was care for them, and make sure they always had something to eat. As time passed, Azel started worrying that way of life would get Zeren into trouble, and tried to talk her out of it, but Zeren had already tried everything else, and to her this was the only choice: steal and take the risk so the little ones could survive. That danger was the price of protecting those smiles, so Azel began looking for a way to help Zeren with her magic, not to steal but to build a small inn where they could all live together. Sadly, that dream was never finished, because before she could see the inn completed, Zeren was hanged along with several children, after they were caught stealing. Of course, Nox doesn't tell her all of that. What he does say is that the nation is rotten to the core, so if they try to fix things with a rebellion, Arkheim will swallow it whole, even if Azel doesn't want that. To her, Tajalin's real problem is that Kushan Adrian never fully claimed the throne, and left Kramsur as regent, which let the nobles grow richer and richer, while the people sank deeper into misery. That's why there are so many orphans. Her friend died because of it, and even though Nox agrees with her, he still says she can't let noble revenge cloud her judgment. She has to find a better way to protect everyone without anyone dying. They have to do it for the children and for her magic. Then Nox finally admits that he knows a human friend once helped her. That friend is dead, and this pointless war is why. He understands her pain, but he also knows this plan will only make things worse. So the elf asks what he suggests. Surprisingly, MC's answer is simple: put the prince on the throne. If he takes responsibility and does it right, the nation can slowly recover. The problem is that if the boy had the courage to act, things never would have gotten this bad to begin with, and she believes the only way to save Tajalin is to wipe it all away. Nox asks if her friend would really have agreed with something like that, and of course the answer is no, because Zeren dreamed that the city could become beautiful someday, and she was willing to wait as long as it took for that day to come. Azel can't understand how Nox knows any of this, but he keeps pressing, saying the nation's collapse is the last thing her friend would have wanted, and if that still isn't enough, he asks whether Arya Adrian deserves to pay for the failures of the people around her. That question hits the mark, but before that can go further, we cut back to Kushan Adrian, who can't help. He's sure Nox will put his sister in danger, but the old man promises he'll do everything he can to keep her safe from him. In truth, he thinks the opposite. He knows he is getting in the way, so he has to get rid of him if he wants to free the Grand Duke's grimoire. Since there can only be one reason Nox took Arya, he tells Kushan Adrian they have to kill him. That same night, he'll handle the poison, while Kushan Adrian delivers the final blow with a dagger, telling him it's the only way to make things go back to how they were. So when Nox returns to the palace, the old man comes over himself to say dinner is ready, acting completely innocent. Nox asks who he is, and the man introduces himself as the court mage, then starts asking about the princess. The protagonist tells him he'll stay at an inn for a couple of nights. That throws off the old man's plan, but dinner still goes on smoothly. The girls do notice that Nox is quieter than usual, but they don't suspect anything. It even looks like the old man gave up on trying to poison him, until he announces he prepared something special: scorpion tail, a dish saved only for the most honored guests. The strange part is that Nox doesn't hesitate before eating it, and the old man takes that as proof he won. So at midnight, Kushan Adrian moves ahead with the plan and slips into Nox's room, expecting to find him weak and collapsed on the bed. And he does. MC is sleeping peacefully. Kushan wants to give Theo at least a piece of the pain he once caused him. But right as he's about to strike, Nox opens his eyes and in an instant knocks the attack aside. He grabs Kushan Adrian's hand so hard that the prince has no choice but to let go and jump back to make space. Even so, he doesn't quit and attacks again, only to be met by a heavy punch straight to the side that sends him to the floor. Shocked, he hears Nox mock him. Did he really think a little poison would stop him from moving? The protagonist says he has no reason to explain anything to someone who just tried to kill him. Then he summons his sword and points it at Kushan Adrian's neck. This is only the beginning. Luckily, we do get the full story. Before he ever reached the palace, Nox stopped Alina and warned her about scorpion poison, which is usually harmless, but turns deadly when mixed with certain foods. That's why he had her go ahead and make an antidote. She asked how he could be so sure about something that specific, but he just told her to stop asking questions. He'd seen this scene play out many times in the game. Then he ordered her to get to work, because things were about to get messy. The good news is that even if Kushan Adrian sends his men out, Nox isn't alone. Theo had the Dark Knights watching him, the elite force of House Rainhafer ready to strike if needed. MC thinks that's a bit much, but he admits their stealth is incredible. He can still see them, of course, but someone like Kushan Adrian would never notice. No matter what he tries in the city, he can't win. That's why, back in the present, Nox calls him a fool for trying to kill a member of the Rainhafer family and asks if he really thinks that will avenge his family. That sets off a burst of pure rage in the redhead. He grabs his dagger and lunges again, but even with all that force, Nox avoids it with just a few steps back, then calmly ducks with absurd precision. Stunned, Kushan Adrian wonders what happened to the weak him from the rumors. How does the youngest son, the family's so-called disgrace, have sword skills like this? Funny enough, Nox is thinking something close to the same thing. He knows he's not weak at all, but he is glad to see Kushan Adrian has a pretty solid grasp of swordsmanship. Still, it's nowhere near enough to make him use his real abilities. That becomes obvious when the protagonist decides to end the fun with a blow to the chest that freezes Kushan Adrian in place. Then he asks one simple question: who ordered you to do this? Kushan Adrian instantly says it was his idea, but doubt fills his voice. Knowing he won't talk easily, Nox calls for Christopher, who shows up within seconds, way too happy to help. It's obvious he'd been waiting for a chance to finally be useful. So MC first tells him to shut up, then orders him to force the prince to kneel. Christopher handles it fast, and the hatred in Kushan Adrian's eyes is so intense that Nox asks a simple question: what ruined that kingdom and his sister? The look in Kushan Adrian's eyes makes it clear he blames House Reichenhafer for everything, but he says nothing. So he asks the next thing: do you really think you're sitting where you belong? In other words, he calls him out for being a grown man who still hasn't taken responsibility for the throne. Now Kushan Adrian finally snaps back, saying Nox has no idea how heavy that burden is. The protagonist answers that he doesn't need to live it to understand what it means, and says the only reason he hasn't killed him yet is because there's still some value left in the throne he keeps refusing. Desperate, Kushan Adrian insists he never asked for any of it, but the truth is there's still no one fit to replace him. So Nox bluntly tells him to take responsibility and become king. If he does, MC will tell him the whole truth. And when Kushan Adrian still hesitates, he gives him a small preview, revealing that he never did anything to his sister. That shocks even the girls, who had been listening in secret. But before they hear the rest, we cut to a hall full of nobles drinking, laughing, and talking about why Nox came to the kingdom. So far, none of them seem to have any real idea what he's here for. They do think it's an insult that he can stroll in so boldly, especially since Theodore von Reichenhafer is still the head of House Reichenhafer, but there's not much they can do. Then one of them speaks up, Kramser, and says this could be the perfect chance for all of them. Not to kill Nox or rebel against the Reichenhafers, but to get rid of the prince. By prince, he clearly means Kushan Adrian, and right away they start arguing, because most of them still think it's too soon. Kramser uses that to stir them up even more, and manipulate them, saying Kushan Adrian's behavior the other day kneeling before Nox was unacceptable. They should seize the chance and get rid of the prince, while they also eliminate the protagonist. He even says he already put poison in the white-haired boy's food, and that Kushan Adrian should be killing him right now. If all goes well, Kushan Adrian kills MC, then they pin everything on him and use the chaos to start a massive war. It sounds like a solid plan, except that in one corner of the room, Kushan Adrian and Nox have heard it all. He asks what he thinks of that ugly truth. Meanwhile, we cut to Arya Adrian, who is sinking into a deep mental void while a voice keeps asking painful questions. Why did her whole family have to die? Does she really not understand why the kingdom is in this state? According to the voice, the answer is simple: her useless older brother, a coward too weak to take the throne and fix anything. That voice belongs to Kramser, who has been gripping her mind as part of the curse he's forced on her for months. Even though Arya Adrian tries to fight back, it's useless, and Kramser offers her a way out of all that pain: rest, a long happy sleep where everything is fine. At some point, her body stops moving, and even knowing it's fake, she starts to think maybe she should just let herself fade away. Thankfully, right then, another voice enters the void. Lise, she asks if Arya Adrian can hear her, and that alone is enough for the girl to regain the strength to beg for help. Glad she arrived in time, the elf says that was exactly her plan. Little by little, the void fills with warm light, and that light helps Arya Adrian recover her strength. Elsewhere, Kushan Adrian can't believe he was stupid enough to believe everything Kramser said about politics, morals, and even the lives of the people in the kingdom. He swallowed all of it. Nox tells him that's his own fault for being so weak, but there's still time to fix this. He says Kushan Adrian should listen to someone who really cares about him, his sister, who appears right then fully recovered. Nox explains that she had been under a kind of brainwashing forced on her by Kramser. That means something even worse. The old man isn't just a traitor, he's a demon. The reveal is so shocking that Kushan Adrian gets a sharp headache, a sign that he too had been partly under Kramser's control. The good part is that now they both know the truth. They're safe, but even that doesn't spare him from the elf's anger. Seeing him shake and hesitate like a child, she slaps him hard across the face and warns she'll hang him herself if he doesn't finally act like a man. Of course, none of that surprises Nox. The protagonist says that hatred is exactly what Kramser wanted from the start. In the game's lore, that old man was the one who devoured the whole nation through a tyranny. He built piece by piece with brainwashing. But his true goal was not just chaos, it was bringing back Grimory, one of the 72 demons. That is why he started taking over the nation long ago. Starting with Kushan Adrian's parents, he brainwashed them into turning against the royal family, so the region would earn the empire's hatred. That is why the Reinhardt family was ordered to execute Tajaline's kings. That led to the massacre everyone knows about, the one Kushan Adrian still remembers with such rage. Lisa's anger, the redhead's weakness, and the kingdom's fall all came from that demon's actions. So Nox cuts in and tells them both they have suffered in similar ways. He likes to think war has no real winners, but they need to face the truth and decide who deserves their hatred. Desperate, Lise says it is too late because that idiot cannot even see his own mistake. Still, Nox says the only choice left is to keep moving, join forces so this never happens again, and keep going. Those words remind the elf so much of her friend that she realizes clinging to that hatred will get her nowhere. In the end, she is being just as cowardly as Kushan, Adrian using him as a punching bag when both of them were victims. Then Arya Adrian steps forward and promises her brother she will not leave him alone this time, they will carry that burden together. Better yet, right then, the system announces that Nox has earned Kushan Adrian's loyalty, raising it to 100, while he and the elf promise themselves they will not run again. Just like that, MC secures two of the best allies in the game. Even though all three thank him for helping them see the truth, he says he only opened the way, the rest is up to them now, and they will need to act fast, because they hear an angry crowd coming toward the palace with one goal: to bring down Kushan Adrian and crown Kramsur as the new king. In other words, the war against the real enemy is only starting. This is exactly the kind of situation Kramsur wanted, a civil war built on his lies, where the very people he plans to destroy now see him as their only savior. And this civil war started long before he became who he is now, back when he was just a weak orphan boy with no great talent, who one day heard the voice of a mysterious woman warning him that if he stayed on that path, he would be thrown away in the end. She kept saying she could see his desire, and since he was born with no chances in an unfair world, she would level the scales by giving him one. That is how a nobody willing to do anything to rise ended up using that mysterious being's knowledge to climb higher by stepping on everyone else. Worse, every betrayal and every knife in the back paid off, until he became one of the kingdom's strongest mages. Of course, all of that came with a price. The woman was Gramarye, the demon he now wants to revive, to thank her for letting him devour everything in his path. What he never expected was that in the present, Kushan Adrian would step forward without hesitation and face the people with a strength nothing like the empty shell he spent years pretending to be. Kramsur cannot help wondering where that strong spirit came from, and then he notices something else. The brainwashing on him and his sister is gone. With a steady voice, Kushan Adrian calls him out for trying to betray him after being treated like family, and admits that even if he has not been a worthy prince, he can still change things. The problem is that Kramsur's claims hit harder than promises, to the point that he says Kushan Adrian's own father would curse him from the grave if he saw what he had become. That alone is enough to fire the crowd up again. They start calling for his head, and of course Nox steps in to shut down the lie that he is dead. Then he goes even further and reveals to everyone that the one who started the war 12 years ago and betrayed the old king was Kramsur, and he works for demons too. That is too huge an accusation to ignore. Even with everyone still unsure, Nox presses on and asks them to remember when things really began to fall apart in the nation. It was not when Kushan Adrian was left alone, and not when his father took the throne. It was when Kramsur became the court mage, and little by little people realized the old king was never a troublemaker. He only rebelled after that bastard showed up. Then headaches hit them all, a sign they are finally breaking free from the mind control. Because of that, when Kramsur tries to sway them again, his words no longer work the same way. The only one listening now is Nox, who says he is ready to show proof if needed. A second later, he leaps at Kramsur. The nobles are still so confused that they raise their swords like they might fight, but Nox knows they are such cowards they would not even die for this so-called rebellion. Those insults push a few of them to rush him, trying to kill him, but he moves first and cuts them in half, reminding them that if they point a sword at someone, they had better be ready to die. In the end, they are just weak, easy-to-use cowards who cannot even decide what is best for themselves and do not deserve to be part of this nation's future. Then he says Kushan Adrian will be the one to judge them, because today he will rise as the new king of Tajaleen. And with that, the redhead begins wiping out everyone who still insists on standing on Kramsur's side. While that is happening, Lise moves too and orders her rebels to take back the nation they want. In seconds, the whole situation turns around so badly that Kramsur realizes he needs to seize the advantage, so he tries to attack Jitri to create a distraction. Luckily, Nox stops him and gives him a look that makes it clear he is finished. Knowing what comes next, he tells the girl to get back while Kramsur stands frozen, unable to believe his magic power was shattered in a single blow. It makes no sense to him that everything he fought for over decades could be destroyed in seconds by the weakest member of the Reinhardt family. But the depth of his cruelty shows itself when a few nobles run to him hoping he will protect them, only for him to kill them himself, in a desperate attempt to open a portal and escape. Of course, Lise notices what he is trying to do and shouts for someone to stop him. So Nox fires a massive blast of energy that blows him into thousands of pieces, while mocking how pathetic it is to crawl out of battle like a rat. What is really amazing is that beating him that easily means Nox analyzed him in just a few seconds, something he can only do thanks to the hellish training from that madman obsessed with magic. He uses that surprise to close the gap with his enemy, and grab him by the throat while telling everyone around them to watch closely at what he is about to do. Then Nox releases a flood of energy into the enemy, making the dark mana inside his body twist until his body changes and reveals its true form. That alone proves Nox was right. Cramser, the famous court mage, is nothing but a filthy demon, and the people following him so loyally are nothing but trash. With his mask finally torn away, the bastard threatens the protagonist, saying he has no idea how powerful the demon he serves really is. He is Grimry's most loyal servant, and when she learns that an insect like MC dared to touch him, he does not even finish the sentence before Nox drives a sword through his chest, making him bleed like a pig. Just like that, his threats turn into begging as he pleads for mercy, promising to give him anything he wants. But none of it works on the protagonist, who looks at him coldly and says he does not need anything from him, then finishes him off until he turns to dust. That shocks Kushan Adrian, though not Nox. He explains that Grimry is a demon who gives her partners overwhelming power, but after death she claims their souls and bodies forever. Everything that happened here was part of that horrible rat's schemes, so the best way to secure Tajaline's future is to erase every demonic trace. That means they have to wipe out Cramser's allies, and they start killing them one by one. To his surprise, the system starts announcing an extra 4 hours of life for each one. For a moment, Nox wonders if that is only because they all did terrible things, or if the illness on him really is that twisted. The next day, Rodwell and more family members arrive to check on MC, only to be shocked that the streets of Tagaline are covered in blood. Worst of all, Kushan Adrian is standing at the center of it, so their first thought is that he has hurt Nox. They all get ready to fight until he appears behind them, asking them to put their swords away. At a glance, he can tell things really were. He can tell Rodwell was worried, so he thanks him and makes it clear this mess was his doing, not his father's. The problem is moving that many clan members comes with a cost, so Nox asks them to change the story and say he called them himself, so they will not get blamed by his father. Then comes the real surprise. Rodwell says the whole thing was suggested and approved by Theodore von Rienhofer. That means Theodore was actually worried about him, which is strange enough on its own. What Rodwell still cannot figure out is why Nox and Kushan Adrian ended up fighting side by side. The redhead answers that the protagonist saved him from living in darkness and saved Tajaline from being wiped out. Because of that, he drops to one knee and offers complete loyalty. MC acts surprised, but this is exactly what he wanted all along. As for Kushan Adrian, he does not care if his people laugh at him or treat him like a servant. His loyalty is not to the Rienhofer family anymore. It belongs only to Nox. Even better, Lise and Arya Adrian join that promise, giving him 3 reliable forces. That locks in a strong alliance. Watching from afar, Rodwell realizes that any doubt he had about Nox is gone. The boy can take responsibility for the people under him, build loyal alliances, and little by little he is even starting to carry himself like a ruler. But right after that victory, the system announces that the final count has been activated, cutting his physical abilities by 5%. Worst of all, the only way to turn it off is to raise his life expectancy above 30 days, so he needs to take bigger risks to increase it. That means going after Grimry. Then a few weeks pass and Nox is back down to only 9 days left. He is so weak that he starts doubting every choice he has made as he crosses the desert with Kushan Cries and Elena. She notices and says he should rest on her lap, but Nox has to keep up his perfect villain act, so he refuses. The funny part is, when he turns around, the blonde has already set up a camp for him to rest whenever he wants. He calls it too much, but the answer is simple. They may need it for what comes next. They are in the desert to find the demon of truth and grief, Grimry, who is hiding behind a barrier in this very place. She does not affect the main story much, and that is exactly why using her could be a huge advantage. Nox wants more than extra lifespan. He also wants a powerful trump card for emergencies. So they keep moving until they reach abandoned ruins, where the protagonist tells them to follow his orders at all times and not make a single move on their own. He quickly studies the area and finds a high-level barrier, proof that Grimoire is inside. With that confirmed, he asks Elena to handle it, and she starts using her abilities. The system then reports that the unit will receive the presence of the forest spirits. Why? Because out of all the combat styles and traits in the game, Elena has the rare skill Spirit Arts, a path that needs absurd stats to become truly strong in battle. Most players avoid it, but Nox knows her potential is much higher, and if he keeps raising her this way, she could one day become a real prodigy. Of course, Lise is far stronger overall, but in a desert like this, her fire is not very useful. Elena's spirit magic, tied to the forest spirits, works much better here. Her strategy is to summon a tiny gnome-like creature that looks ridiculously cute, but it is far more than adorable. Even if it is not what Nox expected from a gnome, he still praises her for doing well. Now that little helper's job is to guide them through the maze of tunnels, so he ties a rope from it to everyone's wrist. Once that is done, he places his hand on the barrier, and the system gives a direct warning. You have entered the domain of the demon Grimoire. Of course, that is only the start. Next, it tells them they are trapped in the maze of death, and if they cannot find the way out, they will die. So Nox warns them to be careful not to get swallowed by the sandstorm, and they move on, realizing it was made specifically to block their sight and make them lose their way. The worst part is that the entrance is supposed to shift every hour, so the whole place is built to trap intruders. Going in would be suicide if not for the little ferret-like guide, which instantly picks up a strange scent, and pulls them through the corridors with perfect confidence until they reach what looks like a giant pit where one wrong step means death. The small creature suddenly gets restless, and they think it lost the route. until Alina tells them to just trust it, and then she and the little one jump straight into the void. With some hesitation, the others follow. Christopher has the time of his life, thinking back to when his academy classmates used to hunt him down, while Nox focuses on sliding without getting hurt. The problem is that even though most of the fall is softened by sand, sooner or later they are going to slam into the ground, so they quickly cast a mana shield that saves them at the last second. In the end, they land in a cave even larger than the first maze, which makes Christopher excited, but not for long. Within seconds, they are surrounded by dozens of giant monsters. The blonde says he will handle it himself, and make sure none of those beasts lays a finger on his master. But Nox draws his sword too. Every extra minute of life matters. And just like that, the battle begins. All of it is being watched by Grimoire, and she is not happy that Nox killed her best servant. She also does not appreciate their nerve in entering her domain, so she plans to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, MC keeps fighting, and with every enemy he kills, his lifespan rises to 14 days. Sadly, that is still not enough, and the countdown effect remains, leaving him in a weakened state that limits him in many ways by lowering his stats and adding more penalties. Even so, he is doing pretty well, and they keep going until every monster is down. That is when Nox realizes Kushan Adrian is a solid fighter, but the one who stands out most is Christopher, which explains why he was his father's favorite knight and why he was trusted with the Ice Sword, a weapon built with entirely new formulas, mixing raw destructive power with precise, graceful moves. He first thought he was just all talk, but he really does have skill, and Alina has improved too, even if his training methods are pretty questionable. Either way, the girl guide leads them into another corridor, where they are met by a giant lion monster. Christopher attacks it without hesitation, and to everyone's surprise, his sword cuts through its hide like butter. But seconds later, the creature pulls itself back together, and confused, the blonde moves to strike again. Nox stops him. This thing is just a sand illusion, and if they stay calm, they can avoid fighting it. How does he know? Because he has played this game hundreds of times and knows even the strangest tricks for beating each kind of beast. In this case, they only need to keep walking slowly in the direction the skull decorations on the wall are facing, and that path takes them straight to the next room, where the demonic beast waiting there is definitely real, so he tells them to get ready. This time they do have to fight. He knows because another trick in that place is that if the skulls are wearing rings, then the enemies are demonic beasts drawn in by the special magic inside the jewels. It sounds absurdly specific, but it makes perfect sense when the whole place is built to keep its victims from telling illusion from reality and slowly cut them off from the outside world. Thinking about it, Nox knows even the best warrior could fall to Grimoire's trap except Alina, who keeps leading them on the fastest route until they reach a throne room, where a skeleton king is shocked they made it this far. Even so, it warns them that their journey ends here, and attacks by creating a sandstorm inside the chamber. It looks impressive, but Nox sees it for what it is, a desperate attempt to stop them, and when the system warns him that what he is seeing is an illusion, he decides to stop wasting time. With one swing of his sword coated in null magic, he destroys the illusion, and bluntly tells it to stop wasting his time with stupid tests. The Skeleton King mocks him, admits he has guts, and says maybe what happened to Cramsor was not an accident after all. Then it reveals it is no ordinary skeleton. It is Grimoire herself, finally showing her true form with a strange smile as she admits how shocked she is. No human has ever passed through all the illusions in her ruins, and now she only wants to know how he did it. But Kushan Adrian sees the demon who nearly ruined his kingdom by deceiving people and threatens to kill her on the spot. That is when Grimoire reminds him she is also the demon of honesty. Her role is not to trick people, it is to show them a reality that can be far crueler and more devastating than any illusion. For a second, Kushan Adrian is about to ask why she did it, but Nox stops him. There's no point asking. The answer is obvious. She wants to bring Grimoire back. She admits that much, and the protagonist shows he knows far more than he should, including that she was sealed here by an angel. The moment he says that, Grimoire's smile vanishes, and she asks if he's really human. Nox calmly says yes, just a human who knows all her weak points. That sets her off. Grimoire reminds him she's still one of the great dukes and could kill him with ease. MC ignores the threat and tells her to drop the act because from the start he already figured out the truth. These ruins were never meant to trap intruders. They were built to guard the final chamber, the place where she was sealed. And because of her contract with an angel, she can't directly harm humans. That's why she uses beasts and controls people to carry out her plans. So if they made it this far, they've already won. Holding all the cards, Nox says he'll spare her if she tells him the name of the angel who sealed her. She tries to refuse, so he reminds her she wouldn't be the first demon he's killed. Paimon already proved that. In the end, she admits she doesn't remember the angel's name, only what she looked like. She still tries to stall, giving vague answers. But she knows Nox is dangerous, so she finally reveals something huge. The angel looked like a shining gem with purple eyes. Here we learn that angels are beings of absolute good, forever opposed to demons, the evil on the other end of the moral scale. The strange part is, even though angels exist in the game, they never appear directly in the main story. They're only hinted at through vague clues and descriptions on items. That's exactly why Nox became so obsessed with them. He dug through every part of the game and concluded these beings must hold the key to a major secret inside Inner Lunatic. That explains why he was so set on reaching Gremory. She's one of the few characters who actually met an angel, which makes her a key source for learning more. He expected a lot, so when all she can give him is the color of the angel's eyes, he's disappointed and threatens to kill her for being useless. She quickly says that's all she has. She remembers nothing else. In that moment, all she saw was a blinding light breaking into her dark world, the scent of sunlight, and a woman with violet eyes and huge wings. That angel struck with a sword, sealing Gremory's demonic power forever. It got so bad that Gremory begged to be killed, because life like that felt meaningless. But the angel only told her that one day her chance to repent would come, and then she vanished. Nox can't help thinking that only members of House Riennefer have that eye color in Inner Lunatic, which suggests some kind of connection. With nothing else to ask, he orders Gremory to move on and give him the trial of truth and pain. One of the demon's special traits is the mouth of truth, which makes her completely unable to lie. Most people think that's useless, but Nox sees it as the perfect tool to exploit. So he tells her to explain the trial in detail, and she says they only need to enter the chamber, where she'll ask one question that must be answered with the truth. The real twist is that the challenger places a wager first. The more valuable the bet, the greater the reward. It sounds easy, but Christopher warns there has to be some catch. Gremory explains that the questions are usually about someone close to the challenger, and the worst part is that the answer will be sent straight to that person. That's why the only way to fail the trial is to fear that person learning the truth and lie. On top of that, the bigger the wager, the harder the question, and the better the reward. Nox immediately sees the danger. Gremory could ask something extreme, like whether you want to poison the Emperor or leave your lover, causing real-world trouble no sane person would want. No matter how you look at it, the trial is dangerous. Still, Nox doesn't back down. He accepts and wagers his own life. At once, Elena yells at him to stop, but it's too late. The deal is done, and the system announces that the difficulty has risen to the maximum. Then he's pulled into a void where only he, Gremory, and the weight of truth remain. Gremory wastes no time and asks whether he would kill his father if he had to. That question freezes him. Before the trial, he expected something like whether he wanted to destroy the royal family or whether he truly trusted his allies, answers that would make people hate him. He was ready for that and willing to bear it, because he's already used to being judged. But he never expected the question to be about Theodore Renhever, his father, or rather Nox's father, a man he has such a complicated relationship with that he isn't even sure what that man means to him. Gremory asks again, and Nox realizes the real problem is that the question forces him to face his true goal. He may be acting as him, but he's still an outsider in this world, someone who has to recover his memories, learn how he got here, and above all, someone who doesn't belong and must leave. So his answer is yes, even if it's my father. If anyone stands in my way, I'll kill them. With that, the trial ends, and the real shock is that Theodore Renhever receives the answer instantly. He hears exactly what Nox thinks of him and starts to shake at the sheer coldness of it, especially because Gremory's message is direct. Theodore Renhever, Patriarch of House Renhever, your son the protagonist is fully willing to kill you if needed. The words hit him like ice water, hard enough that he drops everything he was doing. Rodwell notices how shaken he is, and asks if he's alright. Theodore slowly steadies himself and thinks that he always knew this day would come. Not because Nox had done anything specific, but because it's a curse every patriarch in the clan carries to the end. His father and grandfather couldn't escape it either. To break that chain of hatred and stop the family's tragedy, MC has to kill him one day. That's because the title of patriarch can only be claimed one way, through death. But seeing his son's ambition and growth, Theodore Renhever wonders if he could hand over leadership willingly, like other families do. Either way, just thinking that proves he's grown softer. He asks Rodwell to take a walk with him to clear his head. But after a while, he asks how long Rodwell thinks it will take. At first, Rodwell doesn't understand, then realizes he means Nox, who probably resents him for what happened to his mother. Theodore is asking how long before his son kills him. Rodwell knows that possibility is real, and from what he saw in Tajalin, he says it may happen much sooner than expected. That means Theodore doesn't have much time left. Back with Gremory, she can't believe a son could be that cold toward his own father, and Nox snaps at her to shut up and give him his reward. She snaps her fingers and summons an artifact called the Sealed Mirror. The system gives him far more information than she does, warning him again and again to be extremely careful with it. Nox just smiles. He already knows. The mirror can seal anyone inside their own inner world, leaving the target too weak to escape unless the owner allows it. In short, it's a prison. The protagonist turns it toward Gremory and says she's the target. In seconds, she's sealed inside it. With a demon now in his possession, the system announces that the countdown trait has been removed because he gained 131 more days of life, bringing his total to 145. That gives him plenty of time to keep moving with his plans, and he tells Kushin to take her away. If that trash almost ruined his kingdom, now she can help wipe out demons instead. From inside the mirror, Gremory curses at him and refuses, but all he has to do is bring a light source close. The heat nearly burns her alive, and she shuts up at once. Even so, Christopher warns that Gremory is still very dangerous, and says they should get rid of her. Nox says they'll be fine as long as no one finds out. Even if her power is weakened and she's useless in a fight, her demonic energy makes a great guide for future hunts. And since the Ring of the Black Flame extends life through demons instead of monsters, she guarantees him enough time that he won't need to worry for a while. With the mission complete, it's time to head back. That's how the Tajaline Rebellion ends, with extra months to live, new allies, and some useful clues about the angels. When it's time to leave, Kachayim, Arya, Adrian, and Lise are told to focus on fixing things here first. Once everything is stable, they'll be brought into Elidine. As for May and Elena, they've also proven they're good enough to join, so people start pulling strings to get their certificates right away. After that, they say goodbye to Kushaim, and the protagonist can only think about getting some well-earned rest. All he wants is a long bath, the second he gets home. But that plan falls apart when he's greeted by Talia, who looks so nervous she can barely explain why she's there. She doesn't get the chance anyway, because they're suddenly interrupted by her father, who says he's heard a lot about him and can see why his daughter seems so obsessed. And that man is none other than Robin Bor Teal Reiner, head of House Teal Reiner, one of the strongest Delkel houses and better known as the Knight of the White Flame. He's also Talia's father, and the man whose daughter had her engagement to Nox cancelled. So Miki quickly shows respect with a bow and asks the reason for his visit. That clearly strikes a nerve, and the man lets out more pressure as he says he came to talk about his daughter's engagement, leaving Nox stunned, and with little choice but to turn to his father, saying this should be discussed with him first. The problem is that Robert already spoke to Theodore, so he tries to explain that the engagement to the Imperial Princess is not something he can control. But the man already understands that the princess engagement was only meant to cancel the one with his daughter. From his reaction, it's obvious that one wrong answer could get Nox killed. Still, he gets lucky when Talia speaks up for him. The man's anger fades almost at once, and the protagonist can't figure out what changed enough for Robert to come discuss this in person. Even when the redhead says this mess was partly her fault, it's clear the chance to rest is gone. Now he has to figure out how to survive that man's temper. Later, the girls hand Nox a letter from Rodwell. It was sent during the trip back, but it arrived too late. In it, Rodwell warns him about an urgent matter he should have known earlier. Of course, that matter was Robin's arrival, since he showed up at the mansion with Talia uninvited, and with one goal to discuss the broken engagement. He also warned that since the cancellation was sudden and harsh, tensions were already high, so they were basically telling Nox to hurry back as fast as possible and clear things up. Sadly, he obviously didn't make it in time, and Jutri explains that both patriarchs are considering restoring the engagement with Talia, which would put him directly on the royal family's blacklist. The problem is that Robin is not a man they can simply push aside. Their safest move is to explain that MC can't refuse the princess, and that breaking things off with Talia was never his choice. Until then, they need to keep Robert as pleased as possible. The green-haired girl assures him she'll handle every detail with the calm expected from the trait most important to her character. Advisor Genius, a rare skill that only appeared once or twice in the whole game's story. Right now, she's the only one in the main plot who has it, so he has no choice but to trust that she can fix this. He also tells himself that since the engagement came from a direct order by the princess, they can argue he had no choice. And now that he knows his father would not hesitate to cut his throat, he doesn't feel safe asking for his help. Then poor Rona makes the mistake of joking at the worst possible time, so Nox threatens to use her like a piñata if she keeps getting smart with him. Luckily, they're interrupted by Talia herself, who has the key to ending all of this once and for all. So Nox decides to use one of his best weapons, his face, to get her on his side. It works perfectly and she quickly falls for it. She asks him to talk with her while they walk through the palace, but what should have been the perfect chance to build a romantic mood turns into a test instead, because Robert starts following them and watching them like his life depends on it. Of course, Nox notices right away, and in that moment, he realizes that even though he's still forcing himself to play the villain, the way others see him may already be changing. That's exactly why he decides to be more direct, and asks whether she truly agrees with their parents continuing the engagement, since that would mean going against an order from the princess. That makes Talia remember part of the conversation her father had with Theodore von Rienhofer, where the redhead practically demanded that he take a side. In response, Nox's father only stared at him with such cold eyes that even Robert seemed unsure for a moment. Then he told his daughter to leave the office so they could speak more freely. The real surprise came a few minutes later, when they came back out and announced that her engagement to Nox would still go forward. Since she truly is in love with him, the first thing she did was thank him. She was so happy then that she never stopped to think about what they had discussed or how they planned to deal with the princess. The only thing she knew was that she wanted to be with Nox, and that's why in the present she admits that marrying him does not bother her at all. Seeing her blush makes him realize just how different she is from the game version, because that other Talia was a walking disaster who caused the protagonist's death, and drove a sword into his chest as the final result of a cursed revelation filled with misfortune. What matters now is that this Talia is not only strong and kind, but also understands that he has a goal beyond all this, which gives him no real reason to worry about someone else. Even so, she's more than happy just to share quiet moments like this from time to time. With those words, the gap between the two versions of Talia von Stilliner grows even wider, but Nox doesn't reject her. That gives her the courage to tell him about her older sister. Her goal is to become stronger than her so she can finally ask what she ever did to deserve that kind of treatment. Right now she may be weak and a little foolish, but she's sure she'll get there, and to do that she can't give up neither on her sister nor on him. The next day, Talia talks to her father about the conversation she had with Nox. She insists he is not a bad person, and Robert tries to give her some encouragement about the trouble with her sister. The key point is that what she told MC the night before already did its job, because after hearing her, he replied that he's sure she can achieve whatever she sets her mind to, because the Talia he knows is very strong. In the present, she feels comforted by having a fiancé who believes in her. Even though she should be happy, her father only says he ought to cut that brat's throat. Later, he even comes face to face with Nox, who apologizes for all the trouble. The man answers that his daughter wants to be with him and there isn't much he can do about that. But he makes one thing clear. The only way he and his daughter can truly stay together is by standing against the imperial family if it comes to that. And if that day arrives, the Teal Reiners are ready to step forward. That gives Nox an idea of what Robin and Theodore von Rainifer talked about in that meeting, since Robin seems to have uncovered his father's plans to rebel. After that, we learn that the primordial god who created humans in this world is named Arden, and that Talia's family worships him. Their secret engagement ceremony is held in a huge private church built in his honor. During the ritual, Talia apologizes to Nox because she never expected her father to insist on something so formal. And it's not just about dressing up and acting fancy. They even have to exchange rings filled with mana, almost like a real marriage. The interesting part is that this gives the user a 10% boost to their own magic power, so it's actually a pretty nice deal. The one most excited about all this is Christopher, who thinks Nox is amazing for getting married so young. Then Jitri whispers something in his ear that kills his mood instantly, and that catches the protagonist's attention, because even though he asked Jitri to keep him quiet, he has no idea what was said to make the poor guy react like that. Even Lona De Niro looks a little shaken, and then Jitri asks whether this might cause trouble with the royal family. But Lona De Niro insists it won't, because a man like Nox will probably end up with several concubines anyway. Putting that aside, the ceremony continues normally, until Kurt barges into the church like he didn't want to miss the event. Meanwhile, Theodore von Rayenhafer quietly leaves with an attitude Nox reads as pride in his decision, or maybe pity for his unfortunate son, whom Robin openly threatens to kill if he ever hurts his little girl. Now things get interesting when the redhead reveals that he already knows Nox doesn't love his daughter. Even so, he's also sure MC will fall for her, because Talia is the kind of girl who makes everyone who meets her love her. Strangely, he thinks he may be right. But before he can sort out his feelings without breaking her heart, he first has to reach the end of the story. That means he has no time to waste, so he tells everyone to get ready to leave, because it's time to return to the academy. Then, in a quick shift, they meet with Reyes, who welcomes him warmly and says he just received the Reyes, just got the results for the paper he sent to the academy, which means hours of talk about some random topic. Nox can't skip it though. This starts chapter 2 of the main story, and he has to be ready to handle what's coming. He needs to take every class he can. Since Neurolunatic is all about magic, the best way to raise his stats is to survive endless lessons and lectures. Then Reyes adds something interesting. The dwarves have contacted the academy through magic, and things are going so well that District 4 already has dwarf-run smith shops. Thanks to Reyes' paper, they can now use materials from magical beasts to make stronger artifacts. That matters to the whole world and to Nox too, because it unlocks crafting and system upgrades, an area where his luck will help a lot. After that, he decides to go see District 4 for himself. Jitri quickly reminds him this is all because of him, and she feels proud watching him become someone people trust and recognize. Right away, Nox tells her she's making too much of it, but deep down he's glad to see her smile and know that saving her turned her into more than another tragic victim. Even if the future has changed a lot, he still has to keep playing the jerk in the main story. They keep walking until they reach the workshop of a red-haired dwarf with the rudest attitude Nox has seen in a long time. His first thought is to punch him, but he holds back and says he's here to order some gear. The man stays rude until the protagonist opens his bag and drops out a pile of rare materials he's collected. Only then does the man change his tone and say he can come in. He introduces himself as Arson and asks to be called by his name instead of making the usual mistake of calling him just Dwarf. The problem is that Nox ignores that completely and calls him Dwarf anyway just to annoy him for a bit, until he finally gets serious and introduces himself as part of the Reedhaffer family. That gets the man's attention right away. His casual tone disappears, and he almost starts shaking in fear because years ago, a war started by the Dwarf King was ended by Nox's father. The full story hasn't been revealed yet, but Arson is part of the Dwarven royal line, and that will matter later. For now, MC hands over the armor design he wants, along with how each material should be used. 2 griffin hearts for wind power, 3 feathers for speed, and golem cores for defense. It's high-level armor that helped him reach the end of the game. Best of all, it hides an agility boost, a wild combo that gets Arson fired up and ready to start. Then they're interrupted by Eleanor herself, who arrives to say the job has to be cancelled because she and her merchant union were the first to place an order that big. That means Nox will have to wait at least 3 months before Arson can even begin his work. She says it like a shame, but she clearly doesn't regret it at all. What matters is that he remembers that in the original story, she never reached the dwarves this fast. Most likely, this is the result of all his small changes. After checking Arsen's stats, he realizes the man is pretty forgetful, so it makes sense that he forgot about a huge order waiting for him. Sadly, that mistake is enough to wreck Nox's plan, because Arsen is the only one skilled enough to make something this complex. In fact, Eleanor getting here first proves she has a perfect eye for talent. She's obsessed with strength, so the protagonist can't figure out why she hates him enough to actually enjoy ruining his plans. And she doesn't stop there. She even offers another deal. Her merchant union wants Nox to sell over the demonic beast materials he needs, in exchange for letting his item be made first. MC knows that whole merchant union and MC part is probably nonsense. His brother made up, but he calms down a little after hearing Eleanor out. The fact that she wants his materials can only mean she doesn't have enough to make anything, and she made the contract early because she knew he did. No question, it was a smart move. So Nox asks Eleanor and Arsen to sit down so they can talk properly. First, the girl admits she's impressed that he built his own merchant union and somehow managed to gather so many resources. Her offer is simple. The rivaling merchant union wants to buy every demonic beast material he got in shaders, promising to pay the best fair market price. Nox notices she's showing the same huge excitement she only ever has when money is involved. According to her character lore, her buried wish for her father's love twisted into an obsession with owning more and more. Even though Nox knows he's tied to that trauma, selling every material to one family is unacceptable. He would make a lot of money, but she'd build a monopoly that would slow the growth of other clans, and that would hurt the stat growth he actually cares about. That's why, the last time he spoke to his brother, he asked him to sell the materials slowly and in small amounts, making sure no family could own more than 15%. It sounds simple, but Nox reminds himself it will be vital for Chapter 3, so he tells her he can only sell her 15%. She gets upset and asks why he won't sell everything if she has the money. He quickly explains that unlike her, money isn't the only thing that matters to him. She looks offended for a moment, then asks what it is he wants instead. It's almost like she's offering to give him exactly what he needs, but he says she doesn't need to know, and if she refuses the deal, fine. Even if he has to wait 3 months or 3 years, he won't sell all the materials. He also says he could easily find another smith, a blatant lie that the redhead falls for completely, to the point that she agrees to give him the crafting turn in exchange for the 15%. Now Arsen finally joins in, his craftsman spirit fully awake as he insists on starting Nox's armor right away. The protagonist stops him and says there's something he needs to know first. The gear has to be reinforced. Then he pulls out a reinforcement stone, a material so rare and valuable that the poor dwarf panics, but Jitri calms him down and tells him to trust her boss. Nox then hands over his academy uniform because he wants it upgraded with 100 reinforcement stones. The number is so insane that even Eleanor asks if he's gone crazy. Nox doesn't back down, and Arsen gets to work hammering again and again until, with just 3 stones, the uniform already looks like armor. Arsen says it's perfect, but Nox gives him a crazy look and says there are still 97 left. Eventually, the uniform becomes a masterpiece that nearly brings Arsen to tears. What shocks him most is how easy it was, so he says Nox's luck must be incredible, and of course he's right. Game mechanics help too. With Arsen's talent and MC's luck stat at 10, the starting upgrade success rate is 100%. It drops hard later, but it's still ridiculous. Since it's just a basic artifact, the uniform can be pushed to absurd levels with very little effort. Thanks to that, his physical and magical attack power goes up by 30%, and the system announces that maxing out the artifact's upgrade has unlocked an extra slot as a bonus. Nox already expected that, and he starts wondering what skill to take, until he notices how excited Arsen is and moves on. Next, he brings out a strange, very expensive sphere. Arsen has no idea what it is, but Eleanor de Ravelin recognizes it at once. It's the supreme orb of the Great Sage, and with just a few strikes, Arsen manages to push it to plus 10. By that point, he can barely believe what he's done in just a couple of hours, and Jitri wonders if Nox plans to gamble away his whole fortune with all these upgrades. But the most upset person is Eleanor de Ravelin, who asks why he keeps trying to upgrade such valuable items when the chance of destroying them is so high. As you can guess, Nox enjoys that desperate look because it's the first time he truly feels one step ahead of that madwoman. He says what he does with his stuff is none of her business, then asks her to leave so he can talk alone with his dear smith. Her expression says it all. They're nowhere near the point where he can recruit her as an ally. Even if that's still the main goal, for now the most natural move is to stay somewhere in the middle between them. Side with one another, and he definitely does not want her as an enemy. The Gravy Merchant Rivalin faction is the only group that will stay independent until the end of the game, then choose whichever side helps them most. The fact that they can afford to do that means they have real value to offer. So Nox needs her close, just not too close. With that she leaves, and Jitri offers to walk her out. She tells him not to bother. She knows he is not being nice for no reason, and she has no interest in finding out what he really wants. And honestly, she is right. The redhead is great at reading people, and Nox admits that to himself before turning to Arsen with a more personal request. He summons his sword, Strombringer, a weapon so rare that even he had never heard of it before coming here. It drains mana from its wielder, then releases it in heavy attacks. Now he wants to learn more about this strange blade, so Arsen agrees to inspect it, and studies it until something makes him freeze. He asks Nox if he has ever heard of the White Dragon. Long ago, it was known as the ruler of the skies, a majestic creature that left almost no trace in the world. Yet somehow, Arson is sure this sword was forged from the white dragon's scales. Even for someone who knows the game so well, that shocks Nox. Arson goes on saying one of his distant ancestors probably forged it, which makes it even rarer. Still, the blade is badly damaged, and that can only mean it was used in a huge battle. He thanks him at once and takes it as a sign to dig deeper. Something very unusual is hidden behind all this, including why his father gave the sword to him. On top of that, the angel he saw points to even more strange mysteries. Either way, after that he returns to the academy for his first swordsmanship class. The instructor Vernon is a bald man who wastes no time and jumps straight into teaching the imperial sword style of Arcahim. It is supposed to be a fast style that takes a lot of control to use, so he calls Nox, Paracelsus, and Talia to step forward for the demonstration. He did not choose them at random. He can tell at a glance that all three are frighteningly strong, so he tells them to team up and attack him, because the best way to learn is through real hits. Better yet, since he knows they are strong, the bald instructor shows no mercy and goes straight for Nox, who thinks Vernon is nothing special compared to his father. But he still feels power flowing from the man's arm through the whole sword, and that excites him. So Nox goes all out too and launches the first dark sword technique, a vertical slash of pure energy. At first, Vernon thinks he can handle it, but that is the trick of the move. The energy crashes right into his blade and throws him off balance, making the protagonist realize that the destructive power of someone with the genius trait is beyond imagination. People say geniuses will always find their way to the top, even without training, because once they understand what they can do, they move toward a completely different level. The same goes for people like Paracelsus and Talia. They cannot beat the instructor in one strike, but they are good enough to read his moves and dodge attacks most people never could. Paracelsus uses Talia as a distraction, then jumps in at the perfect moment. Even so, his better effort gets blocked, and to Nox, it is clear he is doing better than Talia. The funny part is that in the game, the redhead will rise past many geniuses, so MC is not worried about her. He focuses on what to do next, since the fight is clearly not over. Vernon looks at him like he knows Nox still has not used his full power, but showing every card would be risky, especially since the academy has demon followers hiding inside it. They are waiting for a chance to strike. Some moves have to be saved for a real battle, so he refuses to attack again. Vernon respects that choice and praises his great reflexes. As for Paracelsus and Talia, he says they also did well and asks why they think they could not land a hit even though they are so strong. Talia admits she gave it everything she had, but it felt like his sword vanished for a moment before attacking again. Paracelsus says he felt the same thing, but Nox is the only one who understands what that means. He explains that Vernon used light shift, which leaves some students confused and others thrilled. Now they are finally entering the kind of knowledge only real swordsmen know. To keep it simple, it is a technique usually taught much later, but since this is Dane, it is time they learn it. He explains that it has several stages. The first is light walk, a special movement used by the imperial family, and that is what they will study over the next few weeks. But before that, he wants to test everyone else's growth. Since he is not in the mood to beat everyone down himself, he makes it more interesting. Each student can choose one of the 3 strongest students and fight them. The goal is to see how many people those 3 can beat, while the rest must prove whether they can hold their own against the so-called geniuses. The first to step up is Leon von Marbus, who insists he is not good with a sword. Vernon does not want excuses and tells him that even a mage has to learn to fight up close sometimes, if he does not want to die in battle, so the poor guy has no choice but to step forward. Vernon admits the gap in strength is pretty big, so he allows him to use any technique he wants, as long as he fights with a sword. And somehow that changes Lion's whole attitude. He suddenly looks confident and says that if he has no choice, then he wants to fight Nox. He even pulls out his spellbook to support himself. The protagonist immediately says that is cheating, but Vernon says it still counts as support. Then MC asks if Lion is making the dumb mistake of underestimating him. Leon answers that it is the opposite. He chose him because he knows he is stronger. Less than 5 seconds later, he summons a whole legion of undead, and Nox again yells that this is cheating. Vernon, though, not only wants action, he also wants payback, because he still has hair and he wants to force the protagonist to actually try after watching him hold back before. It is insane. But Nox decides that if he has no choice, he will show Leon exactly who not to mess with. In seconds, the calm in the room is swallowed by the dark energy of the specters. Even Vernon, who allowed any method, never expected the boy to call up that many undead so fast. What is even more impressive is that they are strong enough to match mid-rank swordsmen. That means Lion's magic power may be on the level of Princess Penelope von Archheim, or even higher. If Nox remembers right, Lion is the young head of a family nearly destroyed by the territorial wars, and he has worked hard to rebuild his clan. This fight may carry political weight, and that becomes even clearer when MC remembers that the Lion von Marbas family used to be one of the 3 great dark houses alongside Rainhafer and Ayana von Cider. But once the army started closing in, the lords and nobles betrayed them so badly that Lion's father was executed. Then the next major territorial war nearly wiped them out, and Lion was one of the few survivors of the ugliest side of nobility. That is why he grew up thinking very differently from most people his age. He no longer cares if he has to stain his honor to win, and he does not hesitate to make sacrifices. That is what let him protect his family and keep the Leon von Marbus house standing against all odds. In some ways, he is a lot like Nox, and Vernon thinks that is exactly why he might be the only one who can really challenge him. Or at least that is how it looked, because out of nowhere, the undead's heads start dropping to Nox's unbreakable wall technique. With it, he practically creates a barrier of slashes around himself that no one can break through. Leon is talented, and they may be alike, but above every talent there is always a greater one. Talia notices his style is very different from what he usually shows. He is not just fighting to win, he is proving he can survive anything. After cutting down the creatures, Nox decides it is time to end it at the source, so he turns on Leon, who would have gone down right there if he had not managed to throw up a force field around himself. Thanks to that, he blocks the attack and even forces Nox back. That is when he realizes this is Lion's true power, Necromission. That was no normal barrier, but a magic ability even the great leaders of the Lion von Marbus family never managed to use. Only after the clan's own servants turned against him did Lion awaken that power the hard way, letting him claim one of the last and most important victories of the war. In general, he has a kind of contract with he has a crazy strong dark spirit that protects him and boosts his attacks. It works almost like a stand, a high-level undead. Instead of scaring Nox, it makes him smile. This is exactly the kind of worthy opponent he has wanted for a long time, and we all know what that means. The protagonist starts draining his own magic. Lion notices right away, and it makes no sense to him. Why get weaker in a fight? That alone tells him Nox is planning something. So he attacks before MC can pull off any trick. Just as his spirit's sword comes within inches of him, the protagonist answers with the second sword style, the dark technique, his strongest move. It lets him unleash all that stored energy in one huge strike. Vernon instantly realizes what is coming and thinks it is insane that someone this young knows a technique this dangerous. But the way Nox moves shows he has mastered it, and the wildest part is that he does it with a plain wooden sword. That is how Lion's giant goes down like cheap undead trash. Most people would call that a loss, but the black-haired boy refuses to quit and asks MC to keep beating him down if he can. That stubborn drive does not surprise Nox. Lion will become one of the strongest mages in the future, so he wants to ignite that ambition. Then, out of nowhere, a giant undead bursts up beneath him, trying to swallow him, but the protagonist destroys it in one blow and leaps forward. He heads straight for Lion, thinking his job as the villain is to crush him so completely that he has no choice but to keep getting stronger. In the end, Lion's sword is shattered. He admits defeat and says he learned a lot from this. Nox gives him credit too. He did really well. Even when the bald instructor names him the winner, everyone knows this is the last fight of the day, because the other students are all thinking the same thing. They better pick the other two instead. All of them except Penelope von Arkham. She steps forward and says she wants to fight Nox, then walks calmly toward the middle of the arena. She cannot understand why everyone looks so shocked when the rules clearly say she can challenge whoever she wants. The problem is, there is history between them, and the others notice it right away, starting their own theories like maybe things between them are not so friendly. Even Nox looks surprised and admits he has no idea why she picked him. Still, his calm act starts slipping in front of Penelope's cool expression, and he wonders if she knows about the engagement to Talia. His face gives away way too much. Penelope pushes the issue and tells him to fight already. They just need to do their best and keep enough control not to get her killed and have him executed for murdering the Imperial Princess. Even so, Nox still thinks it makes no sense, because Penelope von Arkham has never been good with a sword. The best move should be ending the fight quickly. But then, out of nowhere, the system announces a nervous collapse triggered by his frequent illness trait, and he staggers, nearly passing out, clear proof he has pushed himself too far. Of course, she thinks he is joking and yells at him to stop messing around before stepping in and smacking him right on the head. That knocks him out, and in the dumbest, most ridiculous way possible, she becomes the winner. Naturally, everyone thinks Nox took that hit on purpose, but since the poor guy cannot even stand, the result stands. In the next scene, MC wakes up hours later in the infirmary, admitting he never expected a collapse right then. He forgets sometimes that he is terminally ill. He is not alone though. Grimoire was among the things he brought to class, so she watches from inside the mirror and mocks him, unable to believe a brat with such a weak body managed to seal her. Nox immediately tells her to shut up. That only makes the demon complain more, because now she is weakened and also has to make sure her new master does not die first. She is definitely being dramatic, but she has a point, so she demands the truth about what the hell is wrong with his body. Nox says it is nothing serious, just his frequent illness trait acting up at the worst possible times. So yes, even he has a weakness, and she tries to talk him into freeing her in exchange for healing him, a shameless attempt to trick him. He makes it clear that even if he dies, he is dragging her to hell with him. After that, Grimoire throws out a few more threats, but gets cut off when Penelope von Arkham arrives and asks for a serious talk. As expected, the first thing she asks is why he let her win so obviously. Nox knows he cannot tell her the truth about his condition, so even if it sounds rude, he takes the safe route and admits he only did it because he thought it would be better for her, and of course he apologizes. But to her, it was insulting that he did not even have the decency to trade a few proper words and blows. He answers that he no longer had the strength to take even one of her attacks. Then he adds that dragging out a fight whose ending was already decided would be just as disrespectful. It sounds harsh, but Nox knows she could not even last in a straight exchange with Talia, and Penelope says she understands what he means. Even so, she stands firm. She entered the academy as a student, not as a princess, so she expects to be treated fairly. Still, that is not the end of the talk, because Penelope shifts to the engagement. The rumor that he got engaged to Talia again has already spread, and then she surprises him by saying she has no intention of getting in the way of his true love. She even admits she only got close to him to use him. Even so, Nox apologizes for putting her in such a messy spot. She says it is fine because at least now she knows that in his own way he really does care about her. After that she leaves, but despite how calm she looks, she thinks Nox has a kind of charm that very few people have, a charm she could not help falling for. Meanwhile, her friend congratulates her for finally saying what she needed to say. Then the scene shifts again, and rumors about the protagonist and Talia's engagement reach Raz, who teases him for being such a romantic. But Nox did not come to his office just to hear him talk. He spots a strange poster for a masquerade party, and remembers why he came. He needs more money. A lot more. He will need it to survive the next part of the story. The reason will come later. But for now, we learn that basic Imperial magic is the class where students develop their main elemental affinity. And since most of them still have not figured out their own element, Raz starts with a test to identify each student's primary one. All they have to do is pour mana into a crystal orb, and it changes form based on their element. For Nox, that is pretty pointless because he already knows his attribute. Besides, nobles are born with affinities tied to their bloodline, so the results are rarely a surprise. With that in mind, he goes to the front when his turn comes. As expected, the orb starts glowing with amazing intensity, but something else happens too. Inside the thick dark violet shadows, he notices a pure white light mixed in, something that does not match anything he has seen in his status window. The interesting part is that he still knows what it is, the sacred element, usually monopolized by the Echidna von Zanos family. That should make no sense for him to have unless there is something in Nox's past that even he as the player never knew. Once again, that goes on to the growing pile of mysteries he needs to investigate. Still, he moves on with his day until swordsmanship class, where the bald instructor explains the basics of footwork, techniques used to move at unnatural speed toward an opponent, so fast that the students cannot even see him coming. Nox has to activate his genius time skill to slow down everyone around him, including the instructor. That gives him just enough time to turn at the exact moment the teacher was about to strike him as a demonstration. And since Nox never wastes a chance to farm aura, he dodges instantly. As you would expect, the bald instructor does not like that at all, and Talia asks when he learned that skill. The teacher explains that MC did not actually use footwork. He read his movement. That only makes it more impressive, so he tells Nox to stay after class for extra training. He makes it clear he will support students who show real potential, and if anyone wants special lessons, they better start working harder right now. Now he finally explains that the technique has 3 key steps. First comes mana conversion, which turns part of the user's element into the sacred attribute and channels it into both feet. The second step is tension, where that converted mana pushes against the ground to create a smooth flow that speeds up movement. Then, last comes blink, when the user's steps get so fast they nearly leave the opponent's field of view. The problem is that, since they are beginners, most students do not even know how to convert mana the right way, so he says they will spend the whole day focused on step 1, the first step. While Nox wonders how fast he can master it, someone keeps watching him. It's Leon, who remembers asking his father whether the 7 stars of the continent were really that strong. Back then, his father said they were all monsters, and that he was the weakest of them. That shocked Leon, since as a child his father seemed unbeatable. The man found that cute, but reminded him that no matter how gifted you are, someone stronger always exists. What matters is to keep training, no matter what. He also told Leon that his talent was even greater, and he could go farther. Now, in the present, Leon wonders just how far Nox's talent goes, and seeing the gap between them, he finally understands what his father meant. He's not the only one stuck with thoughts like these. Talia also can't help feeling like she's falling behind. With that on their minds, they continue training, and the result is no surprise. While everyone else struggles just to convert their mana, Nox not only does it instantly, he moves on to the next steps too. Just like that, he uses tension and blink, moving as fast as the bald instructor did earlier, and no one can figure out how he pulled it off. Then the scene shifts to Theodore, who gets an unexpected visit from his wife. She barges into his office and gets straight to the point. They need to talk about his son Nox. And since she never has anything good to say, it's surprising when she starts by admitting he's doing very well at the academy. But that's exactly the problem. She insists Alan and Hartz von Rienhafer should be there instead. Theodore reminds her that Eldon won't accept more than 3 children from the same house at once, so those 2 must attend other academies. She argues they won't get the attention they deserve anywhere else, so favoring Nox is unfair, especially if he plans to teach him the second form of the Black Sword. Still, Theodore firmly says that choice is his as patriarch, and whatever she or the other vassals think is not his concern. That sets his wife off. She demands to know if his favoritism toward him is tied to the fact that he's that woman's son, making it clear there's more behind this. Theodore immediately warns her to watch her tongue and throws her out of his office. The whole conversation doesn't go unnoticed by Rodwell, who reflects that Theodore and Priscilla married very young and had Garen, Grinnen, and the twins, Alan and Hartz von Rienhofer. But the one person Theodore ever truly loved was his second wife, the mother of Knox. So Rodwell admits Priscilla has a real reason to be this paranoid, especially since her children's future depends on her. That's why he advises Theodore to be patient. Eventually, she may learn to respect the protagonist. Theodore doubts it and thinks that before she starts pulling strings, he should inform the council about his plans for the succession. Priscilla doesn't waste time either. She meets with the twins and makes it clear they have to surpass their brother. Of course, they see that as impossible, but she tells them to keep training and wait for the right moment because she's starting a plan of her own. Then the scene changes again, and the teachers meet to discuss the start of first-year mission season. Roz points out that some students have already asked to join red missions. At the academy, missions are ranked in 5 levels: yellow, red, blue, white, and black, with black being the hardest. The problem is that the jump between ranks is ridiculous. Even yellow missions include things like subjugating shaders, which was clearly not easy. That's why Roz argues the red mission should go to the 5 most promising cadets. The teachers agree they might stand a chance, but decide the final call belongs to the headmistress. To no one's surprise, she's more than happy to let them go, because she knows what they can do, especially Knox. Before ending the meeting though, she says she has something important to add. Without warning, she releases a powerful spell that covers the whole room, setting up a clear warning. She already knows humans allied with demons are hiding in these very halls, so they'd better stay hidden because once she finds them, she'll show no mercy. After that, the story explains an extraterritorial region that suffered through years of war. It's called Abelard, and it eventually turned into a giant casino city where nobles from across the continent gather to waste fortunes and secretly trade slaves. That place matters, because before Chapter 2 begins, that's where the red mission will happen. Exterminate an unknown demon hiding in the gambling halls. With that in mind, they set out trying to stay unnoticed, and amid the usual bickering between Knox and Lion tries to stay positive by telling himself the clear route doesn't look so bad. Einsanguini quickly says it's the opposite. Open roads make them easy targets, and that becomes even clearer when out of nowhere their carriage is attacked. Lisan says that since Knox is the commoner, he should handle the threat unless he wants them all left without horses, because Leon doesn't plan to lift a single finger. That leaves the others with no choice but to get out and fight too. What's interesting is that Knox isn't embarrassed at all. He thinks the priority is saving energy for what's ahead, because they're not only heading into battles unlike anything before. Abelard also holds that thing, the masterpiece he's been searching for months. After dealing with the bandits, they head straight to one of the city's biggest casinos, where everyone wears masks to hide their identity. Even in a lawless place, the goal is still to stay as unnoticed as possible. Besides that, even though their official job is just to find the demon behind the recent incidents, they also want to deal with the filth involved in the illegal slave auctions. With that said, Lion suggests blending in the best way he can think of, by gambling. Knox thinks the poor guy only has 2 points of luck, so he's sure he'll lose everything. Funny enough, that wouldn't change even if he were lucky, because the game's developers built in systems to limit how much players can win. So Paracelsus really has no chance of winning even a single coin, and just as Knox expected, the idiot loses what little he had. Still, the group agrees gambling is a good way to blend in, so they let themselves get pulled over by some men who invite them to a roulette game. It's supposed to be one of the simplest games, so Lion accepts right away and bets all his money. Then to everyone's shock, he wins not once but 5 times in a row. The kid is obviously insanely lucky, and he still doesn't stop. He keeps betting everything he wins again and again, to the point that the girls start worrying because there's no way this ends well. Knox even wonders if he has some kind of game-like luck trait, and even though G-Tree tells him not to start gambling too, that's exactly what he plans to do. MC suddenly walks off saying he's going somewhere he can win a lot more money than in those kiddie games. Then the next scene shows him completely dominating a card table, winning over 500 chips with just a couple hands and turning 50 gold coins into nearly 5,000 in minutes. Part of him totally gets why some people become addicted to gambling. He knows the game systems say it's time to stop, and he can also feel everyone around him getting more and more bitter. Of course, that's only what he thinks, because what he actually does is different. Part of him says he should keep going until he hits a nicer round number like 10,000 coins. Luckily, he gets there, and the next thing we learn is that he has gathered a total of 12,600 gold coins. The number is so absurd that poor Eleanor almost goes blank seeing him make that much in one sitting. As for Lion, he also walks away with a solid profit of 3,000 gold coins. Paracelsus, though, doesn't just lose everything he brought. He ends up 400 coins in debt. Eleanor immediately says she would never gamble, but that's only because she tried and lost in the first round. The point is, they've blended in enough, so Knox takes that as the sign that they should leave. Of course, that's just part of his act, because he catches the attention of one of the casino organizers, who stops him on the spot and starts praising his gambling skills. When Lion sees that, he jumps in to insult the man, claiming the machines are rigged, but Knox shuts him up with a few coins. Then the manager explains that with the number of chips he won, he now qualifies to visit the exclusive auction hall, where they offer rare, unusual, and very exciting items. That, of course, is the place he planned to reach from the very start. After playing hard to get for a few minutes, he agrees, and the manager leads them through dark alleys until they reach a grand event hall hidden beneath the city. The sick part is that the so-called merchandise is actually people, semi-humans who are kidnapped and sold as slaves, even though most of them are just ordinary people. When they arrive, Nox realizes this place is far worse than anything from the game. It's exactly the kind of place where demons thrive, built on despair and the worst parts of human nature. For Jetri, this hits especially hard, so Nox takes her hand to support her. He knows bringing her here is cruel, but leaving her alone was never an option. Then the key moment comes when Hernan, the auction's general manager, announces that it's time to begin, and the protagonist recognizes him as an important figure from Chapter 2. Back then, the people, fed up with noble abuse, rose up and formed a revolutionary army. Sadly, the demons were behind it all, using the chaos to devour everyone in the city, no matter their class. Worse, that let the demon realm fully appear and destroy the city. And the one behind all of it was Hernan himself, whose real identity is Grand Duke Leamington, one of the 72 great demons. In the present, Nox checks his stats and finds an alchemy genius with extreme mana sensitivity, which could make him dangerous even if his other numbers aren't that high compared to other demons. The good news is, despite being born with countless talents, he's too lazy and arrogant to train or use them well. So he should be weaker than Paimon or even Grimri, but we'll learn that later. Leamington starts the auction with an illusion magic tome that can control a weak-willed person. It's a twisted version of underworld dark magic, a technique tied to the Lion von Marbus family. You'd think that would alarm Lion, but he stays calm. Without the dark attribute, a Grimir item like that can't be used properly. Leamington likely knows that, so the item is basically a scam. Even so, it sells for a ridiculous price. Then he brings out the next item, a strange scroll overflowing with magic. No one has ever decoded it, and at first nobody cares. But once he says it's written in the lost language of the dragons, everything changes. What's interesting is that Nox immediately raises his number, and bids 50 million gold with such confidence that it grabs not just the rich guest's attention but Leamington's too. That's where his mana reading skill matters, because he instantly identifies Nox as part of the Reinhafer clan, and wonders if that bid is random or if he actually knows what's in the scroll. As it turns out, Leamington found it himself while exploring the ruins of a legendary kingdom called Cthulhu. That place was said to be the cradle of early humanity, but inside he found nothing but scroll after scroll, all written in a dead language no one knows. So he was telling the truth. Even he saw it as useless because he could never read it. The problem is, once he sees how interested MC is, he starts thinking MC might actually know what it says. So he lets the bidding continue until he wins the scroll for no more and no less than 120 million. The funny part is, Nox never meant to spend that much, so he asks Eleanor to lend him the money, promising she doesn't even need to worry about interest, because he'll repay the full amount before the day ends. Meanwhile, the others hear this with no clue what he's planning, and can only wonder how rich Eleanor must be to hand over that kind of loan without blinking. Even the protagonist thinks her wealth makes her someone he'd rather not make an enemy of. She makes it clear he can borrow whatever he wants, but if he dares make her look bad, she'll ruin his life and his entire bloodline. And honestly, that threat is exactly what Nox expected from her. But the real point comes when Leamington announces the slave auction. The demon boasts he has a little of everything: elves, humans, even beast children. The first one brought out is a beast child, and Nox offers the absurd sum of 180 million. He doesn't even wait for Leamington to explain the boy's age or what he can do, because this is exactly why he came. Everyone thinks he's lost his mind, but the demon accepts the bid, and since he knows no one else would pay that much, he closes it on the spot. He then says payment and delivery will be handled privately after the auction, which sets off alarms for the others, and they insist on going with Nox. Still, he tells them they'll only get in the way of what he has planned. When the time comes, he follows Leamington to a separate room, fully aware the demon knows he can read the scroll. He also knows that even though Leamington acted like it had no value, he's actually obsessed with learning what it hides and would risk his life to figure it out. What he still doesn't know is why MC spent so much on the little slave, and that gives MC the edge. So he walks straight to the boy's cage. The child naturally goes on guard, until he clearly tells him to run. The boy bolts for freedom at full speed. Sadly, he has a seal that Leamington can control from afar, and before he gets too far, the demon traps him again. That's when the real problem starts, because Leamington realizes Nox didn't come just to free slaves and show off his money. He reveals his true demonic form and asks why he's really here. He also makes it clear he already knows the protagonist is from the Reinhafer family, so Nox sees no point in pretending anymore and removes his mask. He also calls him by his true name, Demon Leamington, which makes his form grow even more monstrous as he asks whether MC was sent by the Reinhafers or by the Academy. But the truth is, he doesn't care, because a brat like him doesn't even deserve to stand before one of the great demons. It looks like a huge battle is about to begin when Nox says, "It's time, Captain," and out of nowhere the ceiling above them is smashed through by none other than Luna. She praises him for doing well and says he can leave the rest to her. The interesting part is that she's wearing a very specific uniform, that of Lunatic, an independent criminal syndicate with two main goals: First, to overthrow the imperial family and begin a new age of prosperity. Second, to wipe out the 72 demons and erase evil from the world. In general, no one knows who leads them or how they operate, but that explains why Luna came here. She was sent to fight Leamington, listing his crimes like she's about to arrest him. Of course, he tells her morality means nothing to a demon like him, and that's enough for Luna to say the only thing left is to destroy him. She draws her sword and releases an aura so intense it gives Nox goosebumps. The only other person who ever made him feel that way was Theodore von Rienhofer. That alone shows she's on another level. Leamington shows no regret for his crimes, and mocks Luna's sense of justice until she seriously asks if he really is one of the 72 great demons, her voice full of confidence. He asks what she'll do if he is, and she answers that she'll cut him to pieces, unleashing such an absurd amount of mana that Nox is stunned again. In his mind, he can't believe the demon still doesn't understand how much trouble he's in. The protagonist starts thinking it may be time to leave, because he already got what he wanted, the scroll and the young boy Prime who has the unmatched gift of a born commander. Prim's story began in the harsh mountain ranges of the eastern region, where with no family and nowhere to call home, he was forced to become a child soldier and fight in a war he didn't even understand. Worse, when it ended, he and the others were thrown into the streets, so he became their leader and helped them survive until one day Leamington tricked them, kidnapped them, and sold them as slaves. Even then, Prim never gave up on escaping and kept trying to use his charisma to push them all to flee. But the demon's mark made his plan fail again and again. That's why, in the present, he sees the fight with Luna as the perfect chance to run. But when he notices Nox still watching him like he expects something, he asks if he already regrets wasting so much money on him. To his surprise, MC explains he didn't spend all that for just him. He bought every slave there. In short, he came to save all of them and take them to his land, where they can live, study, and work with the same rights as everyone else. The offer sounds so good that Prime can't help being suspicious, and he insists he won't fall for the same tricks again. Of course, Nox can't force him, so he gives him a choice. Keep watching the others die in pathetic escape attempts, or swear loyalty to House Reinhofer and secure a future for them all. That changes everything, because Prime has heard plenty about that clan and knows that oaths made in the name of the Black Sword are bound to one's very life. In other words, Nox isn't just giving him a choice, he's guaranteeing he'll never break his promise. That's exactly why Prime accepts on one condition: they must never be sold as slaves again. Nox agrees, and the two make the oath that will change both their futures. Even so, he firmly warns that if Prime ever betrays him, he'll kill him. Prime agrees and asks what his first order is. The protagonist says everything from here on depends on that woman winning, so he's staying to back her up. At the same time, he hands Prim a set of keys and tells him to free the other slaves and bring them to the casino's main hall. Prim moves right away. Nox thinks Prim's gift as a born commander lets everyone around him trust him without needing an explanation. That makes him another key piece. With that settled, MC is sure he'll handle it, so he takes a moment to watch Luna fight with her sword. The Cold Moon Spear is one of the strongest artifacts in the game. On top of that, it lets her use the Lunar Sword art, a technique only she can use in that world, and players can unlock it by clearing a secret route. That's why a lot of players later give up the Black Sword's ultimate art. The catch is that nobody can learn it without Lunar's permission. So Nox stays close, excited to watch her fight. By then, Luna decides to end it in one sequence, and prepares the first move of her technique, which temporarily boosts the user's physical power and releases all the mana stored in the blade at once. Because of that, when the demon attacks with everything he has, Luna blocks it with one arm, her sword glowing white, and most of all with a calm that puts Leamington on full alert. Too bad for him, it's already too late. Luna wastes no time and uses the second move. With one slash, she tears off his arm. Even from a distance, Nox can't believe she's gotten even stronger than the last time he saw her. Leamington manages to regenerate his arm, but she never gives him a chance to strike back, and follows with the third move, Lunar Slash, driving through his chest and his core. Thanks to that, the demon dies so cleanly that Nox almost thinks it looks beautiful. He'd give anything to learn to fight like that, calmly. Luna walks over to what little is left of Leamington and tells him it's over. But then the real problem starts when the ground beneath them begins to shake, and within seconds a demonic circle activates. It not only rebuilds the demon's body but pushes him into phase 2. Shockingly, this was not part of Nox's prediction. He knows that bastards shouldn't have the means to pull this off, and since this never happens in the game's lore, the story has changed. What's more interesting is that this isn't really a magic circle, but an alchemy circle, which works very differently from his own methods. Alchemy uses mana, materials, and catalysts, so rebuilding his own body with alchemy alone means Leamington has become stronger than ever, stronger than he should be at this point in the story. Seeing their shock, the demon mocks them and reveals he heard about Paymon's death, so he had plenty of time to prepare. Without a doubt, this is a butterfly effect caused by Nox's actions, and it means the enemies will keep getting stronger. Worse still, alchemy runs unequivalent exchange, which means somewhere there has to be something equal in value to the power being used, a sacrifice. That suspicion grows when the scene shifts back to the casino. The blood, skin, organs, and life force of the nobles who came to gamble are being drained by the demon and used to form a kind of horrific prison around Luna and Nox. He recognizes the spell as advanced alchemy that usually appears near the end of the game, and if they don't stop it, everyone in the city will die within hours. The worst part is that it doesn't even shut down when the caster dies. The only way to weaken the prison is through an ally, a sacrifice important enough to break the nightmare and end the boss fight. And of course that means the only way out would be to abandon Luna. But those dark thoughts are cut off when she asks what they should do. That's when the real moral dilemma begins. Nox knows that if he tells the truth, the blonde girl won't hesitate to sacrifice herself. Still, even if she may not be the most important ally, and he might finish the game without her, he doesn't want that. Sadly, there's no time, because the prison starts closing in around them, and Leamington even summons small monsters inside it. So Luna makes the choice. In a firm voice, she tells him to step back. Now it's her turn to protect him. And even though for a moment it looks like Nox might leave her to fight alone, he instinctively steps forward and makes it clear he's not going anywhere. The surprise is that instead of fighting, he walks up to the prison wall and starts being absorbed into it until nothing is left. Meanwhile, the casino has turned into a living hell. The nobles who were just having fun and buying slaves now feel their blood being pulled from their bodies. The others have no idea what's happening until they realize the ones suffering are the people who regularly did business with Hernon. They still don't know he's a demon, but Leon identifies it as an alchemy circle and wonders where Nox is. Then Talia senses a strange energy coming from the area where he went to collect the goods. Naturally, the first thing they think is that the protagonist might be in danger, so they rush out and they're right. Back with MC, Luna is left frozen by the grotesque way his body is being consumed by the prison walls. To her, this looks like a pointless sacrifice. Leamington sees it the same way and mocks her, saying that attack was meant for her but got wasted on a pathetic worm who was never a threat from the start. The bastard even says that if she gives up now, he might let her live. Luna takes that as an insult and can't believe he thinks she would even consider it. She tries to break the prison walls to free Nox, but gets nowhere. Even so, during the fight, she notices that the demon's attacks don't seem as destructive anymore. Beating him starts to feel more possible. But there's also the fact that with every second that passes, Nox's chance of dying rises. Luna knows she has to stop this within seconds. She gets ready to cut off the bastard's head when he reveals something that changes everything. The reason beating him means sacrificing the other. If she kills him, he dies too. As expected, those words make Luna stop cold. He reminds her that alchemy is the science of equivalent exchange, and this prison is the highest level of his skill as an alchemist. In general, there are only two ways to undo it. Either he risks his life to dispel it, or the person inside risks their life to break it from within. Otherwise, it will keep growing until it consumes everything in its path, and if she kills him, the prison will explode, causing Nox to die instantly. The situation reminds Luna so much of how her master died that she starts trembling with fear. Part of her says the protagonist has no chance of getting out alone, and that she should kill the demon. But another part keeps clinging to hope that he can make it. Minutes pass, and she's about to give up when Nox speaks to her from inside. He makes it clear he's not gone. He can barely see or breathe, and giving up almost feels easier. He nearly regrets choosing to save Luna, but he also sees escaping this place as a test he has to beat. So while the system warns him he'll die in 9 minutes, he spends a few precious seconds of his life to contact Luna and tell her he's still alive. Outside, she shouts that using mana inside the prison will only speed up his death. But Nox tells her not to worry, because he knows a way to save them all. Still, it will only work if she trusts him and listens carefully to the two choices he has. The first is simple: let him die and use Leamington's weakened state to kill him. Of course, Luna rejects that at once and tells him to move to the second. Strangely enough, that one is even simpler. He needs her to teach him the lunar sword art. It sounds insane, and the look on her face proves it. Nox was ready not to push it, but after a few seconds, Luna agrees. She doesn't understand why he needs her technique, yet she knows he always seems one step ahead and never stops surprising her, so she's willing to bet everything on him. And what matters here is that this sword art is so exclusive that it can usually be passed down to only one person per generation. So considering how little time they've known each other, Nox can't believe she agreed, and even asks if she's serious. Luna doesn't back down. She orders him to get into position because she's going to teach him the first move, and without hesitation, MC gets to work. The interesting part is that he opens the dragon scroll and activates it, revealing it's an artifact that can raise any skill or technique by 1 level. Without hesitation, Nox chooses the Dark School sword technique, which becomes advanced in seconds. The second step is turning his main element darkness into the lunar space element and covering his body with it, leaving only the final step, inherit the lunar sword art. And if you don't get what's happening, don't worry, I don't either. The point is that Nox needs all of this just to handle Lunar's technique. Because this sword art is so destructive, it could even split the world itself. It can even split the sky in two. And that matters because this art is made to break magical structures like barriers and transmutation circles. So this technique is the only way out of that prison. That also raises a question. Why not just let Luna sacrifice herself? She already knew the technique, but her mana resonance is too basic for this. It has to be Nox, so he tells her he's ready. She starts by telling him to steady his mana and pour as much energy as he can into the blade. That's when he realizes something. Warriors like Luna and his father always keep their breathing perfectly matched with every strike. So he tries to reach a state where his breath and sword move as one. It sounds simple at first, but Luna warns him, the next part will hurt badly. The lunar sword art is a form of madness at its most pure. It devours the user's ego and can even twist the minds of people nearby. That's exactly why she kept testing him again and again ever since he entered Lunatic. Still, the upside is that if he can control both mind and body, that madness itself will become his weapon. Then the system announces that the player's mental resistance is rising until he enters a state of unconscious enlightenment. Then Luna tells him to remember the worst day of his life, the moment he hit absolute despair. Instinctively, Nox thinks back to when the doctor told him he only had a few months left, and to the moment he became trapped in the game, forced to live a borrowed life. Even that still doesn't hurt enough to shake his heart, so he digs deeper until he finds the real answer, the day he understood he would never shine again. That thought leaves his heart empty, and the system announces that thanks to the advanced trait he improved earlier, his understanding of the lunar sword art has increased, and he has now gained the beginner trait. Luna sees he succeeded, but he still needs to master the third move, Lunar Slash. Nox insists she doesn't need to explain it because he already knows how. Of course, that's thanks to the Hour of the Genius skill, which lets him almost see exactly what he has to do. He also feels like he understands Luna better now because the lunar sword art can only be grasped by people who have faced their own despair. And more than anyone, he knows what it means to lose his light. So when he was given the chance to live a borrowed life, that tiny bit of hope lit something powerful inside him, the hope that maybe one day he could shine again. That's why he's willing to do anything to survive, not for Nox but for himself, and to see the end of this story with his own eyes. After several tense moments, he finally sees the core of the transmutation circle, and copies Luna's movements perfectly. With a single slash, he destroys the prison. Outside, the blonde girl can't believe he did it without needing much guidance. But the most shocked of all is the demon, who never imagined a mere human could understand the transmutation circle he had devoted his whole life to. So his first move is to order his monsters to attack with everything they've got. Luna doesn't let them get near him, and she and Nox take their stance to show what else they can do. Acting on instinct, Leamington starts throwing out threats, and the protagonist dares him to try and stop them. Before the demon can do anything, Nox cuts him in half, officially defeating another of the 72 demons. After that huge win, the system announces he earned another 150 days of life, but we don't get to hear his full total, because Nox suddenly passes out in Luna's arms. She can only think about how close she came to losing another ally because of her own weakness. All this time she thought she was only fighting for revenge and to fulfill the wish her master couldn't. Yet somehow the people around her always end up risking their lives, and she starts wondering if the path she chose is really the right one. Luckily, before she can sink deeper into that darkness, Nox gathers the little strength he has left to make one request. He asks her to accept him as her disciple. At that moment, Luna realizes he knows perfectly well that the art of the lunar sword can only be passed down to one person. So he must have arranged everything from the start so she couldn't refuse. The worst part is, in a way, it worked. When Nox admits that's exactly what he did, he also makes it clear that he's the only one who can truly understand the despair and madness behind the technique. Luna can't even deny it, and though she still isn't sure whether this will be a blessing or a curse for him, she agrees. She accepts him as her disciple, heals his wounds, and promises that she, the captain of Lunatic, will teach him all her sword techniques. That promise begins a new and unexpected chapter in Nox's journey. But then he hears the others coming closer, which means it's time to say goodbye. Before leaving, Luna warns that next time they meet, he'd better show his teacher proper respect. Then she simply disappears. A desperate G-Tree rushes in and searches for Nox through the ruins, almost ready to give up, until he stands up and assures her he's fine. After that, he meets with the others and fills them in. Hernan turned out to be the great demon Leamington. Nox tried to fight him, and when the demon was about to kill him, a mysterious woman appeared and wiped the demon out in seconds. The story sounds way too convenient, so of course they don't believe him. Especially since the last time they saw him, he looked set on finishing some secret mission. Still, they don't dwell on it for long and focus more on teasing Pelagris, who may argue with MC all the time, but was honestly very worried about him. They also explain that they use the time to handle their own jobs, like loading all the rescued slaves onto wagons bound for the academy, where it'll be decided who stays with the Reanhafer family and who gets reunited with their relatives. Even if things seem settled, Nox says there's still more to do. In fact, the most important part of the mission is still left. What is it? Using magic bags to take every last gold coin in the place. Since he was the only one in the final fight, he's keeping 80%, and the rest can split what's left. That sounds small, so Paracelsus quickly starts complaining, until they remember Leamington's wealth was insane. Even each small share is still enough money to live comfortably for years, so they get right to work, and in another scene, Priscilla meets with Garen to tell him that her father is thinking of naming someone else as his successor. Of course, she means someone other than him. Nox, even without support from the Council of Elders, he's risen far enough to earn the favor of Theodore von Reanhafer. Keeping a straight face, Garen apologizes for shaming both her and House Arel, but she tells him not to worry. She believes he can use his talent to take control of House Reanhafer. In fact, he has more than talent. He has the bloodline, the position of firstborn, and her by his side. That means he has to defeat Nox no matter what. Garen says that's exactly the plan. It's time to break this arrogant fool's momentum once and for all all according to the will of the Archduke. So yes, if there was any doubt left, these two are working with the demons. Back with Nox, he and his friends gather a total of 1.97 billion gold coins, enough to split up and still pay off the debt he owed Eleanor de Rivalin. Best of all, they barely had to work for it, because Leon von Marbas summoned an entire army of undead to do the dirty work. Among other things, Nox notices the two redheads get along surprisingly well, something that never would have happened in the game's original story. On one side, there's a merchant who takes advantage of people's kindness, and on the other, a warrior willing to risk her life for innocence. They're as strange a duo as Leon von Marbas and Paracelsus working together, even G-Tree still being alive. Honestly, the fact that all of them are here, alive, and working together is part of the huge butterfly effect he caused by entering the game. The good news is that overall, the main story still seems to be moving the right way, and only then can he uncover the truth about the mysterious letter, the being behind the system that has been helping him, his memories, and of course Nox himself. But before worrying about all that, he checks his rewards and confirms that his lifespan is now 272 days, which sounds pretty good, until he remembers that if overcoming the illness trait were easy, the game wouldn't have needed to balance it with 2 genius traits. On top of that, he clearly remembers reading on the forums that no one ever managed to beat it, so he'll have to stay twice as careful. Then there's the money. Even after building a small fortune, he still needs a lot more for Chapter 3, which focuses on the Rivalin family and becomes the turning point for whether they swear loyalty to the Imperial family or join forces with the Dark and Lunatic families. And with Prince Louis von Arkheim as the villain of that arc, no amount of money will ever feel like enough. Still, the best reward is easily the Lunar Sword Art, a direct springboard to the top in swordsmanship, and he still doesn't get why he was chosen as a disciple. Instead of letting him die, he decides to use this chance. Then his thoughts are cut off when a large squad of soldiers surrounds them. Nox quickly realizes they're only here to clean up the aftermath. It's the Academy's autonomous guard, led by Alifoth Dastate, one of the strongest professors around. Of course, the only ones who recognize him are Nox and Eleanor, and they start listing some of his achievements. Still, what matters most is this. Aleph asks to speak with the group's leader, and when the protagonist steps forward, Aleph orders him to explain everything that happened without leaving out a single detail. His tone is so sharp that he knows lying would be pointless, so he only tweaks parts of the story. For example, he says he escaped the prison with his family's swordsmanship, never mentioning Luna even once, and claims he has no idea who the woman was who saved him after he got out. According to him, she had already beaten the demon and vanished without a trace. The only thing he does mention is that she was blonde with distinctive eyes, so Aleph recognizes her right away and warns them not to get involved with her because she is an extremely dangerous entity wanted by the state. After that, he says they can return to the academy as soon as the investigation is over, and a few hours later, they're already in the carriage heading back. That alone is great news for Nox because thanks to his idea to secure the money in time, they got to keep the entire haul. Then Lion asks if they took this mission because of his goal to wipe out every demon on the continent. The protagonist admits he's right, and that he chose this path even though it put everyone in danger. He clearly doesn't regret it, and even if Eleanor isn't thrilled with the idea, Lion understands why Nox chose them. He trusted that together they could defeat a high-ranking demon because he sees them as comrades. The protagonist would never say that out loud, but his reaction makes it obvious. Leon is right. While Talia says the whole thing with the mysterious woman feels wrong, Paracelsus still can't figure out how Nox broke out of the prison when his family's wall technique should not have been enough. Yeah, that bastard is way too smart. So the protagonist is forced to admit he copied a few moves from the woman and starts throwing out a bunch of weak excuses to change the subject. Luckily, it works. He relaxes for a second, then notices G-Tree, who looks deeply shaken by everything that happened, so he takes her hand and tells her not to overthink it, calming her down right away. Still, one more butterfly effect from his actions is now impossible to ignore. He met Professor Aleph earlier than he should have, and Aleph is also part of the next arc. That means Chapter 3 has been moved up, and now there's only one thing left to do. He has to get rid of Aleph as soon as possible. The reason is something we'll learn soon, because the moment he gets back to the academy, he meets with the headmistress, who is clearly not happy about all the extra trouble he caused. Nox shamelessly insists he had nothing to do with it, right until she mentions a reward, and then suddenly he was very involved after all. The catch is that she won't give him anything until he tells her every last detail about what happened, including which of the 72 great demons he faced. Since the protagonist knows lying to her would be a death sentence, he spills almost everything. Of course, he still hides certain parts, like the fact that he already knew Hernan's true identity. He explains that it all started because he strongly suspected those large-scale operations went far beyond what they seemed, and he couldn't understand how Hernan had so many slaves. So he guessed it might be a demon with mind control powers, and only during the fight did he realize he had run into none other than Archduke Leamington. And just like you'd expect from an alchemist, the battle was brutal. He probably would have died if the mysterious woman hadn't shown up. Hearing that, she points out that the demons have surely learned about Paimon's death, so it makes sense that they're tightening their defenses. Beyond that, she doesn't ask for much more. Since he managed to survive a high-level demon, she gives him a special gift, a bottle of whiskey. Yes, it's exactly as ridiculous as it sounds, but even when Nox reminds her he's a student, She insists he at least take one drink because she never gets a chance to toast with her students. So a little unsure, Nox agrees and takes a sip, only to spit it right back out because it practically burns his throat. It feels like nearly pure alcohol. The shocking part is that the system announces he just consumed 50-year Black Dragon tier liquor, a special magic item that boosts both his mana and endurance by 1 point, and he can literally feel his stats rising. Even after clearing the game countless times, he had never heard of an item like that. That's why he immediately drinks the rest, but the headmistress tells him it's useless because the effects only work on the first sip, and even that is more than enough for him to start feeling the internal damage from past battles begin to heal. Seeing his face, she warns him the demons will become far more aggressive from now on. They may turn into beasts even she can't stop, so she has decided to personally train the students most likely to face them. And out of everyone, he is the one who fits her plan perfectly. The troublemaker from the Jafer family, the student who clashes with the professors, and a member of Lunatic. That's right, she knows the whole truth. The horror on the protagonist's face confirms it, so she asks if he really was foolish enough to think he could fool her. Then she stretches out her hand toward him, and Nox is sure she's about to kill him, until she reveals she doesn't care whether he belongs to those lunatics plotting against the Imperial family. The only thing she cares about is making him stronger so he can fight the demons. She says his magic isn't bad, then gives him advice that could change everything. A new magic professor will arrive soon, and if he can catch her attention, he will almost certainly become far stronger than he is now. Once again, Nox realizes the timeline is moving faster, but he has no doubt this must be another of the 4 sages, the true owner of the orb Eleanor gave him, and a very important character. His thoughts are interrupted when the headmistress says it's time for his second reward. We still don't get to learn what it is, because the scene cuts to Jairi bringing Prim to his room. The protagonist asks if he remembers the promise they made, but Prim ignores him like the difficult teenager he is. That gives Nox a chance to take a look at his stats, and despite his talent, the brat has a terrible mix of traits. Hot-headed, foul-mouthed, rebellious, and overall a huge pain to deal with, making every conversation feel like punishment. Still, he's here, and it's obvious he has no plan to leave. He wants to make this as hard as possible, so the protagonist squares up and makes it clear that he can be a bastard too. After putting him in his place, it's Jairi who gives the general rules, like never doubting the master, something Nox drives home with a few more threats. And that finally gets Prim to bend. Honestly, you almost feel bad for the kid, because his spirit gets crushed so badly that he even hesitates before talking back again. Now the really interesting part starts when the green-haired girl tells him the rest of the group has permission to transfer to the academy. It seems Grin handled all the logistics, and by group she means Alina, Lona, Mai, and the boys from Dajilin. At last, all the people they need will be gathered in one place, so he orders Prim to get ready by taking a proper bath and, most important, by wearing this cloak, which makes it nearly impossible for others to recognize the wearer's real features. That way no one will realize he's a beast man. Nox also warns him right away that it won't work on him, so he can't use it to run away. With that settled, the poor kid gets to work, and once they're ready, they head out to meet the others, who are thrilled by the academy, especially the food. The problem is that they attract the usual obnoxious nobles who start asking why a bunch of commoners were accepted at all. Even though Lona already looks ready to fight, the protagonist tells her to ignore them and introduces Prim as his new worker. Then of course he makes it clear the others are not here just to study either. He wants them close so they can work for him, basically as his servants. The funniest part is that everyone is so used to the protagonist's oddly cute way of saying things that nobody sees a problem with it, while Prim stares at him like he's completely lost his mind. But Prim isn't the only one watching closely. From the top of the academy's main building, Nox is being observed by the new magic professor, who tells Noah that she wasn't exaggerating. There's no doubt the boy has very unusual mana. Meanwhile, back at Lunatic's base, the blonde woman reflects on how quickly people can change. Before you know it, someone appears with a level of power you never would have imagined. Even though she herself is a prodigy who achieved great things at just 20 years old, she has to admit Nox is a genius. What's more interesting is that none of her companions disagree. The big guy says he knew MC would go far the moment they met, and maybe it's time to promote him for everything he's done. The purple-haired girl shuts it down right away. She worked hard to reach that rank, but everything changes when Luna reveals something huge. Nox destroyed a barrier even she couldn't break. That is exactly why she decided to take him for herself, and the other two instantly take that the wrong way. So she has to clear it up. She means she accepted him as her one and only disciple. Of course, the purple-haired girl jokes that stealing the Imperial Princess's fiancé might actually fit their group's goals. Luna tells her to stop being ridiculous. It may sound sudden, but the moment she saw him use the lunar element, she knew it was time. She also knows people in this line of work can die at any moment, so she followed the same feeling her own master once had. Then we learn about Luna's past. Since childhood, she was called a sword genius with unmatched talent, but because she was an orphan, people also called her the Sword Demon. She always hated that name. Still, she was willing to kill for even a hard piece of bread, so maybe they were not completely wrong. Back then, life meant nothing to her, and happiness was something she could not even understand. People used her strength and forced her to do everything, and she saw nothing strange about living like that. That changed when a mysterious woman with white hair asked if she could really eat that bread, knowing how much blood and sin it carried. The men who had been using Luna got defensive at once and demanded to know who she was. The woman calmly said she had come to collect their sins. What happened next was obvious. She killed them. She then revealed that the place had once been a sanctuary where children escaped during the war, until it was taken over by thieves pretending to be knights, who slaughtered them all. She had come to make them pay, but she never expected to find another child there, so she asked Luna what she wanted to do with her life. The young girl answered simply, she did not want to eat blood-stained bread anymore, and she asked to go with her. Even though she did not yet understand the true power behind her master's technique, she was mesmerized by the beauty of her sword. Her master noticed that right away, and warned her she could pass that art on to only one person, so Luna would have to give herself to it completely, leaving behind her name and everything from her old life. The little girl had no problem with that, because she felt she had nothing anyway. Her master named her Luna, and she learned the technique faster than anyone before her. But the most important thing her master gave her was proof that she could become a real person, and through her, Luna found hope that she might one day be happy. That hope only grew until the day she saw her master brutally crushed by a demon. In an instant, the little happiness she had found vanished. That was when she decided this world could not be saved. As time passed, everyone forgot her master's name except Luna, who inherited her title as the Sword Empress, but never felt that same spark again, not until she saw that look in Nox's eyes. She knows he still has a long road ahead, but copying her technique so easily proves he may even surpass her. All she can hope is that her tragic past does not happen again. On another note, not every gifted student who enters the academy makes it to graduation. Some drop out because the classes are brutal, the schedule is harsh, the danger is constant, and commoners struggle under the pressure of studying beside noble heirs who look down on them. But the harshest reason comes after their first clash with a demon. They realize they are not as strong as they thought. That is why 30% of new students quit each year, and those empty spots are filled by transfer students. This special kind of admission even removes the rule that allows only one cadet per family. That matters because it opens the door for Alan and Hartz von Reinhafer to enroll too, and Knox knows they will only cause trouble, so he calls a more private meeting with all his servants. After letting them chatter for a bit, he finally explains why they are at the academy. It is simple. They are here to help him find the demon hiding in the halls. More specifically, someone there is secretly working with one of the 72 demons and using a false front to stay hidden while pulling strings and making contact with them. Knox plans to wipe out every enemy, and to do that he needs a strong faction, a unit inside the academy. Still, this job will be extremely dangerous, and he has no intention of forcing them, so if they do not want to take the risk, they are free to leave. Long ago, the 72 high-ranking demons were sealed by Solomon, because killing them is something not even the continent's greatest heroes could achieve. That is why exposing and killing the infiltrator at the academy is far bolder than it sounds. While Kushan Adrian thinks Knox is brave, Lona De Niro refuses to support him because a revenge mission this dangerous goes against the promise she made to her mother. Knox answers with a cold stare and says his mind is made up, and that his reason for killing them goes beyond simple revenge. With that settled and knowing she cannot change his mind, Lona De Niro agrees. The others do too, making it clear they will follow him anywhere. So now all that is left is to go over the plan. Knox tells them to listen carefully. Of course, the details stay hidden from us, because we jump straight to the end of the meeting with Jitri filling in a few minor points before Knox leaves because he has a meeting scheduled with Professor Raz. Then things take a turn when instead of meeting the man, he is greeted by the mysterious woman from earlier, the new magic professor and one of the 4 sages, Astrid von Caligud. One look at his face tells her Knox already knows who she is, so she asks if he likes her gift. All he can think is that he did not expect her to come this soon. Of course, he quickly checks her stats and finds out she is of draconic race, has terrifying numbers, and her true age is unknown. Raz and Noah are also in the room to back him up, but even that does not help much since one of Astrid's traits is apathy, which makes her stubborn, blunt, and a little cold. In other words, she does not waste time. Knox is ready to hear what his training plan will be, but instead she tells him to take off his clothes. It sounds like the start of a bad movie, yet he knows she is completely serious. Another key part of who she is means everything she does is built to awaken hidden talent in her students. That is why Knox seriously considers obeying, and the look in his eyes confirms to Astrid that he knows a lot about her, enough that she decides there is no point hiding her true appearance anymore. Another important detail is that she can detect lies, and because he needs to earn her trust, he strips completely naked. Awkward or not, even Roz cannot see the point and asks if this will put him in danger. She replies that if Knox cannot endure what comes next, then he is not worth teaching. Then out of nowhere, she pushes her hand into his chest until she reaches his heart. Here we learn that dragons wield near-divine magic through a special language called the Draconic Tongue, which creates far more stable spells. The source of that power is the dragon heart, an organ that circulates mana through the body, and humans do not have one. That is why people say humans will always be far behind dragons, no matter how hard they try. But Astrid changes that by placing a dragon mark on Knox's heart and fusing her own dragon heart into him. At that moment, all his stats go up by 1 point. Even as Astrid admits the brat really is talented, Nox starts feeling dizzy and blacks out. The next day, he wakes up in the clinic, where Astrid is already waiting to congratulate him for surviving. But she quickly adds that this was only the beginning. Now that he is using a dragon heart, they must rebuild his breathing from scratch. Nox clearly thinks this is a bit too soon, but Astrid does not accept excuses, so he forces himself up and asks for a demonstration so he can copy it. Bold as that is, it satisfies her. She tells him to come closer and presses his head to her chest so he can hear and feel the whole process. Strange as that method is, it works, because Nox starts tracing the path mana takes through her body, how it connects to breathing, and another concept he must learn to master it, the mental world, an imaginary space shaped by will. He does not have one yet, so he asks Astrid for a deal. If he can master the breathing technique, she must officially accept him as her student. To his surprise, Astrid agrees without much resistance, except for one small condition: he must never lie in front of her. Nox agrees, thinking he no longer needs to hide anything anyway, because the dragon heart was the last piece he needed to grow stronger. His magic to master Luna's technique and finally reach the end of the game, to uncover the truth. After that, the protagonist is meditating inside a cave. It is filled with magic crystals, and a month has passed since he started training with Astrid. Her methods are pretty questionable, but he is starting to get the breathing technique under control. Even though his lifespan keeps shrinking, the others have also managed to adjust to the academy and grow at a crazy rate. And that matters because while the first chapter focused on the fight with Paimon and the second on Emmetone, this third one needs even more planning. It is called The Merchant's Collapse, and if his timing is right, it is about to begin. It is also one of the hardest chapters in the game because it is packed with variables, and any wrong move could ruin everything. The good news is that his stats have improved a lot, and he has a loyal team backing him up, so he should be able to fight at full power. It ought to be easy. But then his thoughts get cut off when someone speaks up, not to him but to Yu, his clone, who is meeting with Eleanor. The reason is something announced that same day. Soon they will have to take part in a team magic combat exercise. The teacher stressed that student safety matters most, and started listing a bunch of rules nobody cared about because everyone was too busy getting excited about the battles. On top of that, the teams will apparently be chosen at random, which Eleanor sees as a huge problem, because trusting some idiot she does not even know could be the difference between passing and dying in an accident caused by a fool. Nox says she is overreacting, but she stands firm. Everyone has to protect their own life, which is ironic because the whole reason she met with Yu is to ask him to protect her during the exercise. Still, the way she says it makes it sound like there is more going on, and that catches the protagonist's attention, because a faction from her own clan is trying to kill her right now. But she is not supposed to know that, so he asks if there is something specific worrying her. She explains that a few days ago there was a meeting of the investors to decide which faction they should support from now on, and one of them brought up that Emperor Esteban's condition is getting worse, so they need to choose between Princess Penelope von Arkheim and Prince Louis von Arkheim. But Eleanor pointed out that there is no real gain for them in siding with either one. In fact, the Empire's fall is coming, and they should use the political chaos to grow stronger in the merchant world, which makes sense, except many of them are fiercely loyal to the Empire and took her plan as an insult. They called her a traitor, accused her of trying to split them apart, and treated her like a fool. Within minutes, they all turned on her and even called her immature. Then they made a serious threat: they would call another meeting of the merchant guilds and leave the rivaling guild out of it. Even Rick, one of her accounting executives, spoke against her, and had the nerve to say they had no choice but to go along with it. She made it clear that she had never given him permission to speak at those meetings, much less make her look stupid. He works for her, so he should have backed her up. But then, in a very creepy tone, he says he would have supported her if she had been right. Of course, Eleanor fired him on the spot. He did not fight it, but the redhead was left alone in the room, drowning in the feeling that she has no one on her side. No matter how hard she tries, the same story keeps repeating. Her father sees her as property. Her mother died and left her behind. Nox always finds a way to humiliate her, and everything brings back that tragic banquet from her childhood. For a moment, she is close to crying, but she pulls herself together fast because she just publicly rejected the imperial family's main line. That means even more factions will try to kill her, so she needs someone to guard her without hesitation, someone outside any private army, and free of conflicts of interest. That is why she came to Yu, who instinctively and a little against the protagonist's wishes, agrees and promises to help her. Eleanor is stunned. She cannot believe he said yes without asking for anything, so she asks if he has some hidden motive. He reminds her that her eyes can detect lies, so she already knows the answer. She knows he is telling the truth. Meanwhile, Nox almost throws up from how cheesy it sounds. Even so, Eleanor is truly shaken by it. From here on, things get much messier, because Rick meets with one of the merchants who insulted her, the owner of the Goat Guild, and it turns out this man works for the prince. Smearing her was part of a plan to have the rivaling guild absorbed by both of them. But that is not all. The final goal is also to kill Eleanor and wipe out the competition, then replace her with that brat who always looked down on him. That is how the old bastard sees it. He never even stops to wonder how a commoner like Rick has direct ties to the top ranks of the Empire. No, the man is only focused on his own profit, and obviously that will cost him dearly. Once alone, Rick starts muttering that he had to speed things up because of Nox. What does that have to do with the protagonist? A lot, because Rick heard he was the one who took down Paimon Emonton and even Grimry herself, which means Rick could be next. So his plan is to use the Gope guild leader and Eleanor to build the perfect trap, one that even someone as sharp as Nox would fall into. Back with the redhead, Yuppie makes it clear that he will keep her safe. He is about to leave when she stops him to ask one more thing. Her tone is so strange that he notices right away, but even he is not ready for the question. Why does he not wear the collar she gave him? And if he is not against it, is it because he does not trust her? The most surprising part is that she asks with a shy look that leaves Yubi speechless, and she takes that silence as proof she is right. In the end, Yubi does nothing to change her mind and simply walks away, thinking that anything he said would have been a lie. But it is not because of a problem with her, it is because of him, and the fact that he is not someone she should trust or lean on like that. Meanwhile, in the mansion kitchens, the maids talk about the redhead's extravagant tastes and how anyone would dream of having that kind of money, thinking about what they would give to be in her place, even for just one day. What they do not know is that in her room, Eleanor stares into the mirror, feeling an empty ache, and puts on a small dress she has patched over and over, not because she lacks money, but because it was one of the last things her mother chose and bought for her. Back then, it was far too big for her, but her mother said she would need it in a few years when she became a great lady. At the time, Eleanor did not understand what that choice meant, but now the truth is obvious. Her mother bought all those clothes because she knew she would not be alive when Eleanor grew up. She was getting ready for the day she would have to say goodbye. Worst of all, so much time has passed that Eleanor can feel her memories starting to fade, so she clings to the dress to calm herself and handle those feelings. Still, it does not take long before she tells herself this is no time to get emotional, because she is sure her decision about the Empire is right. If Emperor Esteban dies, the Central Empire will fall into ruin, just like the Eastern Imperial State did. Many people claim things could change because of the Sage's Crystal, a stone said to grant any wish, but even after countless wars to find it, there is still not a single clue that it really exists. In fact, some parts of the Empire are only staying afloat because of illegal business, like Avallard, so any merchant with common sense should know investing in the Empire is dangerous, and she was sure at least someone else would see it. But Rick's words lit a spark of doubt, and now she realizes someone is pulling strings to make nobles and merchants believe her guild is the enemy. If she wants to survive, she has to stay alert. Back at the academy, the next day, Aleph is acting as substitute teacher for the team battles. He explains that the regular teacher is out sick, then starts listing rules for the matches, like how they will be sent into a dimensional space where they must survive different test situations. The word combat is also misleading because some abilities are restricted. What matters is that when a few students try to ask him a question, he answers in an incredibly rude way, which reminds the protagonist why he has to kill him. And it is not just because he is a jerk. The truth is, this man is part of a dark demon experiment to create a half-human demon who can blend into society. The higher-ups see him as a disposable toy, but people like him are behind many tragedies and are extremely dangerous. And yes, they are still around, because Rick is mixed up in that too. That is why Nox has to get rid of both of them. Season finale, Chapter 132.